Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever here. Um, as you can see, we're going to talk about the Xbox showcase that just took place this weekend. I did not have a chance to watch it live. I did jump on Unlimited's podcast that he was having when they were giving their thoughts. I never got a chance to give my thoughts. I was busy that day, um, but that's why I'm going to do this video now, man, because it was a really great show, really spectacular show, if I'm being honest. But you know how we do things here, guys. I keep it 100 with you guys. Um, I thought it was funny because, of course, a lot of the media and the influencers. We did a podcast. In fact, I did a podcast last week where I talked about this showcase needed to be the best showcase that Microsoft has ever done. And a couple of the crew jumped in, and we kind of had a good laugh about it. But that's what it was. I was being sarcastic, right, when I was talking about that. Because if you guys follow Xbox for any amount of time, especially if you follow my channel, you guys know that that's been a narrative for the last 12, 13 years. When it comes to Xbox, it's always a panic mode or a panic situation. Not for guys like me who actually own the Xbox or who are actually subscribed to Game Pass or who are actually buy and play the games, right? I don't have any type of problem. It tends to be people that hate Xbox, hate Microsoft, people in the media, right, who have a lot of bias against Microsoft, especially, and you can see in the reporting, and of course influencers, a lot of whom either hate Xbox or pro PlayStation channels, or they just want to jump on the bandwagon so they can get some clicks. And to be honest with you, man, that in a way that's good business. I would never do stuff like that, because I have a level of integrity, right? But a lot of these guys, it works out for them, right? Because Xbox, regardless of what position people think they are, as especially when it comes to console, or what position they think Xbox is as a brand in the gaming industry, and even more so, Microsoft as a company, right? They're untouchable. They basically suck out all the air in the room. The only thing that can stop Xbox is Microsoft. I've said that for the last 2 3 years, right? And because that's how big Microsoft is, and that's how Microsoft does business, right? They expect returns, they expect performance. But if you watch the showcase, man, a lot of that stuff that a lot of these guys were talking has been put to rest, and that's kind of what I want to touch on before I actually get in the showcase itself, which I really enjoyed. But give me a second, guys. I'm trying to make sure that everything's up and running. It was interesting because my subscription to SteamYard came back up, and the card I had for renewal wasn't working. So I just had to use another card. So not to get that squared away first, but in doing so, just let me make sure everything is streaming, everything's doing okay. Seems like everything's up and running. I can see my channel right now, and since it seems like everything's okay, sorry, a little bit of an echo here. All right, perfect, perfect. I've had technical issues in the past, so that's why I'm kind of a bit paranoid when it comes to streaming when I do this. Hold on one second. Let me shut this down so I don't make the mistake that I made last time of being on YouTube and then guys waiting in the background if guys tend to show up. Because I do want to address the chat. Hopefully, some of you guys pop in, hear your guys' thoughts. The chat on Unlimited was pretty fire. I always love the people that participate in my podcast and the other guys' podcast as well, because you have a group of people that participate on our live streams that are very knowledgeable and that are actually gamers. Some of them aren't totally Xbox guys; they're across the spectrum, but they enjoy their Xbox, they enjoy Game Pass, and you can tell they actually play the game. So I always appreciate the chat, man. Hopefully, some people jump in. I know this is kind of an off day. I normally don't do a video on a Tuesday, but today has a state holiday, and my job was nice enough to get let us go early, man. So I'll definitely take that, and that's the only reason why I'm doing this podcast. And since I never gave my thoughts, I really wanted to talk about the showcase because, like I said in the comments below, that spoiler alert, I absolutely loved it. I thought it was really well done. But again, man, before we get into that, I gotta call these guys out, right? And that's one of the things that was irritating me. I can tell a lot of these people right? Either they get their ideas or they get their opinions from other people who are either influencers, other people they follow that fits their narrative because they can't stand Microsoft or Xbox, right? Because if I'm being honest with you, Microsoft has had showcases. There hasn't been a showcase where Microsoft hasn't put out a good. Uh, there's never been a time over the last, especially since Phil Spencer's taken over. Um, and prior to Phil Spencer, I loved the showcase that they had when they were launching. I thought that was awesome. A couple of the showcases after that, you can tell they were in flux. But because I'm a pro Xbox channel and because I'm a consumer and a fan of Xbox, of course, I understand I have a slight bias when it comes to stuff they come out with. But more importantly than that, because I like the product, I know what I like, I know what I like to play, I like their brand and everything like that. It's not hard for them to satisfy what I like about the brand because everything I told you guys this all the time on my channel. When I came into the Xbox brand, it was for the all in box. I wanted to be the all in one box that Microsoft was promising. So some of the problems I actually had with Microsoft between 2013, 2014, and 2015, before Phil took over, was the fact that they didn't follow through on that promise. And I'm not going to go down that road because it's something that did bother me, right? And it is what it is. Right. But ever since Phil's taken over, I've never had a negative showcase with Xbox. Some were better than others, right? Whether it was with the type of games that they had, the variety of games, the amount of games, right? Production value, most definitely. They had to kind of find their way. But the great thing about all of the trials and tribulations that we're going to after Phil took over is they're finally able to pin down what people I would love to say what people wanted, but it basically boils down to what people couldn't use against them or what people are complaining about. Because the beauty of this showcase that you're seeing right here is that it left no room for people to complain. On top of the fact that the Summerfest has been a snorefest, the PlayStation showcase, by all intent and purposes, was trash. As far as the gaming industry concerned, the gaming industry right now is in flux. I've talked about this on my channel, how the economy is affecting it. This is why you see a lot of layoffs. This is why you see games not selling as well. This is why you see people looking at other options or people leaving gaming in general, right? Because they just don't have the money to participate in this hobby. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the amount of money you spend on gaming and what it gives you, unless you're a hardcore gamer or just a old school gamer like myself, dude, it's not worth the time and the money because you have other things in life that you got to focus on, right? But again, Microsoft being Microsoft and Xbox being their brand, right? This is the narrative that these guys have been running with, and they were basically painting a negative picture of what this showcase was going to be. So much to the point, of course, that everybody was in an echo chamber saying that this had to be the greatest of all time, or Microsoft is done. Like I said in the podcast last week, regardless of the fact that Microsoft is one of the, if not the richest company in the world, right? They have a lot of money in their stash, right? They just purchased Activision King Blizzard. They're looking to purchase other people. If it wasn't for the federal government getting involved, outside of instead of staying in their lane, getting outside their lane, trying to be the police of the economy, right? Government got involved with that. I'm pretty sure Microsoft would have even more studios under their belt, right? And this is justified by the showcase that you saw. Everything that Microsoft has done to this point, that showcase proved that they were on the right path. That showcase proved that everything Phil was saying, he wasn't lying. I know Phil's been playing a little bit fast and loose with certain things lately, right? But it's not on the point of where, again, I've aired my grievances out with some of the decisions they've made, right? But at the end of the day, like I told you guys, I'm in the ecosystem. They have me, right? I'm built in. I'm charged in. I have hundreds of games, both digitally and physically, that ensures that I'll be a part of their brand. Unless they do something absolutely egregious, right? Um, that's something that goes beyond my moral standard or my principles. I'm this is the brand I rock out with, right? And as you can see by the showcase, that's just not Microsoft style when they do these kind of things, right? Microsoft has a game plan. They have a roadmap. They've told you what they were going to do, right? And it was actually people, right? These so-called insiders, a lot of these people that just hate this company, they hate the system, they hate the brand, right? These are the guys sitting there telling you what Microsoft's going to do. Microsoft has basically told you. what they're going to do. They haven't told you everything, right? But if you just watch this showcase that took place, you understand where they're coming from. You know what they're going to do in the future, right? For the most part, I'd say 99%, 99.9%. I like that 0.1%. I do not, right? But that's a very minute. That's minutia, man. That's a very minute part of everything that they provide me, as both a gamer, as a consumer, and a fan. So to me, they're knocking it out of the park, and you saw that with the showcase, and it was so good that people had to give it its props. That's how great that showcase was. Now again, right? I think of all the over dramatic um, actors out there, all the drama that was in play in the gaming industry these last couple months. And don't get it twisted. Everything's all, if you're an Xbox guy, everything's rosy, everything's peaches. But already today, I saw articles that was suggesting Microsoft, even though these articles are saying, even though the showcase is great, they, A, B, C, D, E, F, D, E, F, G. That's if you're on the Microsoft or if you're on the Xbox train, right? You're just gonna have to develop thick skin. This is what you're gonna, that's why we say bleed green, dude. You have to be all in on Xbox, right? There's no other way around it. You have to be all in. If not, just step, just either get a PlayStation, get Nintendo, get a PC. Like everybody's saying PC is the where's everybody's going, right? Whatever you you won't be able to handle it because eventually you're gonna end up quitting. Look what happened to some of the stalwarts in our community, in the Xbox community. Dude, I've been rocking out with Xbox since Halo, right? But in this current generation, man, in 2013, dude, there's a community of Xbox guys, and 85% of these dudes have either left the Xbox side, or even worse, they left the Xbox side and went to the Sony side. That's how hard it is to be an Xbox fan, right? And you get it from all over, dude. You'll get it from the gaming media, you'll get it from the regular media, you get it from these piece of trash influencers that don't know what they're talking about. Then you got to deal with the ponies and their fan base, and then the normies who don't know anything but have an opinion, and they chime in. So that all of that is coming at you all at one time, all the time, every day. It's gotten better, right? Out of the sheer will of Microsoft and Xbox and what they've been doing, right? They've really left no wiggle room for a lot of the haters out there, right? This is why these guys look ridiculous now, right? And then you throw the showcase in the mix, absolutely awesome, stupendous, loved it, right? But I'm just gonna call these dudes out, right? Because this was not the only great. Because you hear some people now, this was the greatest showcase ever done by Microsoft. This was a showcase that they should have been doing all along. No, it has nothing to do with this current showcase. It has everything to do with these people because they're not game. Most of them don't game. They definitely don't game on Xbox. They definitely don't, or pretty much don't own an Xbox. They don't have. They're not subscribed to Game Pass. They don't buy any of their games. They're not in the ecosystem. They do not support you. If you're like me and you're in this ecosystem, you bleed green. You're Xbox strong. You're Xbox all in. These people are the last people you need to be listening to because they do not have your best interest at heart. In fact, it's with a lot of the media, with everybody. It's just best for you to do your own research, or it's best for you to play your games and see if you like it or not. Because all of these guys, man, when they do stuff, it's all about what's the next big thing. What's the topic? What's the shoot du jour of the day? What's going to give me views? What's going to give me clicks? And they're easily exposable because they all sound the same. That's the thing. That's why sometimes I get pushback on my channel, right? Because I'll say something that's a little bit off the reservation when it comes to a person who is Xbox all in, who bleeds green, right? I don't fit the narrative because I'm not gonna lie to you guys, and I don't definitely won't lie to myself when it comes to gaming. This is why I have no problem when people call me a corporate shell or somebody calls me a capitalistic pig. I only support big evil corporations. When I'm happy about the games, it's not because Microsoft pays me or I get free copies of games and stuff like that. That's me, 100% unadulterated. My opinion, right? My thoughts, my reviews, what I spend my money on, what I spend my time on, right? That's all me, right? That has nothing to do with any other outside influences, and that's how I've been able to stand the test of time when it comes to this gaming industry and all the changes, especially as a fan and consumer of Microsoft and Xbox. Right? That's just the reality of it. So if you can't hang with that, best to move on because it's not going to get any better until Microsoft ends up dominating the entirety of the gaming industry. Again, you guys know how I feel, right? I want the nuclear option. They're not going with the nuclear option. Looks like they're going to go death by a thousand cuts. Shout out to the realist who had a really good point on Twitter today that he shared with me. Something I totally forgot myself. With Sony staying in. and that kind of redirected my thoughts about the whole situation, or at least it fleshed it out a little bit more for me. Again, guys, I'm never gonna apologize for the things that I say. I can't stand Sony. I can't stand their fan base. I think they're trash. The sooner they go away, the better. Whether it's Microsoft buying everybody or just dropping the hammer on them, or Microsoft just slowly just outgrowing the industry and then absorbing everything like a virus. Microsoft becomes this virus that just affects the entirety of the gaming industry to the point where, regardless of all the stuff that these people are saying about how trash Game Pass is and that developers won't work with Microsoft, I want them to infect this gaming industry like a virus to the point where there will be no safe refuge for these people to run to. No excuses for them to make. Microsoft will be the player, and Microsoft will be the broker. They'll be the dealer. They'll be the producer. They'll be all of the stuff they need to be for people to participate with them, whether they want to or not, on whatever level they want, dude. You've seen what Microsoft has done. If you want to work with them, they want to work with you, and they're pretty nice about it. You screw them over, right? You lose their support. Like for me, they screw me. Like I'm a type of person. If they screw me over, I would actually try and get them back, right? In the whole industry thing, right? I'm not saying tit for tat or Chicago mobster style, right? I'm just saying, right? It's just in the business of it, right? But as you guys can see, Microsoft is not like that, right? They actually will, you know, us break break from people amicably. And I think the times that people were complaining that they were heavy-handed, they were never heavy-handed, dude. Maybe they took a different tact, right, depending on the situation, right? But they've never been heavy-handed, and I can say that honestly because I wish they were heavy-handed. Again, you guys know how I feel about all this stuff, dude. I want Microsoft to just go in and just run roughshod over everybody, right? Just give this survival of the fittest, Hunger Games, right? Because at the end of the day, I know Microsoft will be standing. Right? They're that big. Okay, so again, I just gonna call the industry out on that because I have to before I get into the good stuff, which is the actual showcase, right? Because it's very tiring, right? And you gotta hold these guys accountable um, for their words, for their actions, because a lot of them right now they should be apologizing for their takes on everything that's Microsoft prior to the showcase. Right? What you do see them doing is they're doing videos how they're saying how this is the greatest showcase ever, right? And some of that is because other people have come on and said that, because you can't refute it, man. I've even as a pro Xbox guy, I check my bias and everything like that. I can honestly say, just straight up as a gamer, this thing was awesome, right? The amount of games they had, the variety of games they had, they reassured a lot of Xbox fans of the fears that are put out there, unfounded fears, fears based on speculation and rumor, right? For you guys who are on Twitter, follow Tim Dog. It's every day. It's the fight. The sky is falling. Like if I was that type of person, dude, I would just leave gaming because to me, I could like either you're doing it to cause strife or you're doing it because of because you just hate the brand, you feel betrayed. So whatever end that is for a lot of these Xbox guys who have crossed over to the other side, it is what it is. But if it was me and I was unhappy with Xbox, I would never turn to the Sony side. Yeah, I won't turn to the dark side. Dude, I just remove myself from gaming. I told you guys, dude, this is my last time. If this doesn't work out, I'm done. Right? And I can't because I've had a full life of gaming, man, more than most. Right? And I won't look back and regret because I've experienced some of the biggest trends. I've seen the rise and fall of companies. I've seen the rise and fall of the industry multiple times. Right? I was there when arcades were popular. Right? I was there when it was when quarters, where these guys were making money hand over fist, just because people were just dumping quarters, into arcades, and then the evolution of the industry over the last 4 or 5 decades, starting off with Atari. Now we're in the Xbox era, right? They have a rich history of gaming, and if you're a fan of gaming, if this is the hobby of your choice, man, then you should be very happy because it's in a good place right now, right? And Xbox and Microsoft is going to lead the way. Hopefully sooner than later, but it is what it is, guys. I'm just like I said, I just have to get that quick thought out there. Put these guys on blast, especially the gaming media, because they're absolute trash. And then for me right now, it's the influencers. There's guys I follow that are chiming in that are having bad takes. But since I follow them, right, I have no qualms about commenting in their sections where they're wrong. for what they're missing, right? But then there's also people out there that just want to get the views. They just want to, they want to, they just want to cling on and take for a ride because it's going to benefit them on the channel. Hey, Toolman, man, thanks for being here, dude. I know it's a Tuesday, a little bit of an off day, but I got off for work early today, so I just wanted to do a quick podcast. And you know how that what I mean. It's not going to be a marathon. When I say quick and I talk about my podcast, it's not going to be a marathon. But I did not get a chance to share my thoughts on the podcast or on the showcase that happened this weekend with Xbox. And I just wanted to give my commentary on that. And with that being said, so we can jump right into it. So like I said, absolutely love the showcase, right? For various reasons. We'll get the housekeeping stuff out of the way first. I think overall as a show, Microsoft has finally come into its own. They've been doing this for a number of years. And what I mean by that, I'm talking about the production value of the show, the writing, coverage, variety of games, the strength of the games. This year they probably had more first-person titles. I think they may have like one or two more first-person titles, or studio titles than they've had at either time. Which is why a lot of these guys in the media and stuff like that are blushing over this whole thing, right? Because this is something, it always has to prove their point or whatever they're talking about, even though their point was wrong. The AAA exclusive thing was all smoke and mirrors, guys. And you can see that now because what's happening to Sony, right? And if you look at what the showcase provided, yes, they're going to give you that, right? Because now they have Game Pass and they need content, right? Microsoft just doesn't do stuff out on a whim, right? They got to look at every single thing. They look at the entirety of the matrix, and this is why they came out with Game Pass. So even if you don't buy the game, right, they might get you to subscribe to the service. Right? You see that they launched new hardware, which I thought was cool. And by new hardware, I mean iterations of the current hardware that we have, right? Bigger storage space, different model types, right? Again, and it's all in line with the way the showcase was presented, from gaming to hardware. So again, presentation was on point. Everything looked great. It moved at a really great clip. I mean, from one to the other. This is what I mean when they come into their own. Because in previous showcases, not that I had a problem with it, but there are times that they, you can see that they need to work on just a little things, tweaking here and there. And now, because of this showcase, I think that's one of the greatest things about the showcase. They've come into their own, right? And you saw that happening for the last few months. If people weren't so distracted by all the stupidity of these so-called influencers and what was supposedly going on at Microsoft with their studios, with the games, how everything was, negative, how these guys supposed to have the inside track. Of course, all of that got blown up in the showcase, and also Phil did a great interview which I got to look at, and that brought all of this stuff to light as well, right? It just proves that you should never listen to any of these people, right? And some of them are doubling down, tripling, and quadrupling down on their opinions, man, even though they're flat out wrong, right? Because nobody knows what's going on except for Phil, except for the people in the know that need to know. So Phil, Matt, and Sarah, and of course Satya, right? Because he's the boss. Right? Other than that, dude, I don't even care if you're an employee there. Again, I deal with this all the time where I work, dude. I work for a big organization, right? A lot of people have opinions. A lot of people hear things. A lot of people think they know what's going on, and then when the official word comes out, everybody's totally wrong. And the only people that know are the people in that group that's supposed to relay the messages to us, right? Of course, you can surmise. There's some things you can pick up on, right? But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter until it's official, right? You shouldn't care. That's how I live my work life, dude. That's how I think everybody should live their work life. And I think this is how this should be applied in gaming as well. If this showcase have showed you anything, then none of these guys are to be trusted. None of these guys are to believe. They don't know what they're talking about. I guarantee you most of these dudes do not even play games. Not just Xbox, just games in general. Because they were wrong on so many levels. Right? And I knew they were wrong. Right? But again, when you watch the showcase and everything they said, it's nothing. Right? But this is why it's crickets now. Except for the sycophants out there, that Dreamcast guy and stuff like that, who kind of backtrack because they have channels. You have those guys doing that right now, right? But that's like a handful, right? The rest of everybody else, dude, they just moved on. Oh, it's all rainbows and butterflies, and Xbox is great again, right? And then I'm pretty sure the next thing hits, right? And then all of a sudden it'll be, the sky is falling once again. which I can understand for people who are normies that don't know any better, or don't, or who are in tune, or even the ponies that hate the console. You know, they're the enemy, right? So of course they don't want you to succeed. But when it comes from your own side, dude, that's what I'm talking about. You know, that's what I mean. When it comes from your own side, for people that supposed to know better, from people that you know and follow that have turned that have kind of turned coding on the brand and on the system. Some of these guys are true believers, hardcore. Yeah, it's just like for me, it's like somebody who's in the church for years. They have a history of it in their family, right? They've been a faithful member. They've been a faithful member of the faith itself and the church, right? And then they leave, right? They just lose their minds and they leave and they do something else, right? You can do that, right? But it basically spits on everything that you did prior to that, and that's what's going on in the Xbox community. Right? You have a lot of these guys that have done that, and like Mr. 100 said, man, you can't come back, dude, because your legacy is gone. Everything you said is done, especially with the way some of these dudes are acting, which is fine with me, man, because I'm ready to move on. Right? I'm like the other guys. We talked about this in the Wrecking Crew podcast, dude. It's time for us to focus on other things, and I'll definitely do this, right? Especially after a showcase like this, which I said again was spectacular. Dude, presentation, all of that, everything was on point, and it didn't miss a beat because they've been doing this for years, and they finally understand. Well, not them. The people finally understand what guys like us, fans like us, who have been enjoying this for the last 5, 6 years, ever since Phil took over. These guys finally understand what we knew all along, that the Xbox is the premier gaming console, right? And it'll be the premier features console. One of the great things, again, that Microsoft, I kind of fell off of this topic, I'll revisit it. But Microsoft has been using Xbox Wire. They hired Tina Meany, who came over from IGN. They started putting all these people in place to create their own media around their own and making their own content. They need to do that. They need to just take over. Again, shout out to Realist, who was talking about Sony earlier today, right? I could actually, it helps bring, again, flushing it out for me, that Microsoft, I said this on X earlier, that Microsoft, whatever they do, they can do because they're an entity all into themselves. And I'm talking more than just the ecosystem, right? These guys can be one of the most premier companies in entertainment, not just in gaming, right? And entertainment, and when I say entertainment, that is to include gaming, right? That is to include merchandising, right? That is to include entertainment proper, which is movies and television shows, right? They can develop their own specials. They can do all of that stuff. They need to, right? This is not the full all-in box that I wanted in 2013, but I will happily take it because at the end of the day, it'll benefit all of us, right? And then it'll continue to bring people on this side, and that's what you see. That's one of the positives I like about the showcase because I've watched quite a bit of content. This is why it's taking me so long to do this video, and I'm doing the video the way I'm doing it right now, just doing it live. I've watched a lot of people's content across the board. A lot of people definitely eating crow, though they won't admit it. But then just random people, and they're, to hear them or see them watch the showcase and then be like, oh wow, I didn't even know Microsoft or Xbox had these kind of games. Simple things like that, or wow, that was exciting. I think I'm gonna get an Xbox, or I guess I gotta get an Xbox now. Right? Cygnus, do you see the console sales going up next quarterly report? I don't know. As you can see, man, Microsoft doesn't really share that. They don't share it. As you can tell, what Phil said. Phil got interviewed by IGN, and he laid down some figures out there that nobody was talking about. And the only person that really knows is Phil. Like a lot of this stuff they talk about it, they're looking at particular venues or avenues where they're looking at this stuff, right? But it's not like concrete, right? It's just us speculating, like how I speculate on Microsoft buying Sega, right? And I have my reasons for them that I want them to do that, right? But those are my personal reasons as a fan as well. A lot of this stuff is fandom stuff, even though most people now are not fans. I know that they sold out on Amazon, right? There was that they were selling out when the Call of Duty thing dropped. But then again, we don't know the real numbers. People are surmising from what they see, right? If anything, dude, I'll just roll with what Phil says. If you didn't get a chance, Cygnus, you should watch the IGN interview. I'm not sure if you saw that. I'm not sure if you saw that interview, but it was actually really good. Where Phil basically laid out a lot of stuff that he normally doesn't say, and I appreciate him for that, dude. It was just nice to see him, dude. And that's another thing about the showcase as well. When he came out there, dude, he looked like a different person. Like they should do more of that. I think it was probably pre-recorded, right? Fine with me. I don't care. In fact, they did it the way that they did it. He introduced Doom, Medieval, right? But he also talked about COD prior to that. So for me, when the show started off and they started off with COD, it was already a 10 out of 10 for me, right? Because for me, it's basically COD is back where it belongs. Because I was not a shooter fan until Halo, and then I didn't expand my love of shooters until I played COD, and I played COD on the 360. Right? That's how I got introduced to COD on the 360, and now it's back, right? And then you hear what Phil said. Phil was talking specifically about all of this stuff with the deals and all that stuff goes away, right? It's going to be COD for everybody, everywhere, across the board. And he talked about that. He talked about that years ago, how he didn't like that. It's something he didn't like. Now Xbox used to do that, right? It helped put them on the map too, get them money, and Sony followed suit. But with Phil in charge, like that goes away. But just seeing COD on an actual Xbox show where it belongs, in my opinion. You might disagree, but that's 100%. So from the jump, I was already in. I'm like, this is how it's supposed to be. Put your biggest brand, your biggest name. Put the game in the front, that because it sucked up all the air in the room, right? When it was announced that it was coming to Game Pass, which they already said it was, right? Which is, hey, brother, you want to jump in on this? Hibot, I'll send you the link. I won't be on long, but I'll send it to you. And now it is, bro. Family stuff, man. Good to see you, though. Hope everything's going okay, bro. Hold on, let me send you the link. Hey, guys, I'm going to get Hibot in here. We can shoot it. Because my brother, you was dropping knowledge last week. Hold on, let me get this invite. Copy. Where am I, brother? Where you at? There you are. I know you're busy, bro. I know you got stuff going on. I'm just glad you're here. I was worried about you, brother. Hope everything's okay. I shot you the link if you want to jump in. I sent it to you on Twitter, bro. I got off early. That's why I'm doing a podcast today. I know it's a kind of an off hour, but I had the time. So I sent you the link on Twitter, bro. Let me know. Don't worry, I'm on my StreamYard, man. I'm not on my YouTube. I know I end up missing people because I end up being on the wrong thing. Okay, so hey, Toolman Peapot says, hey, what's up? Everybody is Xbox family now. Yeah, the Xbox fan now. Yeah, dude, it's funny. I actually took the time to watch that. And then what I did, Hibot, is I went out and I watched the Normies. I watched a lot of Normies channels. And some of the commentary that they had, man, I mean, because you can tell it's being built up off of well, number one, there wasn't much to watch anyway, right? So a lot of them just need content to stream. And I'm not saying they got bad intentions or whatever, right? Because most of the people I don't know. But it was nice to get a refreshing look on somebody that's not as ingrained in this stuff, even though they game and stuff like that. And some of their commentary was a breath of fresh air. Get out of all the toxicity of social media, toxicity of on YouTube and the people that are just grifting on this topic, man, to actually see people like talk about. And you could tell, you know why, brother? Because people started talking about games that most people won't talk about. Like the one with the mouse, which I thought was pretty cool. I like those kind of games, right? Because there's a sim element to it, right, on top of the story, right? So commentary on that, your game of the show that you said on Unlimited's podcast, Mixtape. Everybody I was watching commented on that, especially a lot of people, not my age, our age, but then younger, of course, people that actually grew up as teenagers and young adults in the '90s, because that soundtrack looks like fire. Yeah, but yeah, dude, it was funny to me, man, because a lot of people were saying, this has to be the greatest showcase ever, and now these guys are making positive, and you can tell by the thumbnails, right? Because normally when it's negative, like Matty Plays is a perfect example. He puts a jacked up title, and then he has this unhappy face, right? And then on this one, it's like a happy title. Then he's like he's smiling. You know, these guys are easy to figure out. Hey, what's up, realist bro? Hey, dude, good commentary on Twitter earlier. You know how I am, bro. I just want Sony dead. I just want them gone, and by whatever means necessary, brother. I know normally I'm a little bit more logical than that, dude. But when it comes to them being gone, I'm emotional. Yeah, so you was my big worm, bro. Realize you was my big worm, bro. You kept me in check. Cygnus, they did report the console sales last quarter along with the ABK numbers. I thought that was going to be the standard report. I don't know who reported that though. That was Microsoft reported it, like officially reported it, because they normally don't do their numbers. I could be wrong, bro. Let me know, Cygnus. If I'm wrong, let me know. If, I just base it off of what Phil says, because he's the only one at the end of the day that knows. Like, when I look at the gaming media and people that report on the sales and stuff like that, I don't know if that's not official. I want a Microsoft official, right? So for me, I just look at what they do. If I'm gonna do anything, I'm just gonna look at what Microsoft does, and that tells me everything I need to know, right? Like Satya Nadella, everybody was saying Satya is running roughshod over Xbox, right? Satya came on Twitter because I follow him, so he held the same standard, right? And for me, I don't believe that he was doing that because he doesn't do that. That's not his style. Hey, what's up, my brother?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear, bro. You okay, man? You all right?
I'm trying to heal, man. I got a really bad infection on my leg, on my vein in my leg. So
Ah,
I'm taking antibiotics. Um, because it started off with, I was bleeding out from one. Try to mend it, take care, but for some reason it was getting like swollen and more red and hurting me more and more. And I guess even though I was trying to cover it the best I could, because I'm always going back and forth, it caused some type of bacteria or something, got an infection. So right now, hey, sorry. So right now it's like I couldn't take it anymore because I can barely stand up, barely move. It was like excruciating pain, like really bad. And so the vein doctor told, especially, yes, you got a really really bad infection. And if you don't mend it, don't take care of it, you get that leg cut off.
yeah, bro. That's a serious thing, dude. That's my dad
So I
had
was
that.
like, fuck. She said, you got to take these for 10 days. She gave me like a really strong, heavy, strong, heavy, um, what you call it? She gave me a really strong, heavy, uh, like antibiotic. You know what I mean?
Yeah. My dad, like I said, my dad. Yeah, I mean, my dad ended up. They have to amputate his toe, bro. So take care of that, dude. You need to focus on that.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
no, yeah, that's no joke.
It's tough, man. No joke.
Yeah, no
It's
miss.
like, it hurts like crazy, dude.
Yeah, I know, bro. My dad is old school, bro. He's hardcore, man, and that knocked him. That took him down, bro.
Right.
I've
No,
never
no,
seen.
I couldn't even stand, man. It was bad.
Yeah,
So that day when we were doing the podcast, it just started bleeding out. So I kind of had to bend over and get off real quick because I had to tie it up and make sure I didn't put the leg up and it didn't bleed out. I was telling my wife, "Hey, I need my leg's bleeding out, so I need to tie it up." I, and that's why I left like that abruptly. It was just like, oh fuck, I had to go.
I know. I killed the feed, man, because I knew something was going on, and we kind of heard, and I would just kill the feed because I didn't want,
I
respect.
got you. Yeah. It was like, fuck, dude, really? But I went and got the antibiotic. So I'm taking now. I'm just trying to get better because it's 10 days. I gotta deal with it and do it. But like I said, and then it doesn't help because it's hard to stay off of it because I got so much things I'm doing right now. For my daughter's graduation,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Her prom was today. I had to take her to the prom. So she went by herself.
Oh,
And then, hold on.
yeah. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Yeah, realist. They'll report when they like the numbers, same as everyone. Yeah. So I hear them saying that, oh, we had an increase of this, or we sold this through this many, but like I don't know like any place where you can see actual numbers of what they really sold through, like what they sold as compared to what was bought, like hard stuff, right? And then I don't really worry about it just because Microsoft just has a lot of money. Right? The only thing I tell people is like if Microsoft is done with Xbox, like how they're done with other companies they've acquired or they've other stuff that they've created, right? And it becomes less important to them, and then they just end up closing it down. That's why I always say that the only people you have to worry about is Microsoft when it comes to Xbox. None of that other stuff matters to me. And right now, Microsoft is getting into it with the government again over other stuff. So yeah, but I understand that. Yeah, two man. Hebat two man says what's up. Yeah, two man. Hebat. Our brother got a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. Hey, Hebat, do not worry about it, man. Take care of yourself, brother. I just needed to know you're okay. But you have the link if you can pop in, but don't worry about it, dude. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Right? I know I was in the same boat, man. My kids had a lot of stuff going on the last couple of weeks. That's why I kind of dropped out of the cycle, right? And again, this is why I was playing Warhammer 40K Dark Tide, right? Because it's one of those games you can jump in and out. Plus, I love it, right? But I haven't been able to touch any of the other games that are in Game Pass, right? And then you watch the showcase, and um, the showcase, dude, it reminds you, man, of just how like if
It
you're like,
reminds you of how powerful Microsoft is, real quick. You
no, go ahead, brother, go ahead, speak your truth.
know what I'm saying? It reminds you how powerful. I'm just adding to what you're saying. How
Mhm.
powerful Microsoft is, and people keep doubting. All they tell you, everything they've been telling you that is exactly what they said.
Yeah,
It's going to take time, but we got a lot of stuff being made, getting ready, and we got so much to show. We can't just do it all in one shot. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But it's good, and I like how Phil came out yesterday. It said a lot of things. He clarified a lot of things, and then a lot of things that he said, people are already trying to take it out of context, like always.
Well, I'll say this about that. I love it now, right?
Yeah.
Because of the showcase. Like to me, when he's talking about other games and stuff like that, I
Hmm.
think it would be funny because maybe they'll, like he did Doom, right? But he explained why Doom's going over, right? And again, I know
Yeah,
how.
and no one clarified that. See how nobody said that?
Yeah,
He said, I went to the guys. They said, what y'all want to do? He said, we want to put it on all platforms. Okay, let's go do that. It was him giving the liberty to the developer
right.
to, okay, you want to have it on PlayStation? No problem. Let's go do that. Right.
Yeah,
So that shows you that it's not just decisions that come from there, like, oh, we're not doing well, console's not selling well, so that's why we got to put it everywhere. No, he's giving developers freedom to feel comfortable to do what they want to do, right?
yeah.
And I think that's why he also said we'll put other games on other platforms, but platforms doesn't mean console. Platform means
Could mean
anything. It can mean a phone, it
Did you
can
get
mean
the joke?
tablets.
Did you get the joke he picked? Did you pick up on that joke he did with Doom? Maybe
Which one? Which one?
he said, "Oh yeah, Doom's been around as long as old as I am, and I think you
Yeah,
could put it
you could play Doom on a what he
on
said. What he said?
a lawnmower."
On a lawnmower. Yeah.
I think that's kind of like a psychological jab and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
Because to me,
yeah.
I find it funny because these guys
That
are quick to assume
use
not
the
only
money.
not only are they going to get
I'm
the
gonna do
best games, right? That they're
that.
going to get every single
I'll
game.
pay 20 with cash and then $20, and the rest
Yeah.
from,
And
from
for
the
me,
envelope.
when I'm listening, when
From
I'm
the
looking at
envelope. and
Well,
then
you know,
he'll
the
give it
stuff
to
that
you.
he did, like to me, I'm looking at that and I'm like, number one, dude, I don't like this.
He
Again,
was trying to be. He was trying to be sarcastic because he knew immediately people were going to be like, "Well, you see, he's putting more games." He's basically saying that's what that is.
Are you ready?
well,
Put
this is the
20 in
biggest.
cash, and then the rest of down is card.
That's just the thing. I understand. I
Huh?
understand.
Oh, you haven't scanned it. Oh well, then do that first. I'm sorry.
No worries. No, so the thing that got me is everything is from a Microsoft perspective, right? I'm sitting there going, why would Sony want to put every single one of these games on their console? Like that doesn't make any sense to me. Like why even make games then? Because Sony's not making
Darn.
you know what I mean? So in fact, realist, I think it was you, right, that was talking about that.
All right. No, I was going to say the goal for half on his and maybe I don't know if any has half on anything. I'm sorry. I'm listening to you, brother. It's just hold on.
No worries. So realist, I think you were talking about that earlier, right? Well, I know all I know is that I've always felt that way. Right? And I told people that like I don't understand why people think Sony or even Nintendo would do that, right?
Go ahead. Which part?
My daughter. So what they're saying, right, is that they're like Tim Dog and all these guys are like, oh yeah, look, oh, they're all coming here. So it was like their showcase too because they're getting all the games. And I've always felt like that doesn't make any sense to me, right? Because why would Sony like everything is from Microsoft? Because Microsoft sucks. Microsoft's gonna go out of business. Microsoft doesn't have any game. You know, it's always a negative, right? But then to me, I look at it like, okay, well, but why would Sony want that? Why would Sony want to put all those games on their console? It makes absolutely no sense for Sony to do that.
Well, Sony needs money too, so they're not just going to give. They're not just going to give the little bit that they have to Microsoft because they already had to go to court begging them so they wouldn't take away COD,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that just tells you, and that's the situation they're in. You understand what I'm saying?
No, that's what I mean. Because I'm looking at because everything all the time, it's always like looking at Microsoft and it's always in a negative slant. And this is why these guys, you know, their console is in trouble. Their console is in trouble because they have no games right now. Then you stick all these games on there, you're just making more money for Microsoft, which I feel Microsoft is kind of like at this point, yeah, okay, we'll take your money. But like even my daughter gets it, right? Because she's watching this, and I said to my daughter, you know, there's a reason why you have McDonald's, and there's a reason why you have Burger King. There's a reason why when you go to McDonald's you can't buy a Whopper, and a reason why when you go to Burger King you can't buy a Big Mac, right? If you could go to McDonald's and get the big fish, and get their onion rings, and get a Big Mac or Whopper Junior, or get a big or Whopper or Whopper Junior, what's the sense of having Burger King? Right. And if you get vice versa with McDonald's, the only thing these things will function
Put
at,
that in there. Hold on.
right? They just would function as storefronts where people would just be consuming products, right? So for me, that's why I don't like listening to any of these guys because that never crosses their mind. Hey, man says, I hope you're feeling better soon, Eva.
Oh, thank you too, man. It's just, man, I appreciate that. It's just like I said, I'm on heavy meds. I'm also taking for painkiller, for the pain. But I don't like being like that. Then I got to take my diabetes shit. So, and meanwhile I'm drugged up. I gotta drive, do this, do that. Like I said, my daughter's prom was today. Took her. Her graduation's coming up soon, and we're still trying to find a home to move into a new home. So it's a lot going on. But I appreciate it. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. What you were saying though, it's like he answered it by simply saying, "We're giving developers the freedom. We're not trying to keep them, we're not trying to keep them, hostage. We're not trying to make them feel like we're going to force them to do something because that's not good for the development, right?"
Yeah.
And he also made the statement that Doom is a franchise that's been around since the very beginning, and it's pretty much been multi-platform since the beginning. So
Right.
he didn't want to exile anybody. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
And that's what people don't understand when he says it'll be by a game-to-game basis. And I think that's what he meant, right? If it's a decision of a game that it's been always multi-plat, then maybe we got to consider making it multi-plat. And if it's not, then we keep it exclusive. But if the developer also feels the need that they want to be on another platform, then we're not going to make them feel like they can't do that either. You see what I'm saying? Just because we own them. And I think that's exactly the messaging. He was very clear. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You know,
and it's not his personality as well to be that way. That's why the whole thing about him, like, he's like shutting down this, he's firing these people, all that stuff. That's all BS.
well, even when he even asked him, when Ryan McCaffrey asked him, and I was surprised that Ryan even asked him and said what he said. Like, I really hate to kind of ask you this and bring it up, but you know, it's been a topic of conversation. A lot of people on social, they keep asking,
Right.
you know, what was the whole idea of the guy closing something like Tango Gameworks when they did such good work so early, you know, of you guys owning them? And Phil says, you know, we hate having to do decisions that hurt developers or hurt a game or hurt the industry. But when you have to look at it from long-term perspective of where it makes sense to be able to make money financially or keep stability, you got to make some certain decisions, right? Even though ZeniMax already came out and said it was a ZeniMax internal decision because they treat ZeniMax like their own entity, even though they own them. And this was said way back in the beginning when they first bought them. And they had that interview where they all sat down, you remember, with Todd Howard and all of them. And he said, we'll treat them like their own entity, like always, like they've always been treated like their own thing. And even though we own them, and you know, and we'll go and make our decisions there based on the developer, based on the developers or based on the games, you know, that we're making. He was very clear. Phil's always been very transparent. But I hate that they try to say, "Oh, you see, he has no value to the console." It was just like when he said, "We lost the worst generation that we could have ever lost in the Xbox One generation," and the reason why he said that was because it became the transition to almost 90 to 80% digital with most people. So his point was, if you bought a PlayStation 4 and bought 500 games on that PlayStation, we know you're not going to get an Xbox just to buy one game and migrate over and abandon your library. That's what he meant by that.
Right.
You know, and then everyone was like, see, even he admitted that they got their ass whooped. No, that's not what he was saying at all, because the game sales and the player count was still there. It was just they didn't buy the console as much as the PS4. That's it. But then that also had to do a lot with media, with, you know, the hype of something that wasn't, you know, making it seem like it was bigger, better than what it was. You know, that was also employees at different stores, that they would push PlayStation. Oh, you can't play Xbox games. You got to always be online. You can't play used games. And stupid things like that. That was the outcome of all that stuff. It wasn't just, you know, because they, as simple as, because the console didn't sell. Of course it sold. They probably sold a good hefty 75 million because that was the count they gave. But it wasn't 120 or 110 like PS4. But at the grand scheme of things, it's still a big amount, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I like that. You know, he addressed that like the same way he goes, you know, we have more active console users and gamers now than we ever did before. You know, which that's also shuts down the narrative saying, oh, gamers don't play, gamers don't buy shit on Xbox. He just showed that that's not true by saying that. Oh, the console's dying. No, how? If it in the console and Xbox history. And sure, I'm pretty sure some of those, maybe 20, 25%, he's talking about Xbox One. But that's okay, because PlayStation themselves came out and said, hey, the PS4, 50% of people are still on PlayStation 4, right? the same way a lot of people said that they even came out and said that they're counting the sales of the Portal handheld as a hardware, as a console sale. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they always do stuff like that, dude. That's not on play.
You know?
I don't believe anything Sony says, dude. I've been on that side, dude. They always do stuff like that.
Yeah, call the boys. No, but I'm saying like Sony admitted that 50% of their players are still on PlayStation, right? They also admitted that they are counting the Portal sales of the handheld as a console sale. So that tells you those numbers are not as what you think. They're skewed. They're not direct numbers. It's not PS5s only, like people think and try to say, right? But because Phil's coming out saying, yeah, we have more console users and gamers than ever before in Xbox history, which says and shows that more people are playing on console. Like we always said, it's always been that way, right? But they try to say, oh, the console's dead. How can a console be dead if they have more players on the consoles than ever before? That's why they already said we're already working on the next console. And then the people are like, oh, well, why they mention it again? If the generation still is in its infancy. Why? Because most people go around saying Microsoft is not going to make no hardware. The console's done. They're not going to have a next console. So they're trying to give you that validation as a gamer or an Xbox fan. Don't worry. We still are going to have hardware and consoles for you guys. We're not going to stop and leave you guys abandoned. That's basically what they're validating by the continuous repeating of we're working on our next generation console even as we speak. You get what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's bullshit. That's just PR bullshit. Like, bro, you can't PR when you invest billions of dollars in R&D to create new hardware. That's not PR. That's not $2, $20,000, $100,000. That's billions of dollars that they invest, like they did with the Xbox One, which was like $3 billion. You see what I'm saying? You can't say that is PR. That ain't nobody PRing and spending $3-4 billion in R&D to make a new console for the next generation, and it's PR. That's just retarded to think like that. No, you might. I mean, that's fine. Hello? You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's funny to me because again, it's not surprising to me because you've dealt with it for so long.
Mm-hmm.
What's more surprising to me is that people keep on falling for it.
Right. Like, you're not gonna see Halo. You're not gonna see Gears. You're not gonna see Fable, Perfect Dark. You're not gonna see Forza on no PlayStation. That's not happening. You're not gonna see those type of games. Now, can you maybe see a game like Doom 5 in the future, or maybe the Morrowind? Maybe because it's been multi-plat and they feel like putting it there. Like, you're not going to see Starfield because Todd Howard don't like Sony. He don't like their hardware. He said it clear as day. He said our relationship has always been Xbox. We feel comfortable with Xbox. That's what they like. That's where they want to be. They don't want to be anywhere else. So they're not going to go and put that shit on PlayStation. You know what I mean?
All right. So you left it.
That's the whole reason. That's the whole reasoning why, when they were developing it at the time, that there was a so-called version for PlayStation. That's probably why they just axed it. It's like, oh no, now that we're owned by Microsoft, we don't got to do shit. We just make an Xbox version and go all in on the hardware and take advantage and use it to the best of our abilities. And you saw what happened because the game came out with a few little bugs that weren't really game breaking. Oh, this most powerful console is shit. And then what happened? They put the fucking update where you could actually play it in higher frame rate, high resolution, and then everybody tried to act like, oh, we don't know that, we don't see that, we have no idea what that is. What you talking about? What? Like Arnold from Different Strokes. What you talking about? We don't know what you talking about. What you talking about? See what I'm saying? So it's just hysterical to me. It's funny as fuck. Like, I loved how Valve came out and said, yeah, we're gonna put and implement a first person mode. I think that's great. That's great because now I have interest and I want to try it because I like third person more than first person. Don't get me wrong, I like first person, but there's a lot of them. I feel there's an oversaturation of them. So, especially on Xbox, because we got Stalker, right? We've had Halo, we got WoW, Redfall. You know, you can even count Starfield because you can play it both ways. We have Indiana Jones, right? Just a lot of first person games. So for them to do that, I think is great because then that gives the ability for other players that also like third person or prefer third person to actually take the time to play the game or invest it in the game or try it out because the option is there. More options is always great, you know. So, I mean, I hope they do it with Indiana Jones. I would love to play Indiana Jones in third person because they already have it implemented when you climb up or when you're on a turret, you see him in the third person mode. So, why not? If you want to give the mode or the option down the road, go ahead and do it. That'll just bring more players. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not everybody likes first person.
Yeah. In my personal opinion, I think that will help the game and it'll make the game sales healthier or the game engagement. It'll make it healthier. It'll be bigger and much broader because now you're catering to all the gamers that like first person and third person as well, you know?
Yeah, it seems like there's a pattern with Microsoft that they're doing that. I'm not saying that they never did, but they're putting more emphasis on it. You know, everything's geared around Game Pass and engagement, right? So, for example, you see some of the games that we're looking at in the showcase. You can tell that will help for people to stay engaged,
Right.
Because that's what you need. Like that's why COD is such a good get, in my opinion, right? Because it'll keep people engaged. Because what you want to do, you want that Netflix effect where you want to get people to forget about your subscription service, and not in a sleazy way, right? And more like in a. And that was funny. Phil addressed that as well when he was getting interviewed, right? When he was talking about they're not trying to do it to put one over on anybody.
Right.
If you do it like that, like and you see it, right? I know you do. I see it all the time because people always make the mistake of saying, "Oh, the free game's coming to Game Pass," and I always try and correct it because I'm like, "No, it's not free. It's a service."
Right.
I mean, but still, it works out in their favor. So
it feels free because what you're getting, you're not even paying a penny for a game. Basically, it does feel free, but you are still paying because if you don't pay for it, you don't have access to it. So you have to pay. And that's why I said, and we talked about this many times, me and you, that even if they raise the price, it's validated because they have enough in there and continue to put enough in there monthly that you cannot, with a straight face, say, I'm being ripped off. There's no way you can say you're being ripped off. You see what I'm saying? Especially if you come to a point, let's say if you come to a point where Microsoft, and this is just me talking, thinking out the box or thinking like my own thought process. I'm not saying this is what it is, but even like if Microsoft got to the point where they have 800, 900, 1,000 games in there, right?
Yeah.
Even if they shuffle them in and out because, they don't stay there forever. But let's say they have up to 1,000 games on Game Pass, right? Which right now they went from 3 to 4 to 5. It's like 500 something now. You can't tell me that if you were told, oh, well, pay $49.99 a month, that you're going to feel ripped off. Because you're getting brand new games like Harrow Halibut, right? For example, or The Adventures of Benedict Fox, or Ravenlock, right? Or right now, I saw a bunch of people talking about, oh, great, now I could play the Callisto Protocol. When the Callisto Protocol been out and you could get it physically for $20. But now they're like, oh, I'm going to play it on Game Pass because it's on Game Pass. You see what I'm saying? And that's an amazing game that really didn't get the love it deserves. Just like a lot of other games that get lost in the mix or lost in the sauce, like they say, right? So it's great to see that they're being aggressive because they are. Every fucking game they showed, you saw almost like 90, maybe 80% coming to Game Pass day and day. See what I'm saying? And I really love Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, so that's why for the showcase, that's one of the things I loved about the showcase, because it's coming to its own. They understand like the presentation, was totally top notch. They hired people, and they have people that are involved with the presentation of the showcase to make it as good as what it was. And this is what irritated me about
Mhm.
people because they've been doing this for years. Now,
Mhm.
granted, this is probably the apex of showcases. I'm not saying it's the
Right.
absolute best one, but I'm saying it's right up there, right? Because of over time they developed it to be this way.
Right.
So that's the only problem I had with people's commentary on how great the show was. I was like, dude, they've had great showcases for years now. This is the amalgamation of all of that, granted, and I'll put it up there with some of the best. Right? I won't deny that, right? But like you said, right, it's across the board, the variety, right, the quality, right? Like you have a game like Mixtape, like before, like I love the indie games, right?
Mixtape looks fantastic.
Well, Mixtape is a game that come out now as an indie that has developed over the last couple of years as far as indie
Hmm.
is concerned, right? Like every year, because I play indie games, so not all the games have to be super polished or double A or even single A. But what you
Right.
see, right, especially with them working with Microsoft, like Annapurna, Humble Games, like
Hmm.
all these companies, right, is that it allows them to kind of get more exposure, and in turn, it's impacting the quality of the games that I see.
Right.
Right, but at the end of the day, you'll have more games like Mixtape. Maybe not your cup of tea, right? But that's a game when I looked at it just based off the trailer alone, they got a lot of
Hmm.
stuff going in there. They're able to implement a story, characters, and certain plot points and certain gameplay that they might not have been able to had they not,
Hmm.
found through Game Pass. So, I mean, I
Look,
think it's
Game Pass. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
no, go ahead, and then if you don't mind, after you give your thoughts, can you address this comment from Cygnus?
From who?
We'll just give your thoughts, and then we'll address this comment
Well,
from
what I was gonna say was that also is that what Game Pass is doing is creating less risk and more reward.
yeah. All right.
Basically, what it's doing because they get paid up front, they have more exposure at no, and not have to worry about it because it's gonna be there. Because no, people are not gonna go out and buy Mixtape if they see it in the store shelves. Okay, just like that, it might sell a few thousand copies, and then it'll plateau. But being on Game Pass, they'll easily get 1 million people try the game. And I guarantee you, out of those 1 million people, maybe half or more than half will buy it if they like it,
Dude,
right?
Phil even said that in the interview, man. He said you wouldn't
Hmm.
have games, right? People would not be, you wouldn't be able to do these games, but because they have,
He was saying it. Yeah, he said it in the interview. For 100%. He said that's why games like that are important because that'll help those games get the exposure that they need
yeah,
because it's just not going to sell now, and it's a fact. And listen, I am fucking ecstatic and so happy that fucking Kina is finally coming to Xbox. And Kina was on PlayStation for almost 4.5 years,
really,
maybe
that's
three, maybe 3.5. Yeah. And
yeah,
those developers were saying for the longest time, yeah, we want to put it on Xbox, but we have to, get enough funds to port it over. And the game didn't sell well on PlayStation. So I'm pretty sure they probably just kept waiting and waiting until it made enough sales long term for them to actually port it over.
Are they putting
That's
it?
why, huh?
Are they putting it in Game Pass?
As far as I know, no.
Okay,
But even Phil said that not all games have to be on Game Pass, but they might put it later. You know what I'm trying to say?
yeah,
That's the beauty of it, that you have that option. Yeah, you can still put it later if you want. If you want to get initial sales, I already bought it on Amazon. It was $40. It comes complete with everything. A $40 physical copy. So you know me, huh?
yeah. I know that you were waiting for that game.
Yeah, I just bought it because I waited. I have not touched that game on play. I played the first level, and I was like, "Oh, this game's awesome. I want to play this on Xbox," and I left it. I never touched it again. You know what I mean? And that's because I borrowed it from my friend. He had it, and I bought it already. I bought that. I bought the Space Marines, which I gotta pay my brother unlimited because he did me a big favor. You know what I'm saying? But the point is that, and you see that we're getting more physical games also because the growth is starting to be seen. Like it's developers starting to see that the growth is just keeps growing and growing. Like I put on one of those tweets a few weeks back. Once they showed, I forgot what it was. Oh, when Hellblade came out, right?
Yeah.
All I saw on Facebook groups and on even TikTok, even though I don't follow it too much, and Instagram, was people posting about how they got an Xbox Series X. I think I finally got mine. Can't wait. I want to play this Hellblade. You know what I'm saying? So certain games always are going to move the needle now. With the Gear 6 or Origins game, that's a prequel announced, and Blade, Indiana Jones, you know what I mean? Perfect Dark, you know what I'm saying? Like, and Fable, you really think that these people, everybody's saying how it feels like the Xbox 360 days because of the plethora of IPs that are recognizable are back. You see? But Microsoft hasn't had a lot of the recognizable titles other than, and he even said that in the interview. If you remember with McCaffrey, he's like, we were really about in the Xbox OG about Forza, Fable, Halo, and Gears. That's all you really saw. Remember he said that?
Yeah.
And we wanted to expand that and have more priority. That South of Midnight is, I'm there day one. That should go. You know what I mean?
The original trailer sold me from the jump. Plus,
Absolutely.
I have history with the studio just because I watched Arya play We Happy Few, and then I actually bought the collector's edition for her. The big box with all the stuff that was inside and the soundtrack. And so I already knew when they were on that game, I was interested. I was all in on the jump from the first trailer and this second trailer, especially since they show gameplay. Right. So yeah, of course, day one for me.
Absolutely. It was just like when you saw High on Life. Now, once you play High on Life and try, you're like, oh, anything they make in the future is gonna catch my interest.
Yeah, and that was the point of everything, right? For them to be doing, because to me it's interesting, right? Because they gave these guys exposure, but these guys also knew that they had content that was good, that people would like. So they did roll the dice, and they were confident.
They had talent, and they knew it, right?
Right.
Well, look at State of Decay. State of Decay is the perfect example. Look at State of Decay 1 from 360 to how State of Decay 3 looks now on the Series X.
Yeah, big difference.
Talk about when they say, oh, they don't let developers grow. You see the growth right there.
Yeah, again, this is why all of that stuff just got blown up. That's why I've been encouraging people on X to go watch Phil's interview to get even a more fleshed out idea of where we're going moving forward. Regardless of the hangups I might have, which is nil at this point, right? And I think that's to me the biggest thing about the showcase. It just laid to rest all these unfounded rumors.
Yep.
It killed the reputation of all these supposed insiders. And then Fireboss right here. The only reason they're complimenting it Sega Forever is because they know the tide here, a turning point has hit, and they can no longer play stupid and get away. Yeah, Fireboss, dude. I watched Kind of Funny. I really don't like those guys. I was watching a lot of people just to see them eat crow, and it was funny because every every clip they were kind of they were a little bit too excited in my opinion, because people share their clips all the time on X when they're talking trash, right? So yeah, I agree with you. I can see that the tide is definitely changing.
Well, it was like you saw even saw people like Paris trying to act like, oh, he's only in Xbox now. And then he tried to expose Dreamcast guy like he never did that stupid shit before. I remember when they showed Ratchet and Clank, and he was like, see, these are the kind of games that Xbox needs to provide because they don't make enough AAA games. And he was the one talking shit about Xbox.
If you want to see a perfect picture of what all of this stuff is, just go on X and look at Cody Swift and Tim Dog arguing with each other. It's funny. It's so funny, man. Because Colt will say something to Tim Dog, and then Tim Dog put all his stuff on blast, and they were going at each other back and forth. and I found it funny, dude. It's like bot on bot crime. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
Or pony bot on pony bot crime. If I'm being honest, right? But
And
that's
this was just recent. This was just recent.
yeah. This was a couple hours ago, man. This was today. Because what
What
happened was
what the hell he tried to expose? I didn't see. I missed it.
so Cole basically called out, kind of called out Tim Dog, saying, the showcase was on fire that you left, you know, and all of this kind of stuff. And then Tim Dog took it personal, and then Tim Dog went right for the jugular, man. Tim Dog was like, "Dude, I remember that you was calling me, because after showcases, I guess Cole would call him and crying, and then Tim Dog was like, yeah, dude, you're crying, you're disappointed, you're upset, and I had to talk you off the ledge."
Wow. So he basically said that he used to talk shit behind closed doors, right?
Yeah, because
So we do this.
because it shows in their content when they create their videos, they can't hide it, right? Because that's how they really feel, right? Like when
Dude, we knew this. I remember when the motherfucker, and I have all the receipts with him. I can pull them up because I have them still saved just in case one day he tries to act like he wasn't part of it. I could just expose that. Look, I remember when Medium came out and he had a copy. He was like, yeah, the Medium's okay. It's not my type of game, but I'm hoping his Xbox does better, right? Then when Returnal came out, which was a hot piece of garbage, right? He was like, "Oh, this is fantastic. This game is great. This game is amazing." Same way when me and Unlimited caught him when he was like, "Oh my God, Sunset Overdrive is so great. I can't. I'm glad I played it on Game Pass." Like Game Pass, dude, you didn't buy that game day one. Who the fuck? How the fuck you don't buy that game but you play it on Game Pass? And then want to act like it's great when you didn't even. And then when he was like, "Oh, Streets of Rage, can't wait. I'm hype. I want to play it. Getting caught for Game Pass." I'm like, dude, Streets of Rage is an iconic beat 'em up that any real gamer that's out there fell in love and to this day considers it one of the best beat 'em ups of all time. And you're bragging because you get to play it on Game Pass instead of being out there buying a copy of it and giving like 5 copies more out of it of the game to your audience. The game was only $25. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's funny.
That tells you that he's not a purist or that he's not the real deal. And yet he gets all those views every time. Huh?
All these guys, dude, they're dude bro gamers. You can tell from the jump that's who they are. These are the guys that kind of come in after the fact, right? They're not core gamers. They're just not. Right? They propose themselves to be because they have channels and they want to be influencers and stuff like that. But again, that doesn't surprise me because to me, like these are the kind of guys that would play a game like COD, which I play COD. There's nothing wrong with playing COD, but they have no connection to something like Streets of Rage. Even if they might have played it, maybe they're at a friend's house that liked the game and they played it that way, and they feel like that gives them some kind of bonus feed. It isn't. Because it's more than just about touching the game. It's like about the culture. Right? So that's why.
But I liked when Phil goes, and for the first time, I'm making sure that everybody gets to play everything from the beta to the exclusive content to the multiplayer aspect. The first day you get able to play when it's available on any platform you choose, because he's trying to show like we don't need to be like Sony and cut people off the way they did us. Because we're not desperate.
That was kind of a backhanded comment.
Yeah, I'm saying he did it. That was his way of saying we don't need to be like Sony and fearmonger or gatekeep by keeping it on our platform because we got money, we can afford, and we want gamers to play.
Yeah, I love that.
We don't need to do that, and he did that, and people didn't even realize. I was like, he straight slapped Sony right there in the face.
Well, then of course. That's what everybody's sharing the Sean Layden stuff. Sean Layden comment. And I thought, dude, it was funny because it's kind of like, I'm looking at film like,
What do you mean, Sean? You think that comment was real? I think that was fake. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that was really him, but it's just the fact that was if it real or fake. My point is the response of whether the person that just made that up or if it's Sean Layden himself, right? But there are people on the other side that picked up on it. Most people didn't. You're right. When I heard him say that, I was basically like, the emperor in Star Wars. I was like, I'm just like, come on over, bro. Just drop it. Just drop it. We know what you mean. We know what you mean. So not like you said, bro. Not everybody did, but guys like us, we know what you mean. Other guys on their side that we can't stand know what you meant.
The dark side.
I was like, dude, just come on over. Just drop the name already, dude. Just join us. It's fun over here. You know? But real quick, let me answer this.
What was the question that you said first to address? What was it?
I'm gonna address this comment real fast. Cygnus says, felt disappointed with Dragon Age, looking like Fortnite hero shooter. Cygnus, I'll be honest with you, dude. I actually liked it, but again, I'm not a Dragon Age fan. My daughter played Dragon Age because she actually watched the showcase. That's how good that showcase. My daughter actually made time to watch it with me. Okay, and she loved it. But she didn't like the original Dragon Age as far as the gameplay. She liked most of it, but she just didn't like the gameplay. So of course, I only say this to say. The only reason I mentioned my daughter is just to say this. Right, my daughter's playing Honkai Rail. She still plays Overwatch. She plays these certain games. So to me, when I saw that, because I didn't know it was Dragon Age, and then when I saw that and it said Dragon Age, the first thing that popped into my mind is like, you're absolutely right, Cygnus. It does look like Fortnite because I think that's the people that they were.
Well, I think it was a deliberate choice because Dragon Age always had like a realistic look.
Yeah.
And they're probably thinking, well, if we want to get more of these younger kids in, maybe we can appeal to that by making it look more like a Fortnite, right? Because that's what's popular.
Yeah.
And I think that was the idea and the general consensus behind that decision. And from a business standpoint, since the last Dragon Age came out so long ago, it makes sense. And they even introduced new characters, I believe, that don't really connect with the other ones that were out before. So they're making it like its own thing. But even though it has that art style, I think they look fantastic. I was looking at the gameplay, I was like, wow, this looks good.
Look, just to let you guys know, for all of you purists out there, especially you guys on the Sony side,
Right.
that was talking about AAA bangers and all this kind of stuff. Welcome to reality. Welcome to reality, because that game, what these games are coming out to right now are these service games, right? I'm surprised that Sony didn't actually, because this game looks like it's going to be an online multiplayer of that vein, right? So I'm surprised Sony didn't get the rights to this. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not just for Xbox. It'll probably be on PlayStation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe these are one of the games that Sony actually wanted to put exclusive on their console for a limited time. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. I'm just guessing. But Cygnus, dude, I feel you, man. Because as soon as my daughter got excited about it, I knew the path that they were going on. Right?
But look, right there, my brother, with what you just said, right there proves exactly what I was just trying to speculate and said.
Yeah.
If your daughter loved it, right?
Yeah.
It got her appeal because it's something that she likes and she's familiar with as far as the art style and the aesthetics, right? Because she's a big Overwatch fan, right? And then it had kind of like that Overwatch type of humor with the characters and interaction that the characters have in that world. So if your daughter's never been a Dragon Age fan, right?
No. So she liked Dragon Age. She didn't like the gameplay when she played it. She thought it was
she didn't like the gameplay style. Okay. All right.
And I'll say this, guys. I could be wrong. I don't know if it is. But that's my point was when my daughter sees it, that's what because she thinks Overwatch. Right. As much as I hear her complain about the game every time she plays, right? She plays this thing religiously. So that's I guess that's my point, right? That's the appeal of it, right? Because it looks like that type of game. But Realist said, Dragon Age look fire. I prefer action RPG. So do I.
Yeah. Yo, that game, Expedition 33, my dear God, that shit looks amazing.
Yeah, that game looked fun.
I was like, what in the fuck is this? That game for me, even though the Final Fantasies look nice, that game for me made Final Fantasy the 17 and made it look last gen because it looks incredible. This thing looks incredible. It looks crazy.
Are they a French developer?
I'm not even sure. All I know, it just looks great. No, I don't like turn-based. But Jesus Christ, I will probably make an exception to try it out and play it because I played turn-based before, just because of how great it looks. It looks great. I was like, damn, this looks good. It looks really, really elegant and really, really nice graphically and the style. I was like, wow, this looks nice. So,
Well, I think because it has that, because I mean, so France has experienced kind of a renaissance in their like their comics and their industry over there, right? And I think that
right.
art style is bleeding over into the gaming industry. Right?
Okay.
So it's interesting to me because it has that Liza P feel. I mean, I personally love it. I like that type of that art style that's flourishing right now in Europe. Look, you guys know I love Japan as much as the next person, right? But it's time that more people we had more options to choose from.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, it's time. Like Japan can't be the only one, and I'm not just talking
Well,
about.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised Brother Zobi didn't do a video on it because he loves art, turn-based so much. I definitely thought that would appeal to him, and it looks so good. And
Well, he did,
one thing, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, so he did a video, but it was talking about something about it was to do with the showcase. So maybe in that video that he mentioned it, I haven't had a chance to watch it. I just been like
Right, right.
catch up with.
Yeah. I think the headline of the video was Xbox finally takes over PlayStation or something like that. It was some clickbaity thing to piss people off, like he typically does.
Hey, let me catch up with this chat real quick because he says Unlimited says I think Dragon Age looks good. I don't think it looks like Fortnite at all. I think the color scheme and the anime.
I think it's more of the character models that they try to make them kind of like edgy with a little rounded point that almost look like claymation, like the dwarfs specifically, for example. But I do agree with Unlimited too. I thought in the gameplay when you're playing it, it really doesn't look like a cartoony style. I think it's just got. You know what it looked like to me? It looked like Fable. It looked like what I thought Fable was gonna be modernized by Playground Games.
Good point. Well,
You get what I'm trying to say? That's what it looked like to me. And then you realize, holy shit, Fable is trying to look like photorealism like they did with the fucking Forza series, right? So
you gotta watch the 20-minute gameplay. That video looks nothing like the game. Oh, okay, I didn't even know they had that.
oh yeah, I watched it. I watched it Unlimited. It was fucking dope. I think it's dope. I was like, yo, this Dragon Age looks fire. I like it. I don't have a problem with it.
Hold on, Unlimited. I'll send you an invite if you get time. So at least you can just speak what you think.
Right.
I'll send you.
You know what makes me laugh though, and what I find kind of weird while you're doing that?
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Through the years, you know how Nintendo always changed the art style from the Marios and the Zeldas, right? From Paper Mario, right, to like the 3D, the 2D side scroller aspect, and then they did Mario, in Majora's Mask, making them look more adult, and then back to like a little kid in the Wii version, which I forgot, Wind Waker, right? And people looked at it as, oh, this is incredible because all they're doing is continuing to evolve it and do different things with it to keep it fresh, right? And always gave it their flowers and respect, right? But now that companies are associated with Microsoft, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Xbox is, or because it's an Xbox studio, for example, in the state of Fable, that it was more of a kind of a Disney-esque 3D animation style, right? In the look of it. And now that it looks more photorealistic, oh, this is corny. Like, this is bad. They can't keep it to the true nature of the game. Like, why is it that we have such a different outlook when it comes to Xbox, right? And don't see it for what it is. They're trying to make a different version of the game. They're trying to make the game more appealing for today's audience, or they're just trying to keep it fresh and and unique, where it doesn't feel like, oh, we played that, been there, done that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's always when it's Xbox or development team that's behind Xbox or with Xbox or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, yo, like people are complaining about South of Midnight, that has that like stop motion look from the Spider-Man movie, right? And I said, look,
People were complaining.
yeah, I saw people talking shit like they didn't like that, even though I saw more people saying they thought it was good.
Okay.
And then huh?
I didn't. I didn't see any negative. I've only seen positive.
Right. Okay, that's cool. That's I'm telling you what I've seen. But
Yeah. That's good.
what I mean, what I'm trying to get at is with Spider-Man, it looked goofy. It didn't look right. It looked out of place because Spider-Man was never like that, right? It was never meant to look kind of weird or artsy fartsy.
Yeah.
We're used to and conditioned seeing Spider-Man one specific way, right? As a movie specifically, not so much a game. But with a game like South of Midnight, since it's a brand new IP, it's its own world, characters, ideas, and entity, it feels fresh, it feels nice because it's being introduced for the first time in that form, in that art style, in that way, right? So for me, I think it's gonna make the game shine even more and benefit because it feels right because it's being introduced from the very beginning in that format. Does that make sense to you, or am I confusing you, or you know what I mean?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Because they were like, oh, they're trying to do this Spider-Man. I was like, of course, because Spider-Man in the multiverse did well, was popular. So now some developers are going to want to capture that same style to see if it will work in the benefit of their game to help it sell and do well. So South of Midnight, the good thing is that it's a brand new IP. No one's familiar with it. It's all brand new. So having that type of art style or effect, you know what I'm saying, or drawing art style helps the game, I think, look more appealing, right? Because again, it's being introduced for the first time like that, like what it is. It's a stop motion, a style kind of mixed with regular graphics. Because when you see her playing and you're playing with her in combat mode, it doesn't have those jerkiness and that look. It's mainly when you see the cutscenes or when it transitions into a cutscene. So again, I think it'll help the game way more than it would if they would have done a Spider-Man game looking like that. A Spider-Man game looking like that would look weird and out of place and not be very popular with people because that's not the way they're used to seeing Spider-Man or even a Batman game. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, it's interesting to me because when I was watching Aria play with you, the one thing I like about Compulsion is they set a certain style when they do their creative process. You can see it. When I was watching the first trailer, to me, when I looked at it, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's a very artistic decision." And then me and Aria, since she watched the showcase with me, we basically watched the trailer. We watched it twice, and then we started kind of dissecting it. And that's what I love the most about Compulsion games, because in looking at the, my daughter's an art major, right? So, in looking at the, especially from the digital perspective of what they're trying to show within the game, the style just matches everything. Just on that trailer alone, it was great that they showed gameplay. I would have even loved the video of it, but that whole presentation, and that was the point for the showcase as well, right? They basically, because they did the same thing in Fable, which I thought was genius. In a sense, right? They had a certain flow, and they were trying to set a certain narrative with the game. But to me, with South of Midnight, they actually showed the gameplay, and then you can see it in real time. And then for my daughter and me, it's kind of like this lends itself to the look and the feel, and more importantly, the narrative and storytelling that they're gonna do for the game, right? Like everything will be geared around the folklore of the South or Deep South, and a lot of the folklore that comes from that area. Like is a well-known, and I think it was Unlimited, right? Unlimited. I think you were talking about that.
Right.
There's something like he was talking about the guy from the first video, the giant guy with the guitar. That Unlimited was saying that's an actual. That's an actual
banjo player, like an actual banjo player.
No, well, it's based on it's based on a I don't want to say short story, but it's like a legend, right? Of that.
Like a myth, like some type of uh like legend, like some type of
It's
story.
based on something, right? Yeah,
Right, right.
right. And so there's like they're taking that and they're infusing what compulsion game is. Like with I love the music already, right? And they're
Mm-hmm.
infusing everything that what they're infusing everything that compulsion is, and they're trying to expand. Of course, it also helps that you got a brand new city, and Microsoft
Oh
is putting.
shit! Give me a second, bro.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll just answer these. I expect Dragon Age Revolve to look like Exposition 33. All right, yeah, that would. I mean, I didn't have a problem with the art style. Obviously, I was off on the. Obviously, I was off on the actual gameplay because Unlimited basically broke it down. It's a single player RPG like Mass Effect, Avowed, The Outer Worlds, etc. You play as a created character and you have a 2 or 3 companions that follow you all in the game. So yeah, I mean that's something that's interesting to me because it is action, right? Unlimited. I'm more of an action guy myself. I have no problem playing turn based. The only thing with turn based is I got to buy into the actual game itself. So it used to be strategy though. Unlimited. Yeah, I think my daughter was saying that to me too. Um, Yes, Dragon Age Origins and 2 was a mix of real time and strategy combat. Dragon Age Inquisition is even more real time with some strategy. The Veil Guard is now more action focused with some strategy. Yeah, see, so you lost me already, brother. I know my daughter played these games because I saw her playing them. Avowed should take note on Fable, that visual ain't it. I mean, I'll disagree with you this on just because of this sickness. Um, I like because Avowed is actually done by Obsidian, and I like Obsidian style. They're taking what they did like in outer. If correct me if I'm wrong, guys. It is Obsidian, right? That's doing Avowed. But I like the colorfulness of the world. Um, it's like to me it's just it'll be a change of pace of Fable definitely because Fable is actually if I'm being honest, with you, Fable is my game of the showcase. A lot of great games. Like if I was on Unlimited podcast, I would have had a hard time picking just one. But if I had to pick one, which I'll do here, Fable was that game for me. But across the board, man, there was not a game I was disappointed in. There was not a game I was not interested in. Probably the only game that probably had the least buzz for me was the mech game, and I'm looking forward to that as well. You know, I'm just saying. Just letting you guys know. If you guys can join, dude, I mean, if not, it's fine. Sorry, let me just try to go over here. Oh, you coming in on limit? Yeah, just I sent you the link. Hey, what's up, Google? You guys just mad can't play Lego Horizons? Dude, if I wanted to, I could buy it for the Switch. My daughter has a, or not, yeah, my daughter has a Switch. I'm pretty sure she still has it. She doesn't play it as much because she only plays it when Pokemon comes out. She'll play it. Um, and then the newest Zelda. So if I really wanted to try, because I believe it's going to be on the Nintendo game console, right? They're going to put it on there. I heard though that they blocked it for Xbox. I mean, look, PlayStation can do all they want to, dude. Nobody cares. Like I tell you guys all the time, I never cared about what PlayStation does and what they block or what they don't block. Because if I want to play the game, I'll just go buy their console. I have no interest in doing that, and that's not a spite at Sony. That's just I'm just being honest, right? I'll go and buy the console if I really wanted to play it. That's why if they block certain games from coming over, I mean I feel for anybody who wanted to play that game. But I'll tell you guys right now, I love Octopath Traveler. Right, actually, I played on Game Pass. I bought the game. It's in my backlog of games to play and complete. And then now we got Octopath Traveler 2. But if Octopath Traveler 2 didn't come to Xbox, I would have caught my losses. I'm like, all right, that's fine. Even though really wanted to play the game. Google Poll. Yeah. Hey, what's up, brother?
What up, bro? Hey, I know, like you might not know,
Yeah.
you know Christopher Hart.
Christopher Hart sounds familiar.
He was this PlayStation fan that was in like every Xbox channel, just
Oh,
saying just saying goofy stuff, right?
yeah,
Or saying things that like you already knew the answer to. He just wanted you to say something. Well, anyway,
yeah.
you don't know who he is, but I'm pretty sure most of the people that are in the chat, that's who Cygnus is.
Oh, yeah.
Cygnus Cygnus is the new Christopher Hart. I've
Oh, is
seen
he?
him in like,
Yeah.
yeah, man, like asking these goofy ass questions that he already knows the answer to, uh, making sideways remarks, trying to get you to defend Xbox. That's why he was like, Avowed and Dragon Age should take notes from 33. But like, dude, no, let them make the game they want to make. You know, if you want a game that looks like that, go play whatever it's called, 33. I forgot what it's called, Expedition 33. Go play it.
Expedition 33. Yeah, but I
You know
mean,
what I mean?
and the thing about that too is it comes from that art style comes from that area. So it's their own kind of version of it. I mean, you can compare it to a lot of different things. Yeah, and that's fine. Look, the Cygnus, if you're trolling or not, doesn't matter to me. I have Zobi. Zobi comes on this channel, and Zobi's the
Oh,
king.
yeah. He ain't got shit on Zoe, but
Zobi, dude, Zobi is untouchable. Dude,
yeah,
Zobi,
he got
yeah, Zobi's next level, bro.
yeah, Zoe's the next level. Like, but he does what PlayStation fans do, like Zoe, like acting like he's really trying to have a conversation. I'm like, that was
Yeah,
my first time being on. That was the first time that I've been on with him, and I was like, man, this dude is trolling. But
yeah, he's
but dude,
can't
Avowed,
tell the way he does it though. Sometimes you realize that, but then something I don't know, man. He's like a Jedi, dude. He make you forget, and then you get into deep stuff with him, and then he does something like the whole Phil is gay thing, bro. That blew my mind because I was like, dang, I know how you are, dude, and you got me. You know what I mean? And he did that for like as long as the podcast is right, the Wrecking Crew. He stayed
yeah,
on that thing for like 4 hours straight and dropped that. That's why I give him much
yeah.
respect. I was like, damn, dude, that's
Hey,
next level, bro.
but did you notice like any differences in the way Avowed looked now or the last showing compared to before?
I think there's a lot more stuff filling the gap and there's more detail, in my opinion. I think the colors pop more. I was really
Well,
impressed with the Valve, man, because the first trailer I saw when they just showed that kind of quick trailer when he's walking on the dock and all that kind of stuff. I thought
hmm
okay, I thought it would look a little bit more realistic. And then the next trailer that came, it looked a little bit more
it
fantasy.
looked more realistic. Yeah, it looked better. You know what I mean? But that just goes to show you, like, we gotta, because a lot of people are looking at like even Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
That's not what it's gonna look like when we get it. Like they're constantly updating and upgrading these
Oh
games.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
We don't know what part of the process that these games that they're showing them in, because Avowed looks, I ain't gonna say night and day, but it looks a whole lot better.
Well,
But I
I'll
was
put it to you this way. I like the style and I like the art.
yeah, look,
I like that. So whatever the final product is, as long as they stay within that, I think. I don't. And look, I'm not going to complain if it's not. But from what I see, if they just stay within that medium, I'm set, man. I'm waiting. I'm excited for the game, dude. I really am.
did you play Outer Worlds?
I did, but I had to stop because I was getting sick.
Okay. Well, I mean,
So
when you play that game, it's not hyper realistic either, but you know, Obsidian is about the narrative. It's like
yeah,
Bethesda.
yeah.
Like people complain about how Bethesda games look, but nobody can argue the narrative. I mean, some people do when it comes to Starfield, but I don't understand. I don't think it makes sense, their arguments, but it is what it
Yeah,
is.
but then a lot of
Obsidian's
these
gonna
guys,
bring the star, and that's the narrative.
yeah. I mean, I'm excited for it. Looks good. I mean, I like the way it looks. At the end of the day, my daughter was excited about it because she beat Outer Worlds. That she was giving me crap because she beat it, but she knew. I mean, she was joking with me because she knows that I was trying to play it, dude, and I was getting nauseous. But she beat the game and she was telling me everything. So
Yeah, I don't know. So like epilepsy, what's up, Unlimited?
yeah,
So
hey,
like,
what's
is
up?
that like for epilepsy?
No, it's just like I can see like it's like when I tried to. That's why I can't play Doom, dude. Like I'm playing Doom, and I just feel like the jankiness. There's a jankiness I see when I'm playing it that makes me feel nauseous, and I have to stop.
Yeah. Doom
Yeah, it
is a
sucks, dude.
fast-paced game.
Yeah.
But hey,
So it's
what did you grade the show overall?
me.
Yeah, you.
Come on, dude. You know.
What, a 10?
Yeah, that 10, dude. I've handed out 10s on other shows. Dude, I always like. It's very rare because, and this is what I understand. Because some people call me a bot. You can call me that if you want to. But for me, the way I grade this stuff is it giving me what I want as a consumer, as a fan, right? Content across the board, dude. I've never been disappointed. This is why I don't like all of this, like people talking about how great this showcase was. For me, all the showcases were great. There's levels. I think this is one of the best ones, right? But for me, dude, I was like, dude, this hit out of the park. And not
No,
only
but
did I watch this showcase and watch it again, I'm watching everybody else watch the showcase. That's how much I like this showcase, dude.
they have had some average showcases back when they didn't have a lot of first party, and then third party, kind of like what third party did today, like, or yesterday, or whenever it was, Sunday. Like they give you like they give them like a little, I don't want to call it CGI after what happened to Jeff Keighley, but a CGI trailer, and then show gameplay on their own stage. That when Xbox didn't have a lot of first party, that's when I thought, okay, it was an average show. But ever since they bought the studios, even when they just showed or announced the games that were coming, like those shows have been great. Probably since like 2019 when they started actually like showing. I don't care if it's early. You know what I mean? Because at the same time, you look at like PlayStation people, they're hoping that PlayStation will show them something the way they used to. Because you remember PlayStation used to show you games 5 years away, 3 years in a row.
Yeah, because it takes them that long to make those games.
I mean, everybody takes that long, but like PlayStation, bro, everything that I said about PlayStation is coming to pass, man. Like
Yeah.
I've heard Xbox fans say how they have this big, vast first party catalog, and I'm like, no, they don't. And it's about to get exposed this generation once Xbox gets rolling, because eventually, PlayStation won't be able to match what Microsoft's doing. Microsoft showed what 10 first party games.
Yeah, there was a lot.
And then the next show that Sony does. Oh man, why does this dude cut me off? Anyway, yeah, this idiot. Anyway, you never been to Houston, but Houston's still is too full and it's loaded with idiots on the road. But anyway,
That's
Xbox showed you 10 games, right? And then they show you so many games that you forget about the games that they showed in the past, right? Like
Right.
a lot of people, they're not even talking about like Contraband, right? Next year they won't even be talking about Blade. You know what I mean? They show you so many games that you're just happy to see the games that are coming. Hey, but why do you know? Because at first I was like, man, the only problem I have is like Xbox is not showing you release dates, right? They'll say 2024, but they don't say a date. But then I was like, you know what? I get it. I understand why they don't show release dates. I also noticed that other companies with a subscription, they're not giving release dates on all their games either.
Yeah.
It's because they also got to be careful, because once they say, "Oh, it's coming October 1st," and let's say they have to delay it a month, then the scrutiny starts. Oh, you see, they delayed it, they lied, and everything becomes, oh, they lied, and they don't want to deal with that. Yes, but that's
No.
citizens.
Okay, this is the conclusion I came, because man, I was like, why though? There has to be a reason.
Go ahead. What do you think?
The reason is they have a subscription service. If they say it comes out November 21st, what are people
Right.
gonna do? They're gonna wait till November 21st, whatever that one game is, they're gonna subscribe. So now if they say, it comes out in the fall, you take a look at Game Pass and you see everything else that they have to offer, and you might go ahead and join in now. Instead of trying to come in and get out and them having to deal with churn, they basically say, hey, it's coming. Get ready.
kind of
But we're not going to tell you the exact date.
To keep you on the feed, so people won't be like, "Oh, I just unsubscribe and subscribe later." That's actually a good point. I mean, that is a possibility. It's very possible. That's one of the reasons. Absolutely.
But look at Dragon Age, right? EA wants you in there. Look, all of these companies with a subscription service would prefer you to be in the subscription service. Ubisoft, EA, Microsoft, they're not putting out the release dates like that. Like when you go to wishlist Dragon Age, it just says fall. They know when they're going to put it out.
Right.
Microsoft
I believe that somebody had put up And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I believe somebody put out the date for, I think it was a Valve, like it's November 18th or something. But then they
Yeah, I
then
don't
they took
believe
it off.
leaks.
Then they took it off.
Yeah, I'm done.
Like
I'm done with leaks, Heatbot, man. Like those
no,
leakers
no,
have steered
tweeted out.
everybody
It was,
wrong so many times.
it was something that was tweeted out, I think. And then they took it down or some shit. I
Oh,
don't know. That was probably,
from Obsidian.
that I don't know. If I say I know that, I'm lying. That I don't know.
No,
But
it's
I
all
do
good.
believe. But you know what I mean? Like that could have been that they accidentally just tweeted out too early. You know what I mean? They could have been waiting for another time, maybe Gamescom, because they already saying that they have more stuff to show and they held back for Gamescom. Not that we need it, because I think with the show that they did yesterday, it's substantial enough to just keep going, the ball rolling way into next year, because we got shit coming. You know what I mean? And I
See,
feel like
that's why I don't think that they're worried about delays. Like I think they got the machine running now. It's like if somebody does need more time, they can roll something else up front.
yeah, for sure.
That's
for
why
sure.
I think they held back in the beginning of the generation instead of like pushing games. It wasn't a big deal that they had to delay Redfall and Starfield. It's like, you know what? It's just helping what we're trying to do anyway, because they need to have that machine running to where they have a constant stream of content.
Yeah.
And once they start, you can't have another, year like 2022. They gotta keep them coming, keep people excited, keep people subscribed, because everybody's not like us. I don't know about y'all, but like I buy mine up, for years, for as much as I can.
Up front
But like
for a long time. Right.
well, yeah.
But
I get them, I get about a year.
They did say a couple of times, and this came from Phil himself and Sarah, and even I think Matt Booty, and even Aaron Greenberg. They were saying that they have so much stuff down the pipeline that they're trying to figure out how to release it.
I think that was Matt Booty.
Was it? Was it?
Yeah, he said we've got so much that we don't know when to release it, because
Right,
they gotta deal with their partners and try to work around them too, because you don't want to squash one another's game.
No, for sure. That makes perfect sense, because if you have good quality games, don't matter if it's AAA, AA, and you want the games to shine, you gotta give some type of window so that those games can shine and have the time of to be played and people to take a look at them. Because if you put them back to back to back, and I think that's one of the biggest problems Sony always had, and now they're paying the consequence and they're realizing their mistake. Because if you remember, Realist, a bunch of times, like when those games dropped, it was God of War, Spider-Man, Days Gone, I believe Death Stranding, and Ghost of Tsushima, back to back, like within a year and a half time span. But it was all back to back, very close to each other, and they kind of came and went, and people forgot about them, because obviously the ball keeps rolling, and people forget about shit. Once the new shit come out or the new hotness come out, people tend to forget about what's already out that is good. You get what I'm saying? Because especially with these young gamers, because the younger gamers have a really smaller attention span, in my opinion, right? Because of their actions and the way you see them. And I do it also based off my son, because I got a son that's 24, and he'll be playing this game today because it's the new hotness. And the minute that a month goes by and they got another new hotness, he's playing that. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, because everybody's talking about the new thing.
Right. They're not like us that are older gamers that we would always invest on the new stuff and not even worry about the stuff coming. We just destroy the new shit that we like Hellblade, and play the fuck out of it. And then once we were done, or a Ravenlock, then when something else new came out, okay, now I'll try this out. We don't have that sense of urgency, I guess, to play the next big thing, because we've already know how it is to appreciate a good game. It's not run through it, beat it, and that's it. And that's the mentality that a lot of people have. Oh, I beat it with only 10 hours. Oh, I beat it with only 12 hours. Next, that's how they treat it. That's not the way games should be treated. Because I think, and I really honestly feel that when people play games like that, they don't really absorb whatever the game is trying to offer, or the magic that the game is trying to offer. You know what I mean? and
Yeah.
sometimes they'll go through a game too fast and be like, "Oh, it was all right," when in reality the game was great. And I saw that a lot with Rise. After the fact, years later, I saw that a lot with Quantum Break, Recore, and even Sunset Overdrive. Like when the consensus was, "Oh, it was okay, too short. I got it, I beat it, or whatever." But then years later, they were like, "Yo, this game was fantastic. Damn, this game was really good. How the hell people didn't love it the way that they should have, or why didn't it get the praises that it should have, or the flowers, or whatever?" And I think that's the general problem. And one of the problems that they're just so quick to, okay, I'm gonna beat it, I'm gonna go to the next game, that they don't really absorb what the game is offering, and feel the magic that the game's trying to bring to the table. And and I think that's a big problem. I mean, I really think it's a big problem for me. You know,
Yeah, my biggest problem with quote unquote gamers today is they need the media to tell them what's worth playing.
absolutely, 1,000%,
But
absolutely,
see,
absolutely.
back when Game Pass first started, hitting stride,
Yep,
it,
yep.
it I thought about it. Like Game Pass takes the power away from reviewers
Yeah,
because all you have to do is just go play it. Because
yep.
the only people that really care about Metacritic are us on the internet. Gamers were
Mhm,
just playing it. Because I remember
mhm.
when Redfall came out, it was what, a 40 or whatever it was when it came out.
Yeah, yeah.
And when I went to find a group to play with, nobody cared that it was 30 frames. Nobody
So
even mentioned it. Right? We were
yeah,
getting
and when you
booted
look,
out, we were getting
you
booted out of the games. Nobody, we just
right.
kept joining and playing.
In reality, when we got booed with it, you see people get booed out, they would get pissed, like, God damn it, because they were having so much fun that they wanted to get back in and play. They weren't even
Yeah,
getting mad at the fact that they got booted out. They were like, yo, get in, quick, let's get another game. You
yeah,
know,
but the common gamer could give a care about those things that we talk about.
well, when you look at the reviews, you know how the people compute reviews on the actual console of in the hub, in the game card hub. You see the reviews, and a lot of times they never match Metacritic. You see games say, "Oh, this game's awesome, it's fantastic, a 5 out of 5. I love it. I want a sequel, whatever." They never match Metacritic. If you look at game reviews on the Game Hub, or on, where you manage the game, almost 90% of the time the reviews are completely different to Metacritic. So you got a good point. But that's something we've said for a long time. That is very much a big problem. That people, no real gamer pays attention to Metacritic scores. Never. Since the beginning of time, we never looked at a review of a game and like, "Oh, that means it sucks. I'm not buying it, or I'm not playing it."
Because the bottom
No.
line is, if you wanted it, you go and get it, regardless.
Add a curiosity to it.
Oh, that's Fireball.
If it piqued your interest,
Well,
yeah, that's
no.
fine. Like if it piqued your interest, when we saw it in the magazines, we saw the scores, we read the articles, the reviews. Most of the time, we use that just as a guide. Okay, so they're saying it's good, but is it really good to my standards of something that I made up? So we would go play it. If you had interest in the game, you would play it no matter what. Because look, when they were saying Punisher was dog shit, which Giant Bomb, that Jeff dude from Giant Bomb, he gave that shit a 3, right? And when I played the game, I was like, "Oh hell no, this ain't no fucking 3. You're crazy. This fucking game is fire. No fucking way in hell, right?" But then again, he also did it with Kane and Lynch 1, which people just paid attention to the graphics because they looked kind of dated when it came out. But when you played the game was fucking fun. He gave that shit a 1. I was like, that's when you started to see the disparity in reviews versus gamers playing a game. So I never, ever, ever took any review with, to at heart at 100%. And if a game reviewer gave it a 9 and I played it and I was like, yeah, they were right. It was a 9, then it was an accurate review. And the person that reviewed it, that you knew you can trust them because they actually cared and told you the truth. But that's when there was some integrity with gaming journalism back then, right? Because the gaming journalists right then actually love games, love gaming as a whole, the industry. It's not like now they're just worrying about, well, okay, if we talk nice about Xbox, we're going to get views, but we're not going to get that many views. So let's just try to make it and turn it around and kind of flip it and make it look negative. so we can still get that influx of people. Because that's our revenue. If we don't get that revenue, we don't get paid. You see what I'm saying? And that's the biggest problem that people don't understand. The internet has opened up so many floodgates where the only way people can make money is certain ways. So that's why they keep doing the same practices. Even if behind closed doors, they probably love this shit. And they'll go and write an article and say, oh, it was garbage. It was a 3. And even though in their own home, they're probably, oh, I love this game. You know, so we really will never know unless we're in, you know, actually work with companies. But that's the problem, too, with social media now and gaming media, you know, because if they don't do it, they don't get paid. They just don't get the revenue. They don't get the views, you know, and that's what you see with fucking YouTubers. That's why they do that shit. Oh, they love making that 2,000 videos about Microsoft negative. But when it's positive, they'll do 1 or 2, and they won't do it and move on because you see that their viewership is not the same. Instead, people are like, oh, why are you talking good about Xbox? What the fuck? I thought you said Xbox sucks. And then they got to start getting questioned, and they're like, no, I'm just trying to give them credit where credit's due, and they can't even get out of it because they already made their own hole, and they already conditioned their audience that once the audience see a difference in them, they don't want to accept that difference. They're like, nah, so they try to call them out on it. And that's not fun in any way. So that's why nobody, like you said, no gamer should ever pay attention to a fucking review score, ever. Even if it's somebody you trust, just go play it yourself. Because you're gonna find out and you're gonna figure out the true reviewers that actually care versus the ones that just do it for the money or the clickbait, because or the viewership, because you'll find out real fast, real fast, and so that is absolutely 1,000%, 100% correct. That is absolutely correct.
Yeah. Well, the thing about being negative about Xbox is PlayStation has a bigger quote unquote fan base. So the PlayStation fans are gonna look to see what you're saying negative about Xbox, and the Xbox fans are gonna step in and defend it. That's just how it goes.
I don't do that.
What's that?
I just stay on my channel.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't, but like there's a reason why they do what they do.
A lot of them do that. Yeah.
And also, you're old geezer too.
Yeah.
So you look at these things through a different lens, like me. Like,
No,
he has no respect for us, none whatsoever. You see that?
Well, I mean, I'm an old geezer too. Y'all are just older, but
right.
It's just we start, especially me. Like, I'm getting less and less interested in going to talk on Twitter, less interested in tuning in to certain YouTube channels.
Yes.
Like, because it's very little that they say that makes sense. It's just got to be like if you give Xbox a compliment, it's got to be backhanded. If you say something good, it's got to be followed by something negative.
Something stupid. Yes.
But go ahead.
You know who did that? No, I didn't mean to cut you off, my brother. But you know who did that? RGT did that. He did that shit. He was praising the fucking thing, did a video, and because of the Phil interview, real quick, he tried to make it negative and tried to do what he's saying. In the next video, say, "Oh, look, see, he's not giving it no value. Xbox not gonna have no value. They're never gonna do well because he's saying they're gonna put all their games on other platforms." That's not what he did at all. But you're absolutely right. That's exactly how they do it.
Yeah, they can't just say, "Hey, Xbox did well." They got to say something negative about it. It's fine. That's why I don't tune in, and that's why I'm kind of like disappointed when I see some of my guys that I rock with always offended by the people that don't like Xbox when they say something negative about Xbox. Like, stop giving them your clicks, stop giving them your views, and just pay attention to people that like what you like. Because a lot of these, like, for all the games yesterday, I watched all the individual trailers, or Sunday, I watched all the individual trailers, and there's always a bunch of people that just look for something to complain about. They'll never be happy. But there's people that actually just want to enjoy things that allow people like that to bother them. You gotta just ignore them, man. You gotta ignore them because there's factions in everything. There's gonna be a bunch of weirdos that just can't stand to see people having fun or liking something, and mad that you like it. Just gotta
Right. Well,
just see that
it's
move
like
around.
that Phantom Blade. I fucking hyped for that game because they're going straight, Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, Ninja Gaiden style, and it looks incredible. Unfortunately,
Is it still exclusive?
yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it's exclusive now. Can it be time? Absolutely, it can be. Do we know? No. But the point is, I like it. I'm not gonna wait until it comes out on Xbox if I want to play it now. The only reason I waited for Kina was because they said from the very beginning, we want it into Xbox. We just gotta make sure we have the right funds to port it over, right? Which I already knew what they meant by that. Which if we get good sales or decent sales, we'll bring it over as soon as we can. And it took them almost 3.5 years, like I was telling Digga Man earlier. So in that case, I waited because I knew it was coming. But something like Phantom Blade, that is up my alley, that I love hack and slash, especially in the Ninja Gaiden style, or Devil May Cry, or Bayonetta style, right?
But how many Souls games do you need?
Yeah, for sure. You're right about that. That's a great point.
Because you got Shadow of the Erd Tree coming out. You got Wukong, whatever it's called. Then you have Phantom Blade coming out. Then you got the one that's gonna be on Xbox coming out. Like, man, I'm Souls out.
What's the one with the name with the girl on Xbox? I forgot.
I forgot.
Till the end of something, I think it's called. And I was like, again, another Souls game. Like, come on.
Yeah,
dude.
but you want to play Phantom Blade? That's another Souls game.
No, Phantom Blade is not. They already confirmed it's not. That's why I said that.
They confirmed it, saying what?
They said it's Devil May Cry, Bayonetta style. It's not Souls. It's not.
Okay, because bro, that looked like another Souls game.
No. I thought the same thing, brother. I swear to you, I kid you not. I thought the same exact thing. But when I saw the review, the interview with the developer, they said it themselves. They're showing gameplay. There's no HUD. There's no what you call stamina bar. It's straight up action, straight up action. That's why I'm hyped. That's why I said I want to play because it's like my genre that I enjoy the most. So I'm definitely going to pick it up. Action slash. I mean, Stellar Blade is pretty much the same. My problem with Stellar Blade, though, is that it's too much. They try to add too much RPG elements, and it doesn't feel more like an action slash. It feels more like trying to be like a Grassdale Final Fantasy, and that's what bothers me. But it's decent. It's all right. It's not great, And that one was supposed to come to Xbox, and the dude, Sony convinced him, look, we'll finish funding it for you if you make it through, because he was having problems. And I'm pretty sure he took that their offer because they know Xbox already has so many other games and offers so many other working with so many other developers that they probably felt like, all right, well, if we put it on Xbox, it's probably going to get overlooked because they got all these other games like Blade and Jones, whatever. But the developers always know what's going on, and they probably felt intimidated and wanted to get the game to have more eyes on it. When that necessarily doesn't play out that way all the time, but that's probably what they felt. So they took the bag and made it exclusive to PlayStation. But
they said that they're not exclusive for any like Sony didn't pay them. Basically, they just need time.
No,
they're small. They're a smaller studio. So like Sony didn't pay them for anything.
Finish developing game. That's what it was. That's what they offered to make it.
That's why a lot of Xbox fans were like, why didn't Phil get that? And it's like, dude, there's so many games that you have to play to be crying over one game.
Right. Plus,
but see, you have a PlayStation 5, so you can just play it. But I'm not going to cry because it's not on Xbox.
Right. But also, with that said, what you just said, Phil's also had so much stuff baking that we didn't even know. Look how he had, deals with Capcom with that new game coming out on Game Pass next month. The Path of whatever the fuck it's called. The Indiana Jones shit, the Blade shit, the Contraband. He has so many other stuff booking and deals that he was making that he can't make every deal with everybody. Even if they have unlimited resources, quote unquote. They just can't do it. That's not realistic.
It also doesn't make sense, right? You remember back in
Doesn't
the
make
day
sense.
how like Nintendo, they didn't accept every game because
Right.
but Atari did. So you had like a bunch of trash out there too. Same thing with like PlayStation 1. They had a bunch of trash mixed in with a few good games. So at some point, Xbox has to be more judicious with Game Pass entries and the games that they even put the money on that need that little extra push. I'd rather have Stalker than Phantom Blade Zero. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
A game that games like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
I
like
know what you're saying.
a lot of these games, you know, they can't fund the industry, right? They're already leading the industry, right? They basically had to carry an E3 showcase by themselves. So, well,
Yeah.
not by themselves, but mostly they led the way. So, you know,
Shoot, I
they
think
don't need to.
they could fund the industry, bro. I
Well, they
think they
could. They look, because you can don't mean you should. You
Well,
know
I
what I
think
mean?
I mean,
You know
if
what I
people
mean?
won't let them, right? The government definitely won't let them.
You know what I mean? Like, no, what I mean by fund the industry is like every game that needs a little help getting to the finish line, Microsoft comes in to help.
Right.
No,
Right. A lot of times,
no, let Sony do it.
Sony should be able to.
Sony broke.
Cause see, let's be honest. A lot of these games that we clamor for, they're not going to be hits. And this is a part of the job, identifying what's going to be a hit, what's not going to be a hit. It's like people that were crying about Hi-Fi Rush. Look, Hi-Fi Rush was a great game. I'm like halfway through it. I'm not a rhythm guy, but I was gonna play. I'm gonna finish it eventually. But the thing is like it didn't sell. Like there are a lot of great games out there that just don't sell. They don't move the needle sales wise.
Right.
So you don't need to put money in every game. I'd rather them get behind a game like Power World, a game that could possibly become a long running franchise over something like that. And not just that game in particular, just a lot of these games, like Rise of the Ronin, that Sony came in to publish.
Yeah. And the game didn't do well at all. Right.
Well,
Right.
it was not going to do well anywhere.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it not a good game. It just was never going to be
No.
a performer.
No. It's because of the style of game. It's a very Souls-like game, like Neo. Absolutely.
Yeah, look at Wulong or Wolong. Like it wasn't a performer, but it was a great game. I finished it. Actually, helped Legal finish it too. Like it just wasn't a performer. It is what it is. And like
a lot of games are great
don't
though.
like to hear it. What were you saying?
No, I said that a lot of games out there are great. You know, like No Straight Road. You know, like fucking Lost and Random. You know what I mean? Like Ravenlock, the one you beat as well, because I remember you posted it when you beat it. They had a lot of fucking good, fun games, good games, but they just don't sell.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Honest,
And
if it wasn't in Game Pass, I wouldn't have played it like that.
Well, I mean, maybe someone like you, I would have played it because I like
okay, like that. When I say like that, I played it day one, right?
Yes.
I think it was like a $20 game. I have 645 games owned on my Xbox, so it's like there's plenty of games that I'd rather be playing. But it was a game that was in Game Pass, so I jumped on it.
Right. Yeah, you would have left it in the backlog for a while. I got you.
You know what I mean? Same thing with like Phoenix Point. There are a lot of games that I wouldn't have even given a shot. You know what I mean? Because I can just look at them and say, hey, it's not my favorite game, but now it's like, let me try something new.
Right.
Now it's like if Dragon Age 4 would have came out the way that it has been for the past couple games, I probably wouldn't have been as interested in Dragon Age 4 without Game Pass.
Right.
You know what I mean? Age of Empires 4, playing games like that, playing Civilization, like all these games I got to play, and it's like, all right, now these games aren't as bad as I thought. Man, I got plenty of platformers, bro. I know you do too. Like we still play shmups and platformers. But
yes, sir.
But I wasn't gonna get that game day one. That's all I was saying about that. Yeah, I would play it, but it would be $4.99 when I bought it.
There's that new one from Konami coming out that looks really good.
What?
Shoot 'em up. Smurf.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, it's coming out. It's coming out physical too.
Yeah, I don't know, cause I the last one I bought was, and I don't think Konami made Project Balaga, however you say it, but that game was fun. The Contra game, Operation Galaga, whatever. Did you play that one? You did play it. You said you beat it, right? He
We
what?
might have lost him.
Oh,
He's
Pony's
been
got
having
him.
technical. No, he's been having technical issues.
Yeah, I noticed he's coming in and out, but yeah, I think he beat. I think he said that he beat that game, but
Oh,
that game was fun though. Him and Sega Man, I look at their gamer tag, see what shmups they're playing, because they
You look at
find a
mine?
lot. Huh?
do you look at mine?
No,
You know what I'm playing?
you're probably playing Warhammer.
Warhammer.
Yeah, you're probably playing Warhammer, but like those two, I know they play
Rising
shmups
Heretics.
and lots of them.
Oh yeah, Smups are fun. I used
Oh
to be
yeah.
hardcore. I used to be hardcore into that too. I mean, I still like playing them.
Hey, I sent Fireball some message on Xbox, and he said, "Fuck you."
Yeah, that sounds like Fireboss.
I thought that was rude,
Right.
man. You know, we've done podcasts for like a year and a half together. We show up
Oh,
here. We show up here every blue moon together, and this dude is like, "Fuck you." I'm like, "Damn, what I do to him?" You know what I mean?
I'm saying, I'll tell you what you did, man. You interrupted my good fucking gaming. What's wrong with you, man?
Bro, you could have answered me the next day or the next day. Look, it was a month, and I looked on there and said, "Dang, man," because look, I was interested in playing the game he was playing. So how you like it? And he's like, "Man, fuck you, man." He basically went offline, bro. I was like, God, dog.
It was the principal.
Right. But not straight. Y'all know he fooling though. But
You did though. Look, he still hasn't answered my message, bro. I'm like, all right, man, it's all good. Dang, man. I had to clutch my pearls, man.
like shoot, well, hold on though. What was the question? Because I'm gonna be honest with you though. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. A lot of times, if you've been seeing me active on the Xbox, that hasn't been me playing. That's been my old man.
Oh yeah, he was playing a JRPG that I was interested in buying. If that was your dad, and I was like, how you liking the game?
Yeah,
I don't remember what game it was. It was a JRPG though.
It was probably, if anything, let's see, the ones he was last playing was that last Tales game. The shoot, what's that? Nina Cooney, the Wrath of the White Witch.
I bought those. It wasn't that one. It could have been Tales because I bought a couple of them.
Tales of
But then-
Arise? Your dad was playing Tales of Arise? Dang.
Tales of Rise or yeah, Tales. I'm thinking about the other game, not Tales from Rise. Trails of whatever.
I'm trying to think.
Trails of Cold Steel, that series.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, unfortunately, that's something that hasn't made it to Xbox. Which to me, it's like I keep going on about with Nihao Famicom. It's like, look, man, it's like y'all need to stop coming out on social media and amongst your fans talking about your pole mouth and not making sales when you keep, dropping yourself in such a tiny box. But the Trail series he has played because he does have the PlayStation in the house, but that PlayStation has been turned on in over a year because my little brother messed up the CD the lens.
The CD, yeah. But no, I just know it wasn't because I said the wrong game. It probably was Tales of Arise, but I don't know because that's in Game Pass.
Wait, I know what game you're talking about. You're talking about 100 Heroes.
Yeah, but that's in Game Pass too.
Yeah, it's worth a play, man. The thing about it is that you're not into turn based, and I'm gonna have to tell you,
it's not that I'm not into it. It's not my preference. Before I wouldn't touch it. right? Before I wouldn't touch it. But I played Octopath. I've been playing Bravely Default on my handheld. And Final Fantasy. I'm still playing Final Fantasy 12 on my handheld. So, I'm trying to broaden my horizons, man. I can't keep saying I don't like this, I don't like that. Like my little nephew and I, we shared a Steam library, and he's got this game called Windward or something like that. Dude, I played that game for like 2 hours today, and you basically just sailing a boat and delivering stuff.
Wait, what's it called?
Windward.
Oh, that game's old.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was about to say. I think I heard of that one.
I don't know how old it is. All I know is like once we merged libraries and I saw it and it was little, like it was a small download size. I said, let me just get it that way, I don't have to worry about sitting here too long to try something different. And bro, I just sat around looking and I did a pirate battle. I delivered some stuff. And not bad. There's a lot of games that, like I said, when I played what's that game? Age of Empires for 12 hours in one day. I was like, man, I've been selling myself short. And I know that's not a turn-based game, but technically it is, but it's not.
Yeah.
I think what it is, man, is dude. It's nothing to be shocked about, man. It's the same thing that I'm even noticing about myself as well, man. It's like as you get older, and I guess your brain, your brain cells rearrange themselves. In other words, you mature in a different way. Your taste in things starts to shift, and you start wanting to try to sample other things and stuff like that. So yeah, man, that's pretty normal.
Yeah, but then also the genres are crossing now. Right, so like I'll play a certain game, it has a sim element, has an RPG element. I'm playing this one game where you run an inn, you gotta go out and do some exploring, kill some monsters, cook some food, participate in a fighting tournament. Right, all in like one game.
Bro,
So that's how diversified they become.
I didn't know I liked survival until State of Decay until like back on the Xbox One. They brought State of Decay Year One Edition to Xbox One, and I played the hell out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't pay attention to what genre it was. Hell, on the Switch, I put like 800 hours into what's the name of that game with Animal Crossing. My daughter and I, we were playing it together, and that showed me that I like those types of games, and that's why in Power World I got like 300 hours in that. Starfield 500 hours. Like I never. Like before, when it came to Fallout 4, I didn't care for the building and stuff like that. But shoot, now I'm playing anything. But Windward, I just stopped and started laughing. I said, "Bro, you'll play anything." That's what my wife told me, and I was like, "No, I won't play anything." She said, "Man, who else is playing crap like that?" I said, "No, I won't play anything." But when I was playing Windward, I was like, "Bro, you'll play just about anything." But that's what gamers should do instead of saying what we don't like.
The industry itself and the quality of it's just better now. There is literally something for everyone because people have grown up. Like we're one generation of gaming. I mean, we've all grew up on this, and the people making the stuff now, is an amalgamation of a lot of different genres that they like, which I find which I love, dude. Which like you look at certain games, you think it's one way, then you start playing it, and it's something totally that you did not expect. And then some of these games too, they're varied. So it might be a game you think you only spend a little bit of time on, like you're gonna finish the main adventure, and then you end up finding yourself like just like Black Desert did that for me, dude. Like I was like doing the battling and stuff like that, but man, you could actually set up. There's an economy in that game that you can get involved in, and that was sucking up most of my time after a while.
Bro, that's how it was at ESO, bro. I would just log in to sell stuff.
Yeah.
Well, see, the thing is, I keep putting it up. I keep putting it off to the side and everything, but I keep meaning to go ahead and log in and give that a try and stuff like that. Because I remember, like when I first brought it up before, that you was even telling me on Legal's show, like what was it, like over a year ago, like it was like you and someone else saying like, yeah, man, just jump in and let us know, man. We'll like walk you around and stuff, and help you get leveled up. So. And
that's what it is, bro. I mean, when I first started like really getting into like multiplayer, like outside of like sports and stuff, it was Destiny, and that experience was horrible because for one, they didn't have like the meetups like the LFG the way they have it now, and then if you didn't have certain weapons, they didn't even want you in a group. So it's like, nah, man, you just need to play with each other and build the guy up. That way you'll have somebody to play with.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's like you got to watch certain jokers, man, and then you got to watch out for the ones that try to set you up.
Bro, no, I never been done worse than on Sea of Thieves, man. Those kids locked me in the brig and jumped off the boat.
Right.
I haven't played it again since, man. But I want to now, though, man. But nobody that I play with is really playing it. But I've been on.
Yeah. Sea of Thieves is like that, bro. Like you have to find like a crew to
Yeah,
hang.
but if you don't know how to play it, nobody has patience to help to learn you.
No, so like you gotta do what like Second Man and Zinc and Dale and even Global was in. They all, they're in the podcast, so they finally all met up. It take years,
Oh yeah, but Zinc. The only reason why I say Microsoft didn't do it alone is because they had third-party games there too. But they pretty much carried this E3 season. They really did bring the spirit of E3 back to the summer. And I think that Nintendo and Sony should get on board, man, because I know Sony don't really want to be on the stage days after Microsoft or days before Microsoft because they're going to get completely overshadowed from this moment or from that moment forward. But, I mean, they have no reason to compete if they go stand over there by themselves. They just show, hey, here's a state of play full of games nobody really cares about. Well, the state of play was so rough that they have to champion Astrobot, a game that very few of them are gonna buy. So it's like they have no reason to up their game if they can just stand over there and stay in their own lane. Same for Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't have to do anything special. They can sit over there, give you a tree house, and it is what it is. But the spirit of E3 needs to come back.
Just throw a little something out there like F-Zero. Everybody loses it. Mother 3.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in their damn mind goes crazy.
Yeah, I mean it is what it is. But I would like to see them compete. On the same stage. I know Microsoft probably won't be on the same stage because they have their own amphitheater, but we need the spirit of E3 back. Like that was the Super Bowl for gamers. No matter what platform you liked, if you don't like PlayStation, like I never liked PlayStation, you looked at what they had and said, okay, yeah, I'm not crazy about that.
Man, I disagree.
What?
I just want a Microsoft Xbox all the time.
But if
Microsoft has so much content, dude, they could have their own E3 like every day. They could do a conference. They could do a show every day. That's so much.
They could, but like they're not the only ones in the market. Like I do look at other platforms. I have a Switch, I have a PlayStation that I'm willing to sell for the low.
Yeah, but that's not Microsoft's fault, bro. Sony, like Nintendo won't even participate anymore. And then
You saw people talking about like I guess like Jeff was like real pissy with Nintendo because they wouldn't they wouldn't break him off with a little something to chew on
honestly, I'm so glad that Microsoft didn't show him love this year. Because all this time I've been like, man, why do you keep feeding this dude and he don't even care about your platform?
And see, the thing is like, dude, like the last times I was with y'all legal and stuff, how many times I kept saying that it was gonna happen, it was coming. But everybody kept saying, Game Awards is the biggest stage, man. They don't want to miss out on that. And I'm like, nah, man. There's gonna be a point where it's gonna be enough is enough.
Well, like that 1 year they didn't show anything, but the previous three Game Awards, Xbox carried that show with the announcement of the Series S the 1 year. With Perfect Dark and what's the name of that game? Hellblade again. You know what I mean? It's like
Hellblade, Perfect Dark,
they-
the
yeah.
reveal of the Series X and everything. You're like, yeah,
Yeah, but-
dude. Last year where they didn't break him off of anything, he was pissed.
But the 1 year Xbox didn't show anything. Xbox fans, or I hate calling them Xbox fans. These people who supposedly Xbox fans started to act like it was the end of the world because Xbox didn't show up at that show. It's like no, it's like dude, let somebody else carry that dude's show. You don't even like Xbox.
You don't even have to watch the show. Just wait for the clips, man. Just
I mean, I watch it. It comes
Yeah,
on at a time where nothing else is really going on.
Dude, I'd rather. Dude, I'm watching. I watch the WNBA. I watch my K dramas. I watch my anime. I watch Netflix. Dude, because all you have to seriously, all you have to do is go on Twitter, and everybody gives it to you right there. That's like to me, it was a waste for Microsoft to do that too. I'm like, dude, you can.
Yeah.
What I liked about Microsoft this year, what I see them doing, is they're doing their own stuff now, right? The behind the scenes on Hellblade 2. They got Tina Meany over from IGN. She's running the show, producing content, right? They're giving more love. Well, they always did, but Xbox On, right? So Xbox Wire, they're utilizing all of that, and they had an amazing showcase. Dude, that's all they should do. They should do that.
They announced that they're gonna do 4 deep dives too.
Yeah.
Mm.
What Microsoft could do, Microsoft, like I said, they could run an E3 because then they could have Steam come up. Right? They could have all these companies come up and do their part. They don't have to do every single thing.
Yeah, what is Steam gonna show?
No, Steam could talk about like their service. Like Capcom could come up and show what kind of games that are coming into the year. Like Microsoft, like they don't have to own these people. They don't have to be specific with an Xbox, and Microsoft will do that because Phil's such a nice dude. That's what I mean. I mean, they could bring E3 back the way it was because they have the money to do it, man.
Well, I mean, like I said, Microsoft could carry an E3 type of showcase all by themselves because they are the biggest console publisher out there. But you know, I like the competition part. You know, when they stopped caring about competing with each other, that's when like the shows went down. And then now you have Microsoft showing everybody how to put on a showcase, but nobody can go blow for blow with Microsoft now.
Well, yeah, but see, Microsoft wasn't going against Nintendo and Sony. Microsoft was going against Nintendo, Sony, their stupid fan bases, the media, right? That's why I'm done, dude. I just want them gone,
Oh,
right? Because you're not competing. This is not like how we grew up, bro. Because even if we like I was a Sega dude, man, but I played Nintendo games, right? I was a multi-console person. I played as many games because, like you, right? We just talked about shmups. There was shmups that you love to play. You had to own everything.
yep.
Right, so that's how we was, but that's not the time now. So you know, and it shows. So like to me, it's like it's not competition in the traditional sense. It's just like when I argue with people about comic books, dude. But none of these people read comic books. So what is it? It's just pissing contests between people and companies, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I'm out. I don't need to watch that or deal with it. So I think that's where I'm at with gaming as well. Dude. I'm like, look, Microsoft, just take over because and I'm biased, of course, because I own the console and this is the ecosystem I'm in. I'm not gonna lie about that. So, but it works out for me, right? And I'm done with all these dudes, man, because it's not pushing the industry forward at all. In my opinion.
Yep. What happened to Unlimited, man? Opponents get him too?
Unlimited. Man. He was probably in the chat. He was probably gonna see some stuff and bounce, and then.
Yeah, I jumped. Matter of fact, I jumped in just to say hi. But I'm probably gonna have to peel out as well because I want to just show my boy Sega Man, you know, some Sega Forever some love and everything. And yeah, but yeah, I gotta peel out.
Fault, bro. It's the realist fault. When realist is on your show,
Nah.
He already said, "Fuck me, man." He blaming his daddy, man. I ain't buying that shit, man.
No, I was next today, man. I just said something a little bit simple, and realist was, well, you know, and that's what it is, dude. Then it's like 5-6 comments, and at the last comment, I just wanted his last comment. I was like, okay.
I'm gonna keep it light, man. Like people get mad at me now, so I just man, all right, man. Hey, I ain't talking about you. I ain't talking about either of you.
No, I know about them leg sweeps you be doing, man. And I'll be on the sideline just chomping on popcorn, enjoying every minute of it. Be like, boy, I wonder who he's about to hook in now.
Yeah, they get. Hey, but look, but my problem is nobody proved me wrong yet. They just get mad. You know what I mean? They disagree. Okay, fine. But when time goes and I'm proven right, you don't say, "Oh, my bad, dog."
No, okay. Let me explain what happened earlier, right? So I'm on my I hate Sony. I wish they would die rant. And then this dude come in and he'd be like, "Wait, no, but Apple's just waiting in the wings." I was like, "Okay, look, dude." You didn't have to take the comment down that direction. But yeah, you was right. And I wasn't thinking about that because I'm just emotional, just wanting Sony to go away. But that's 100%, right? If something Sony would technically probably get picked up by somebody else, then what did you say, Realist? You said like Apple and Amazon.
I said Apple, Amazon.
Yeah.
They got the money to buy them cash.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ain't talking about no stock options and no coupons, no greenbacks.
Well, it sent me back. It sent me back. It sent me reeling back because I just had read an article about Apple's AI. Right.
No,
And so
I thought they just implemented OpenAI.
Yeah. So yeah, So what
Isn't
they're
that
doing
Microsoft?
Microsoft is OpenAI, but Apple's talking about AI with them now. So they're stepping
Right.
into the ring. So that kind of when I said what I said, and then you said what you said, that kind of set me back. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. Like they have that.
I just know that like if Sony is in trouble, right, which will take a few years because they still got people buying their consoles despite them not having any games, no announcements, no nothing. People just keep buying a PlayStation. So they'll be around for a while, but once everybody wakes up to realize what's really going on over there and they get in trouble, they're not gonna look. There's too many companies out there that could just say, "Here, come on, let's go." I don't think they would just die. And Microsoft can't have a duopoly when they're fighting duopolies, right? If they're fighting a duopoly in Apple and Google, they can't create one by just completely obliterating Sony, because they could have done that with Call of Duty. They could have fought for Call of Duty. If there's no Call of Duty on PlayStation, there's no PlayStation. That's why Jim Ryan was lying on the stand and doing all that fighting. So look, if Microsoft really wanted to just get rid of them, they could. Don't put any games over there. They could have fought for Call of Duty. They could have fought to have it exclusive, or they could have just flat out divested it and bought exclusivity that way if that was what they really wanted to do. But I don't think they want to kill Sony just yet. I don't think they ever want to kill him because you can't have a duopoly. Somebody needs to be their third wheel. Same thing happened in telecommunications when AT&T was trying to buy T-Mobile. Like, no, we can't have just AT&T or Verizon running everything. Just like Apple and Google run everything in mobile. So I don't think Microsoft wants them going. I don't think Microsoft will let them go away. But they could get rid of them because they've already preemptively took a shot at other players like Google. They already got rid of Google. Amazon is barely standing.
Microsoft is going to be like that virus. You know, the virus that goes on the insects and takes over. that's what they're going to do to Sony and Nintendo.
Yeah. I mean, because Amazon keeps saying they want to, and they have that one game sitting out there. They canceled another one and burned $500 million on that one. So, like, what is their play? They still got Luna just sitting out there. They are still the number one in cloud. So, they're going to be around. And plus, they'll fight a war of attrition to a certain extent.
Amazon needs to work on their delivery. That's what they need to worry about.
When you say delivery, what do you mean?
Like their 2-day bastards. Like, only time my packages come on time is when my subscription's almost up. They be shipping that to me like one day. I'll be like, damn. Their streaming service blows too, and their music service. And I only keep them because I have Prime anyway. So I'm like, okay. Dude, I'll like look up a song on their service, dude. They give me the live stuff. I'm like, dude, now what is this crap, bro?
You're talking about packages.
Yeah.
That's why I laughed. I've been realized what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
Bro, I mean, when you basically squashed out everybody, and you got the USPS and you got Brown and FedEx working for you, like, you can't really do much else, and especially if you're not forced to. If people keep subscribing and paying for Prime delivery,
Well, where
there's
the
no
FTC
reason.
at? Where the FTC
Huh?
at? Where the FTC at? I'm gonna write my girl. Hey, you better get on this.
Well, the FTC tried, but just like anything else, just like with Microsoft, the people that are being purchased are grateful to be purchased. It's kind of like they tried to say that they were taking advantage of the USPS, and the USPS was like, "No, we were in trouble before Amazon came around." You know what I mean? Now Brown wasn't in trouble and FedEx wasn't in trouble, but USPS was.
I'm just saying, if you're known for your packaging and you suck at that, and then you get into this other stuff and you subpar, maybe you should go back and work on what got you there. Now I know I'm coming across as a jilted
Yeah,
customer.
you really are.
I know I am. I admit it.
Hey, let me address Poe real quick. Look, I'm not saying Apple did anything special, but technically they are like number 2 in gaming revenue just through the iPhone. They don't have to do much. The iPhone is the vehicle that drives everything, their services and everything else. So there's not much that they have to add. I mean, because if you play games like Oceanhorn, like that was exclusive on Apple. Now it's on other platforms, but nobody cares. Like Apple doesn't have to do much of anything but just sit back and let people buy things. That's what Microsoft's coming to break up. Microsoft's coming to break up the 30%, them and Epic. They're both working together because they're the biggest content creators out there. That 30% is a huge problem for them. That's why you don't have Epic. You didn't have Epic until recently on iPhones. Like, no, they don't have to do much until somebody has to come up with a phone that makes developers pay attention.
Now, I gotta say something. I gotta say something real fast.
Go ahead.
Xbox out. Other than Xbox on. I have to go. I'll join this chat again at 4:30 a.m. That's cool, Zink. That's cool. But Zink, man, let me know, dude, if you want to do. I know you're busy, man, but if you want to do a podcast on the WNBA, bro, I'm like all in. I'm all in on the WNBA, bro. Caitlin Clark. I'm watching. I subscribe to the service. I'm watching all the games, dude. I'm all in. I'm watching Stephen A. Smith. Dude, I'm watching Outkick. I'm watching all these dudes talk about the stuff. I'm watching all the games.
So Stephen A. Smith has a WNBA show?
No, they're just basically talking about Caitlin Clark and the WNBA right now. Like the latest drama is the Olympic team. They didn't put her on the Olympic team, dude. And people are just going nuts.
Okay, the Olympic team is how many players? 15?
12. Oh yeah, maybe 15. Yeah.
Okay, is she a top 15 player in the world? You know, like we got to understand, like the whole, we like to think that America is not a racist country or people don't care about race. Most of the people that care about the WNBA right now are white people.
Yeah,
it's like it wasn't until she came along that people started paying attention.
No, but that's it, right? That's the stuff. I know that. You know that. I'm pretty sure. Look, I don't want to speak for you, brother. Like, I don't know if you watch this stuff or not, bro. Fireballs. But like I'm pretty sure we all know this. But that's the beauty of it, dude. And that's where the drama comes in, right? And this is what I'm watching. Like, I wasn't joking, man, dude. I watch K-dramas, man, and that stuff's melodramatic, over the top, all that stuff, dude. And then I had this show that I was hooked on, and then Caitlin Clark and the WNBA happened, and I found myself struggling to watch this K-drama or to watch the games, right? And to listen to all the commentary on it, right?
But I've always watched the WNBA, and that's why on Twitter I put I don't care why you came, I just care that you came.
Yeah, so I feel bad because I love basketball, right? And I didn't realize, because I watched WNBA in the beginning, but I fell off a lot of things, dude.
I mean, bro, we have 4-time champions here, so like most of the people that I know from Houston, we care about the WNBA to an extent. But I have daughters that play sports. So
my nieces, my connection was like my only connection to basketball, but my nieces started playing, and so I would help them because I used to play ball, right? And I love basketball, and I could watch any kind of basketball, but I just fell off of it. Now that I've come back in because of Caitlin Clark, because of all the drama and all that, all the hype of her. And then when I come in, then I started watching the league. Then I felt bad, bro, because I was having nostalgia, man. Because the WNBA is like 70s NBA. These chicks is tough. They don't care. They knock you out. The referees don't call anything; they just let them play.
Bro, because
How did
that's
that?
like when what's her name from Maryland, Angel Reese, when she knocked over Caitlin
Oh.
Clark, they didn't call that a foul.
Well, some people got mad at me because I like Caitlin Clark. I'm a fan, and then some people was coming at me. It's like, yeah, that was a bad call. I was like, look, dude, I'm just gonna tell you this: the way I grew up playing basketball, if you're a guard and you bring yourself into the area, because I play forward/center. So like, if you come down into that area and you're a guard, you better have your head on a swivel, dude, because you're gonna get checked. You're coming in there, you think you're gonna out rebound, but then that's one of the problems I have with the WNBA as well, bro. Because I'm watching these games, I'm like, dude, people standing around watching other people shoot. These girls don't got their feet straight. Nobody knows how to do a drop step. Nobody knows. Well, I mean, people do, but you know what I mean. It's just not common. Some of the stuff I'm looking at they're doing, I'm like, bro, man, there's some fundamental stuff. Like before all of this other stuff, there's some stuff that the league needs to work on with these girls. And I think though, as I know it's taking them a long time to develop, but you see those glimpses, right? Like I think Aja, dude. What's her last name? Aja
Wilson.
Dude, she is bang, bro. That
Yeah,
chick,
but I mean, that's what I was gonna tell you. They got some little girls coming up right now.
yeah,
Kind of like I thought Flo J was sick, but or Flo J, however you say it. But there's a girl, man. She's from the South, from Alabama somewhere. Man, that little girl drop step bunnies, floaters. Like at first, man, we were just happy they can hit the rim, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I found myself doing this, but I'm trying to catch up, right? So that's why I've been kind of holding my stuff, and I just didn't enjoy in the moment, man, because I didn't realize how the WNBA was. So like when Tarasi came on and said what she said about Caitlin, I didn't know that was a big deal, right? So I heard that and I was like, yeah, that's true, man. You're gonna have to adjust. You know, it's a different level. That's everything, right? Now I will say that there is some intent behind some of this stuff that goes on with Caitlin, right? And all that kind of stuff. Oh, look, Zink is on. Wait, okay. Go ahead. Hey, Realist, go ahead. I want to look at Zink. I want to post Zink said. Yes, I can't wait to join the WNBA show. Yeah, let's do it, dude. Realist, if you want in.
Oh,
I know Zink plays ball.
like,
I know Zink is a game baller. So.
yeah, I'm interested in it because I'm just happy that people are interested in the game, man. Because like you had a lot of good girls come through. Like I get tired of them whining that nobody is paying attention, right? And just like even like my sister-in-law, my niece, she plays softball. My daughters play softball, and she's like, "Well, the boys get preferential treatment." I was like, "Well, that's where the money is."
Yeah.
I said the difference between women in sports is once your baby graduates and goes on in life, you don't care about the sport anymore. Dudes, we'll sit around, we talk about it, we watch it, we buy the jerseys. I've been saying forever, if Caitlin Clark comes out with a jersey, I will get one. Like where do you get them from? You don't see them in the. You got to get them from WNBA.com.
Yeah, I get from it.
Like I can't go into Academy or Dick's and go buy one. So it's like such and such. Caitlin Clark got a new signature shoe. AJ Wilson just got a signature shoe. It's like, shoot, if they hot, I'm buying them. Why not support these girls, man?
No, so here's the thing, right? So I'm coming in. I'm the type of so they want that demographic, right? I'm kind of in that demographic, but I'm outside. So like even if something happened where Caitlin Clark leave or whatever, I'm still gonna watch WNBA because I love basketball. I could watch any basketball, dude. I watched I remember one time, dude, I was here in Hawaii, we had like some Filipino league on TV. I watched that. Right? This was back in the late early 2000s, late 90s, right? I mean, I can watch any basketball game just because I like it. So for me, Caitlin Clark brought me into the WNBA, but I'm discovering that I like it. So like I'm watching all the teams, right? That's why I'm watching the players. Like I was watching the Aces, and the story with the Aces is like I just didn't have their main point guard, and then they was talking about this girl, and as the game went on, dude, this girl was fired, dude. I forget her name, man.
AJ Wilson.
No, not Asia. No, not her. It's the point guard. It's the person that was running the offense because their main person was out, so she was in there. And then when the Fever played her, dude, she played Caitlin like a glove. Dude, she was. I mean, this girl could move. Her defense was top notch, dude, and she could score. Caitlin still got some of her shots off and stuff like that, but it was interesting to watch, right? Because Caitlin wasn't used to somebody being guarded.
Hey, fellas. Sorry, I got to dash.
Yeah, I'm sorry, boss.
All right, boss man.
Different direction.
All right, man. Thanks for having me. Catch y'all later.
All right.
Yeah, we'll
Hey, hey, realist. Hey, go fuck yourself.
You too.
Hey, man. I'll y'all later.
Hey, Sega Forever. Since you
That's
just
why I
started
love
watching,
OSP.
you just started watching Caitlin Clark.
Mhm.
Go ahead and check out Raven Johnson's defense on her in the national championship game.
Yeah. I saw it.
Yeah. So like, and then my man said that she's the top 7 player in the NBA. Depending on what metrics you look at, she's not even a top 7 player, a top 7 rookie.
Well,
So it's like,
I'll say this.
huh?
Like Zink, I agree with Zink. I think she's top. Like you, what did you say? 12, top 15?
No, top 15. Okay, if the roster is 15, maybe it could be 12, right?
Mhm.
Let's just say it's 12. She's not the best. You also have to take into account that it's not just WNBA players.
No. So
You,
the reason why I say she is because I think if you stuck from what I've seen so far, and I could be wrong, bro. You could correct me, man, because I'm new. All right, but I've been like I've been doing two things. Dude. I'll be honest. Look, I got my family stuff that was going on. The two main things I've been doing is Warhammer and WNBA. That's all I've been doing. And what I mean by WNBA is I've been watching as many games as I can. Go back and watch the games, the older games, clips. That's why I feel bad, man, because I really like Candace Parker. I knew, well, no, what's her name? Candace Parker.
Candace Parker?
Yeah. So I knew her. I heard her name, but I never followed her on that level. And now I regret that because I was like, damn, she was really good.
Bro,
'Cause I only-
Candace Parker was a baller. Elena Della Don was a baller.
Yeah.
They were like the female versions of LeBron James back when they got in. Like Della Don had, like a little mental issue. That started at UConn, went to Delaware, but she still went into the league and she was still balling. But
Yeah.
There have been some good girls to come through. Simone Augustus was like one of the first point guards that had some swag. Like a lot of those, I ain't gonna say the first point guard because you also had Staley. You know,
Yeah,
there's a bunch
Staley.
of
That's kinda my time.
players that came through.
I remember Witherspoon. I remember, like, I would watch it off and on. I got a
Reese.
drop, though, right? Yeah, Reese. Is that her name, Reese Witherspoon? No, wait.
Teresa,
Teresa Witherspoon. Okay, my bad. I'm thinking of the actress. No, but yeah, so I remember watching her ball. But the reason why I would agree with Zink is because as the games I'm watching, now just keep in mind I'm new, right? But the games I'm watching, dude, if people got stuck the way she's getting stuck, their stats would drop big time. Because
but
when I
her
watch them,
coach, blame her coach.
no, well, I don't blame the coach. I just blame the. Okay, I can blame. I agree, the coach, but just the players in general, dude. I'm dying for somebody to put a body on somebody. I'm dying aside from some big chick putting a screen, dude. Because when I played basketball, dude, this was just common things that you had to do. You had to do this kind of stuff, man, because you had to get you wanted to get your shot off, right? And then sometimes like their shot selection is trash because their offenses aren't good. And I'm talking across the board, man. The amount of times I see these girls run out of game clocks because they had these dudes talking about, well, we should lower the rim. I was like, okay, I don't even want to get in that conversation, but instead of lowering the rim, why don't you guys first like add 10 more seconds to that shot clock? Right? Because a lot of times they only have like maybe 1-2 options, and then they stuck making a bad pass or taking a bad shot. Right.
But that's because not everybody there are very few shot makers in the WNBA.
Yes.
That's why the other day when she had 7 threes,
Yeah.
that's where she should be. But I don't think they want her to be that. I think they want her to be Stephen Curry. She should just be able to catch and shoot.
Well, I think her coach. Well, number one, but there are people playing her, like that girl from Las Vegas, that point guard who was on all over her. So what you need, right? But her team isn't up to spec. Like when people say there's a reason they got the number one pick two years in a row. Yeah, I see it. Number two,
Right.
The coach. I don't want to down the coach because the coach looks to me like she has a game plan of what she wants to do. I do not agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. I'm just like, dude, I would be trying to utilize her more. Obviously, you're trying to bring
Utilize her how though?
No, so they want to have a more balanced. I would utilize her more by having her just take more shots and setting up an
But
offense.
see, that's the problem. She's not a shot maker at this moment.
No.
Right?
So I would make an offense tailored to her to be that way. But as I've watched the games, I understand that they don't have that type of players on the Fever, and the coach. I don't think she's just good at trying. She doesn't have a good offense. And then what she wants to do, she wants to bring all the other players up to kind of support her, but it doesn't matter.
She has to though.
Well, yeah, she has to, but that's what she's doing. But I'm like, dude, either you have to get better players, like you have to try and get these girls up to speed over the off season, and even Caitlin, man, like she has to get a little bit more physical, a little bit more stronger, get her endurance up, all of that stuff, right? There's things that they need to do to make the team better, but just for now, dude. I mean, I looking at that, I was like, dude, I don't care. Dude, I would
So
try.
you want her to go out there like Kobe Bryant and just take those shots. Like that's why she's shooting 29%, bro.
No,
It's like
so
she
you never take the
like
shot.
I don't think there's ever been a girl that like could just go in there and just be a shot maker in the face of defense whenever they felt like it. A
No,
shot
because
maker,
she's
not a
just-
layup, a driver, slasher. Like when she's getting tight defense, she's not gonna hit those shots, man.
No. So what you do is right because the other thing is, dude, what they should be doing is taking advantage of that because there's teams double team sending their best defensive player or double teaming her. So there should be an open person on the court. But from what I see, like a lot of the turnover she has, some of it is her because she just made a bad pass and she's not reading the speed of the player. Like it's a little bit faster, a little bit quicker, right? But a lot of times it's her teammates can't handle the rock. They can't handle the pass or they're not expecting it. So just the amount of times, and even Caitlin does this, the amount of times people are just standing around watching somebody shoot, that drives me nuts. Right. So for me, it's kind of like they have to utilize that. But like I said, I'm new, and as I'm watching each of the new games and stuff like that, like I have new realizations. Like, well, I guess their team.
But you know basketball. You said you played the four. So
yeah.
If you know basketball, you know that like you got to have a shot maker. So if she gets doubled, her teammates have to punish them for doubling. And there's not a whole lot of girls in the league that are just gonna punish that way.
No,
that's why it's driving kick, or bad shot.
No, so there's times where they do, right? They do a pick and roll, they do something to open up the offense. They're just not consistent with it. And then who's the girl? What's her name? Boston, right? There's moments where I watch her do that she shows those flashes, right? But a lot of other times, dude, she can't get her feet straight.
But see, a lot of people blame Caitlin Clark for what's going on with her. Because honestly, if you're gonna have a 1-2 like that, you want to have a Shaq and Kobe, you should play the game inside out. But if all she's doing is dribbling around and jacking up a shot, where does Boston fit in? They benched Boston. They don't know what to do. Look at the Aces. You brought up AJ Wilson. Look at how they play, but that's a much better team. But still,
well, they're a better team. They're well rounded, right? They're way better than the Fever. A lot of teams are, right? But what it is with Aja, dude, is she's just a better post player too, and she can shoot outside.
Well, I mean, I think they both came from the same school, but she's been that chick.
There's a reason why, like, I agree, dude. I think she's the best player in the league from what I've seen so far.
No, she is the best player.
Yeah. So
that's why like a lot of people were trying to create a rivalry between her and Caitlin Clark, and it's like I won already all levels. Like, what are you talking about? Like, so yeah, she's the best right now.
Yes, from what I see, like I said though, keep in mind, right? I'm just my first year.
Yeah, she's the best. I mean, she's the champ. And normally, like with the WNBA, the best player is normally going to be right there in the mix or win championships. Like Candace Parker was always in the mix when she was the best player. Like it's just the way it is, man. But she's the best right now. I'm gonna have to do my own research, but I've read metrics where Caitlin Clark is not even a top 7 or top 12 rookie. Yes, she puts up 15 points a game, but there's more to it.
Well, but that's why I disagree with you, right? Because she does she still puts up points, dude.
Okay, that's like Allen Iverson, right? Mm-hmm. We would say Allen, like old school people would say, okay, yeah, but he was getting all the attention. It's one thing to put up 30 points. It's another thing to put up 30 points on 30 shots. Yeah. You know, if she's shooting 29% and putting up 15 points, is that winning basketball? No. I'm not even gonna wait for an answer. No, it's not winning basketball.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the team too. And then you have every team in the league, bro, is guarding her tight.
But she needs a counter. You can't just spot up 3. That's why them girls are calling her out, saying that all she does is shoot 3s.
Yeah,
that's
so
that's what they call her
my
out.
challenge to that. So my challenge to those girls, I'd be like, yeah, okay, well, leave her alone and then let's talk.
No, that's stupid.
No, but that's what I mean, though, right? So I understand what you're saying, brother, right? But if she's left alone and she's given just a fraction of the time, right? Dude, there's a girl that took a free throw shot. She had 2 shots. She went straight to Caitlin. That's how they're playing her, bro. And I'll even go further than this, dude. I look at intent of why these girls are like that, dude. Girls, dude, they're catty, bro. they are catty, man. That queen bee thing is real. I work with enough women to see it myself, right? I used to be married. I'm just saying, dude, that's just the way it is. And I understand that about that, right? But nobody's getting the heat that she is for various reasons, man. Some of these girls are doing it because I respect the person when she comes in that you want to challenge her. Right?
I see others think he's a Caitlin Clark fan.
Well, I'm a Caitlin Clark fan, but just let me say this.
No, a fanboy. He's making excuses for her getting clamped.
But she is, bro. But she is, right? Let's be honest, dude. Nobody's getting played the way that she's getting played, right? Because
Well,
a lot of people,
nobody ever got the green light the way she's getting the green light either. She got the green light in college. She has the green light now. That's not winning basketball. They need to figure out what to do with her. That's up to the coaches and up to her to be willing to understand that she's no longer at Iowa.
I don't think, yeah, but that's the thing, though. I don't think she has a problem with any of that.
She is not Steph Curry. I've yet to see a girl come out and ball like that, just hitting shots off the dribble with regularity. That's not what's going to happen with her. She's going to need to come off screen. She's going to need to come. They need to play team ball, run plays, get her open in other ways instead of letting her try to shoot off the dribble. Because when she had that hot night the other night, that was the way she needs it. That's the way they need to set her up every game.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stuff going on with that team, though, right? Some of it is the coach, and the coach is the way she's running the team, right? Like what she did the other night, where she pulled all these people off, but she's disappointed in. And everybody, rightfully so, looked at the coach and said, "Well, we disappointed in you. What are you doing? What's your game plan?" Because there is none. Her game plan is to get everybody involved. That's that much I know. That much I can see. But when these girls are having a cold night, or nobody can step up, or nobody can handle a pass from Caitlin, right? Even if she makes an opening,
Bro,
right? Because basketball basically is you got to take what the defense gives you sometimes. And these girls
all
are
the time.
These
All the
girls
time.
are
I don't see anybody on the fever that can take what the hell they want. So
Well,
they got
they're
to
a
take
young
what the
team,
defense
right?
gives them.
They're a young team.
Pretty much, yeah. That's why they were
Yeah.
picking number one. They had the worst team in the league.
Yeah. Right.
But a lot of people are expecting Caitlin Clark to come in, and I can't remember who that was. It was one of the retired ladies, and she was like, she'll be lucky to come in and get 15 points. You know, a lot of people thinking that she can come in and score 30 in the league. It's a different level. These are women, full-blown women.
I disagree.
Oh man, you can disagree, but is it happening?
I disagree.
Is it happening? That's all there is to it. It's not
It's
happening.
not happening, bro, because everybody's riding her.
They wrote her in college too.
So no, not the same, bro. Okay, so like I was watching the game. So this is what they do, right? Which again, this is why I like the WNBA, because it reminds me of 70s, early 80s NBA, right? Like people, and they both do it, right? Like Caitlin will clear out with her elbow, or most people clear out with their elbow, or people will ride them, right? When I play basketball, dude, if I did that, dude, I'd be running laps all night. Because the goal when you play defense against somebody, you gotta be in front of them, right? Not running alongside. But the referees let that go, right? For the most part, every game I watch, they just kind of let it go, which I'm fine with, dude. I have no problem with that, right? My point is though, is the way you saying that, dude. When I look at the WNBA, there is really nobody except for a select few. They have their superstars, but everybody, I mean, they're not that great. They're just not.
No,
That's why the inconsistent-
not when it comes to shooting. And when a person, like, okay, that's why I say the game should go inside out. If Boston is not that chick, she's not that chick, and they
Right.
need to get a replacement or work for it, because they're going to be one of the worst teams in the league. I haven't looked to see who's a senior this year, but they need to work on that, because they have to figure out a way to create space for her. But to expect her to come in and just create her own space like she did in college, it's not going to happen. You can't have your wing player being keyed in like that, and then nobody can make them pay for doing it.
Yeah, I know.
That's the
kind of
problem.
That's the discussion, right? Brianna Stewart. Yeah, that's what I heard. Zink. Sorry, bro. I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. Brianna Stewart is the best player in the WWE.
That's his opinion.
Yeah.
And I bet you he can name 12 other people that are better than his girl too.
Caitlin
Because
Clark.
Caitlin, yeah, she is not amongst the top 12 right now. Now, and the reason why I brought up the whole race issue is because to her, she means more to us, right? To us, she means more to us than the rest of the world. Like, it's not going to be a big deal if they don't put her on the roster. She's not a worldwide phenomenon. She could be, She's an American phenomenon. Like these other countries have their own women that they follow.
Oh, so what are you talking about? Sorry, about the
Back
Olympics?
back when I brought up the race thing, like, because you remember like back in the day when they put Christian Leitner on the USA
Yes.
basketball team and
Yeah.
nobody was rocking with it and he got punished every day in practice because he shouldn't have been there in the first place. It'd be
Oh,
the same
hated
thing.
Duke. I hated Duke back then, so
It'll be the same. What happened?
I hated Duke.
Bro, I've
But
been
you gotta
I've
be
been
honest.
bro, I've been watching women's basketball since I started following Pat Summit back in the day.
Oh,
And like I
nice.
said, he said he'd been watching for 50 years, but I haven't been watching that long. Obviously, he's older than me, but I've been watching since because what I learned about any sport, right? Like I watch hockey, I watch golf, I watch tennis, I watch anything because there were sports that I didn't grow up watching. But
Oh
what
yeah.
I found out is if I found a rooting interest that made the game more interesting. So when I first started watching college basketball, women's college basketball, I started watching Tennessee. I started watching Stanford. Start watching those girls, and then I started to watch the rest of the girls basketball or women's college basketball.
Mhm.
But yeah, he said he's been watching for 50. He got the years on me. But I've seen Caleb play. I've seen how she played in college, and I've seen the way they defended her in college. And you're playing women now, and you're not and you they're not gonna just let you get out there. You see why the shooting percentage? She's got the same green light.
Oh, but that's
Her
not
sh- her
necessarily.
her shooting percentage is way down.
She doesn't have the same green light, brother. She doesn't. That's
Oh
the
yeah,
problem I have with the coach.
she's getting a lot. She's getting a lot of shots. I'm gonna have to look at it because I'm not gonna
You
sit
have to
here and
let
act
know.
like I know who shot the most and who has missed the most. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure she's up there.
Yeah, sure. I know she's up there for turnovers, but that's like there's like 3 or 4 reasons why. But
Yeah,
as far as
turnovers
the
are not
shots, because one of the problems I have with her, that I have with her, dude, is like you can tell her confidence is shot, and she's second guessing herself, right? Like should she take the shot? I can
Well,
see it when I
because
watch her.
she's not sure she can make him like she did in college. That'll come, man. This is what those girls were
Yeah.
talking about when people were calling them a hater, and all they were doing was telling the truth. It's different. It's not the same.
No, yeah, they were telling the truth, but they are haters too. It's both. No, there is, bro. There is both, man. These, you can see it, bro. These girls have no
You
poker
so
faces.
you think Cynthia Cooper's a hater?
I don't really know who she is.
Yeah, see that's your problem, bro. Cynthia Cooper ain't a hater. Cheryl Swoops, you think Cheryl Swoops a hater? No.
I never heard anything.
These are women who average 20 points in the WNBA.
Oh, Cheryl Swoops. Okay, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah, I think she's a hater. I think she's a hater.
I don't think they're hating. I think they're calling it like it is. That's kind of like a lot of people say
Yeah,
that,
no, but that's
that
what I
LeBron,
mean.
LeBron. A lot of people say LeBron's teammates hated him when he came in the league.
Well, I hate LeBron too, so I'm just saying that.
You can hate LeBron,
Yeah.
but when they say we don't expect an 18-year-old to come in here and help us turn the franchise around, and that's coming from guys like Carlos Boozer and Darius Miles, who was an 18-year-old who came in the league and got humbled. Like I think they would just call it like they thought it was going to be. I don't think they were hating him.
I'm just gonna say, look, Zink, man. I don't think I have you. Normally, I send you the link through Sega Man, but I don't have you on Twitter. That's how I send my stuff out, or I can send out on Instagram. But I gotta wrap it up anyway.
All right.
Because it's 6. But I wanted to do a show with you guys. Zink, dude, my Sega Forever on Twitter, man. Please hit me up and hit me up on there, dude, and I can send you the link. But just in closing, dude. I mean, look, dude. I'm just gonna say this, dude. If Aja had double teams and somebody playing her tight, and if any of these girls, dude, none of these girls could do it either. That's my point.
Doubling a post player is different than doubling a guard.
I think double like if somebody, like when I play basketball, dude, there's 2 teams. Well, there's one team. We played this place called Bethel Christian, dude, and they had this one kid. His name was Jason Frost, dude. This dude was amazing. He could do it all, right? So what we would do, we just get our best defender and we just ran a box and 1. And the defender that we had, he wasn't an offensive output, dude. Got good rebound, solid defense, good but he was good at just trailing and making sure this kid didn't get the ball. And that's what I see. That's what I see with Kaylin, right? Their whole focus, the team's whole focus, and whether you want to blame the coach or India, like I said, there's a lot of reasons why it's happening, right? But I would guarantee you could put any of these superstars in the WNBA, and you just stick a good defender or a medium good defender on it, they would have the same problem as Caitlin. Because I can't see a lot of them not doing a lot of stuff that Caitlin did. Right? Because they're focusing solely on her. They're just focused. Their whole game plan is her. Like the problem I have when I watch the Indiana Fever is they can't take advantage of it. Right? There's times that they do. There's flashes of brilliance that the team has. There's flashes of the brilliance that Caitlin has, dude. But when you're playing under that duress, dude, it's hard. It will be hard for anybody, in my opinion. Again, I'm new to the league. I'm still absorbing as much as I can. But that's what I see right now. So that's why
Bro, I'm gonna just say as they should, bro. As they should.
No, I understand.
She's gonna have to the team's gonna have to punish. She's gonna have to learn how to play make.
You said what?
She's I don't know. What did I say? Because now I'm looking up stats. But and I know you're about to.
She does play make, dude. Like she'll cut to the basket. She'll take the person in and score. Right. She'll dump a pass off. Right. That's why her stats was like as a rookie. I think she's like in the top 5. And then I think she tied the most threes for a rookie. She got the highest. I think she tied the most points in a game for a rookie. Like I see it, dude. There's the flashes of brilliance, dude, and this is why they try and shut her down because they don't want her to do that because they know that that's a momentum shift. Zink, I'm sorry, my brother. I'm not on Twitter. Oh, dude, we gotta figure a way, man. How does
all he gotta do is create an account, man. Protesting Twitter, man. Because I'm looking at the top players in the league. I'm trying to see. I'm surprised they got some of these older girls on there. Or women. They're old. They're women.
We old, dude. We can say girls. I had somebody tell me that the other day. So
Diana Taurasi, bro.
Dude, I'm in my 50s, dude. I had people telling me that you shouldn't call them girls or women. It's like, look, dude, everybody's a girl to me. Everybody's a boy. I'm in my 50s.
They got Caitlin Clark at number 14.
Yeah.
You got Caitlin Clark at number 14. So I don't know if the roster is only if it's 15 because they got Chine up there, Ogunbowale up there. Yeah.
Oh, Ogunbowale, she's a beast. Yeah, I like her.
Yeah, I mean this according to this website, Del Don. But see, like it's new, but some of these girls, man, I don't know. It says best current. Della Don, Candace Parker, Brianna Stewart number 3, Taurasi number 4, Aja Wilson number 5, Ionescu number 6, Ogumike number 7, Kelsey Plum number 8, Brittany Griner number 9, Houston legend, who thinks she can beat men.
Griner.
Collier at number 10, Nafisa Collier.
Dude, what about that one girl, that big girl? Dang.
Which one?
Let's talk about
Courtney Vandersloot, number 11, Jewel Lloyd, 12, Jackie Young, 13, Caitlin Clark, 14.
Look, I'll just be honest with you, though. I hear some of these people talking about it, especially the women that are into the WNBA or played in the WNBA and stuff like that. I don't know, dude. I listen to some of their commentary and I'm like, all right, dude, I don't know if I can take you seriously. I understand what they're saying, right? But I think their viewpoints a lot of times is tainted, right? Because of the whole purity of the game kind of thing, right? And I'm like, come on, dude. Because to me, like the WNBA, they need to decide what they want to do, dude. Do they want to be like the 70s, early 80s NBA? They want to mimic that, or they want to be like the 90s, mid 80s, early 90s, up into the 2000s NBA.
A lot of people say that they should lower the goal and let them dunk.
No. these girls can't even handle the ball, and they can't even switch up their feet. How are they gonna dunk? Even if they could dunk, dude. Like this is what I was when I was listening to people. I was like, dude, dunking is an art form, and we know because we're old enough to experience the transition from Dr. J, right? Daryl Dawkins, Connie Hawkins, Dr. J, the transition of Michael, right? And it became an art form, and Dominique and all these dudes, man. It's not just about just dunking the ball, right? It's an art form.
Well, the idea is that below the rim basketball does not sell. I don't agree with it. I just think that if they put a good product out and they hype it, like, look, it's going to cost a lot of money to put the WNBA where we think it needs to be, right? They're going to have to market it. They're going to have to raise awareness
It's
and put
costing
it
them
out there
millions.
the same way that they put men's sports out there. But what happens if you do all that and people still don't tune in? That's the thing.
Well, that's why they're scared. These guys are scared, bro.
Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Because now there is no. This is it, dude. This can be that generational shift, dude. Because like, what's her name? Juju Schuster? Was that her name? Who's that girl?
Mhm.
Man, I want to say that's her name. I think she plays for USC.
I almost said Juju Smith-Schuster. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm talking about,
That's
right?
her- Oh yeah. That girl, like she was a freshman. I think she had like 26 a game. Yeah, you're right.
Dang, she look, dude. I'm telling you, man. Like this is like that transition. Like you had like a beast like
It's
you had a
gonna be
beast like
rough
George
for her.
Mikan. No, but you had like a George Mikan in there, and then Will Chamberlain came in and they forgot all about that other dude, about Mikan. I mean, I love Mikan, but you know what I'm saying? Like there's gonna be that turnover, dude. Then you had Shaq, and I actually watched Shaq play in college.
Well, see, that was fun. That was supposed to. What's the big Australian girl name? She fine too.
Yeah, that's her. That's the one I was talking about. I can't remember her name.
Man, what's her name? Liz Cambridge.
Yeah, Liz Camden. Yeah, 'cause
And
they
then,
want to bring her back for the.
and then, well, she had the OnlyFans, man. I almost subscribed, but anyway,
all right, man.
so they don't like they don't like that she had an OnlyFans. So then you had Brittany Griner. They were supposed to be those, big girls, however you want to say it, that they came in and kind of like revolutionized the position. Because like Griner was dunking in high school and stuff like that, and that it didn't materialize the way that we thought it would.
Well, like look, dude, we had like Manupo, Sean Bradley, Sam, what's his name, right? Like not, but then you also have Moses Malone.
Yeah,
right?
those dudes were just big.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? This is where the WNBA is. But if look, dude, that 84-85 class, man, I remember it like it was yesterday, right? Because when they came in, it was Magic, it was Magic, it was Bird, and then Jordan came in, and then that class of 84, they were like Barkley, Clyde, the Glide, like all these dudes hit one time, and then the thing. I'm not saying that's gonna happen in the WNBA, but I could see a time, dude, if the people start coming like a generational talents like Caitlin, right? Like this girl, Juju, right? Like Liz Cambridge in a sense, right? Then it'll change the league. And this is what I said like on my podcast before, because I feel for these old heads, right? Because I think they see the writing is on the wall. Like for me, if I was in their position, I would be like, okay, what can I do? Where can I position myself? Where can I place myself? Right, when the change comes. And I'm not sure if the change will come. I'm just saying if it is, like, if all of these people become generational talents, dude, everybody else gonna be left behind. And then even the WNBA will leave them behind. Right?
I think that if the average score per game for the league was around 85, 90, then more people would, because people like to see offense.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah. So that's the kind of talent that they could bring in. So look, I gotta acknowledge other things.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I thought you said you about to end it.
Other things said, someone tell at the realist, Caitlin Clark is selling out arenas. Caitlin is the market. Yeah,
I was gonna address him, man. He turned into a pony right now. That ain't even what I'm talking about. Like ponies, you can be talking about one thing and they'll turn into console sales. Like, damn, bro, I'm not talking about console sales right now.
I guess I'm a pony by now because I agree with Zink.
Because look, I'm not talking about if she's popular or anything else like that. We know that she brought a lot of attention to the game. I told you just said that you came because she came. Like there are a lot of people like you. I'm not saying that she is not the marketing. She is not. She's what Jordan was to the league. That's why they started calling her female Jordan and things like that. She's bringing in new eyes to the league. And that's why I said I put it on Twitter. I don't care that you came or why you came. I care that you came. I'm glad that the women are getting attention. Like if it's Caitlin Clark and the other girls are taking it personally, fine, because a lot of people took it personally that Michael Jordan was so-called the face of the league, coming in and they were knocking him on his ass. I don't have a problem with any of that. I'm glad that people are paying attention because I've been paying attention for years. And I would love for people to do it on their own because the girls have been complaining, or the ladies, women have been complaining about the pay, have been complaining about the eyes that they get, the scheduling, the stations that are willing to invest in them. Because see, that's where the money comes from in the NBA. Is these stations giving the NBA billions of dollars every year just to televise the program.
And the
Look,
NBA needs that money because they got to subsidize the WNBA.
but see, the thing is, when Jordan came, he was the guy. He was the guy, and he sold out every arena he went to. But there was still a general interest in the league itself. Jordan made other people know Mad Max, Joe Dumars. Jordan made people see that there were other people in the league as well too, and it's going to happen for these girls. That's why I'm glad that Angel Reese is talking her junk. That's why I'm glad that all these other girls are like, she's just somebody. She can't do this, whatever. Y'all gonna look at it as hating, but the drama is what's going to bring people to the game.
Dude, I will go to quote Charles Barkley and it's very rare that I agree with Charles. No, not rare, but dude, the difference is though it's the
No,
brand.
Jordan ain't the GOAT. No.
Oh, for the Jordan.
Go Poe said, "Oh no, the realist doesn't think Jordan is the GOAT." Nah, he's not. I mean, if like the greatest, I have an issue with the greatest because, like, okay, Tom Brady is the greatest football player ever. He's the greatest, but that make him the best. But Jordan is not even the greatest. Bill Russell is the greatest. And then Kareem Abdul-Jabbar can make a case. You know what I mean? So it's like the greatest is about accomplishments more than like how good of a basketball player you are. Is Michael Jordan the most beautiful basketball player I've ever seen? Yes. But there were holes in his game just like there are holes in other people's games.
Oh my gosh, dude! I can't believe you said that. All right,
you can't believe I said what?
That Jordan had holes in his game. Dude, Jordan is the
man. You're crazy, man. Jordan had holes in his game. Jordan, and if you say Dwayne Wade had holes in his game, but you can say that Jordan doesn't, then what's up with you? Because neither one of them could really shoot until they got later on in their career, and they developed instead of getting beat up every game.
Well, I
mean, Jordan was I guess he was a decent 3-point shooter. He played great defense. But I mean, nobody's perfect. For you to think that people are perfect, man, what you on?
I'm just saying he's perfect. I just said I'm saying that you saying he's not the greatest.
Shaq couldn't hit a free throw, but I know a lot of people would take him as their center over Dream. I'm taking Dream over everybody, not just because I'm from Houston.
Well, if we're going that route, then I mean I'll take Rick Smith.
I mean, you crazy.
I did that on purpose. I know you're from Houston, dude.
You crazy, man. No, but like I'll take Dream because of Dream's versatility. And like it tears me apart when I have to pick Duncan over KG.
Okay, I was just about to ask you, who do you think is better, Duncan or Olajuwon?
Oh, Olajuwon.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, but they play two different positions too.
They do, but still. Because so many people will compare them, you know what I mean? And I'd be like, why are you guys comparing these two?
I don't know. I mean, because Olajuwon was a legit center, right? Tim Duncan never wanted to be a center.
You know what the WNBA girls should do? All the big girls? They should watch Hakeem Olajuwon.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he's willing to teach them footwork.
Yeah, they need that.
He teaches everybody footwork. Taught Kobe and everybody else. Amari Stoudemire, Dwight Howard.
Yeah.
I don't know if Dwight Howard quite internalized it, but he taught them all.
No, he didn't. He did not.
But yeah, I mean, but like that stuff costs money too.
Okay, wait. I gotta
read.
Yeah, it does. Wait. Let me read this. But the difference is some of the other players in the WNBA seem jealous and angry. No lies detected, Gogo. 100%.
What did it say?
Gogo said, but the difference is some of the other players in the WNBA seem jealous and angry. Not seem, they are.
Well, I mean, look, what I'm saying is if they are jealous, if they are angry, that's good for the game. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, they want everybody to be like tennis players and be classy. Like, nah, man. Can't lie, man. When the Jets were about to play the Patriots and he said, "Can't wait," everybody was like, "Oh shit." You know what I mean? You watch football?
Which one?
Do you watch football?
Yeah.
Okay. So like when Bart Scott, when they're getting ready to go play the Patriots, the defense can't stop a nosebleed. Are you ready for next Sunday? Can't wait. You know what I'm saying? We like that. You know what I'm saying? Like if these girls are mad at Caitlin Clark and they're talking junk and not ladylike. So what, man? That league
All
mostly
right, all
not
right. There,
ladylike.
in the level of the game, because that's what a lot of these dudes are saying, which I do agree. But the personal outside, right? And like I said, dude, these girls do not have poker faces, right? This is what I'm saying, dude. At some point, the WNBA is gonna have to decide, like, at what type of league they want, because obviously the girls that are there now have no problem with acting the way they acted. And like you said, there's more people coming in that don't like that, right? It's just basically it's like normies who come into a gaming system, right? And they want certain things like Fortnite, and then Fortnite dominates, and then everything becomes Fortnite, right? right. So I'm not saying the league is at that level yet, but that's the like I understand, bro. You got me already, dude. I feel bad because I should have been watching the WNBA all these years. I should have been. And even if something happened with Caitlyn, she goes, I'm still gonna be watching.
As you
But
should. We should all be fans, man. That's the way the game will go.
but,
I
but,
mean,
but
those of us that care. Nobody
right.
should sympathy watch.
Well, no, I wouldn't because I love basketball and I play basketball, and then of course I have a connection because my nieces all play basketball. I mean, a couple of them got pregnant at the end of that, but I'm just saying, I'm not gonna put all my business out there. You know what I'm saying? Right? They fell in love, and I ended that. But what I mean is that the majority is not like that, right? They'll walk away, and that's something that they got to determine and balance. And this is what a lot of these dudes are yelling at them about, right? And then they'll be calling patriarchy, and that they hate women, and they're racist. It's like not racist, but sexist, right? And I'm just like, no, they're just letting you know, man. You got to decide: do you want to be that business? Because there's some sacrifices that are going to be made, and like I think Arenas did the best, man. Because Arenas laid it all out there, and he had the most cogent point. It was like the problem is that the league is going to pass them by, and these women don't like that, right? They don't want that to happen, right? But you can't do anything about it. The best thing for you to do, dude, is get your flowers right now. But if it goes to that next level, nobody's going to remember you unless you hardcore fan like me and you. And Zink, dude, we can sit back here and talk about like any type of basketball, like early 70s and up, right? Easily, right? But not everybody's like that, and I know I know that's threatening for them, dude, because it could be like that game changer, right? That's why when they hear people say like, "Oh, she's the future, she's this, she's that," dude, it's not just and then on top of that, the money and the deals, and I'm pretty sure Aja wasn't happy, even though she was happy she got a sneaker, she didn't get it until like Caitlyn got her deal, and people kind of complained, and then of course the whole thing with the flights, man, come on now.
Look, man, that's why like in the NBA, a lot of people are like, man, they're still underpaid in the NBA because, especially like a guy like LeBron James, who brings in like merchandising sales and things like that, but his salary is capped. She deserves whatever she gets, right? Somebody like if you're not writing the checks, you shouldn't have any opinions on what she's getting paid. Nike, what is it, an 8-figure deal?
Yeah,
like that's
well,
that's
20
crazy.
million. That's 20 million. Yeah. But I mean,
That's
when I look at it too, I think Zink, you would agree, right, Zink? If Zink is still here, my bad. But I think you would agree, right? Because they're basing it on what the money they can make off of her. Like even the WNBA did that because people was like, why did she get that schedule? Well, duh. They're gonna televise her, and this is the most exposure.
Why wouldn't they televise the biggest star?
Yeah, and then the schedule is rough. I'm like, of course, because she's gonna be playing the top tier teams because this is their opportunity, the WNBA, and I have no problem with this.
Bro, everybody got to play everybody. They ain't got that many teams.
No. But so you want to strike when the iron's hot, right? So that's how I found out about Aja. Again, bro, I feel bad. I should have known about Aja, right? But I found her, and I was like, dude, I like this chick, man. She's awesome, right? And then I didn't even know, that girl Plume that plays for the Vegas thing. I saw this. I had this one clip that I always
she's on that list I just read.
Yeah. So there's a clip that people will share on Instagram, and I just liked it. It just shows this girl with a shirt, and it's folded, and she throws it to her dad in the crowd. I was like, man, that girl is awesome. She should play football. I didn't know that was her. All this time, I didn't know it was her until I saw her in that. Well, they talked about the breakup and some dude she was dating, and the way she was dressed.
Oh no, she wasn't dating. She was married to Darren Waller.
Oh, so she was married. Okay.
So he's a tight end for the. He was a tight end for the Raiders. I think he's with the Giants. And he's talking about retiring now.
But they broke up, right? Or they divorced, I guess. They're not together anymore. And then she wore some outfit And see that's what I mean. Dude. I had
with
no idea
covering
about it.
up covering up just her titties and let her everything show.
Yeah, and everybody was going nuts about it. All I know is I tuned in for the game and I watched her play. I was like, damn, this girl's good. And then I made the connection. I was like, man, she looked familiar. Then I watched the clip. I'm like, dude, that's that girl. Had no idea, right? So that's what I'm talking about. That's the type of exposure that can happen and that get people to watch it. Because there's people like us out there, dude. We just haven't been paying attention, right? And so that's what to me that's what that ultimately what she bring. Because yeah, it's like PlayStation. They sell all these consoles, but nobody buys games, right? Wouldn't you rather sell less consoles where everybody's buying more games? I think so. Wouldn't well, you would like both. You would like both, but that's not the reality, right? Right now.
No, that's what I always said about, like, since you brought that up, that's what I always said about the consoles. Like the Xbox, the Xbox consumers are different. Like we're closer to PC players. We play just about anything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whereas the PlayStation, you look up their top play games, you don't see any of the PlayStation games. I mean, look, Fortnite is number one on all platforms that exist, but you just look at the most sold games on all the platforms, you can see that. Like, yeah, you would rather have, and also you can look at the things that Microsoft sells. Like Sony didn't even have the nuts to sell their $500 headphones on PlayStation, but Microsoft was selling B&Os. You know what I mean? I bought some. They were not worth $500, but I bought them. The B&O portals.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Those are $500. Like they wouldn't Sony has their own $500 headphones. They won't sell it over there.
Yeah.
That's why I'm surprised that they look. I hope that they stick to VR, but it looks like they're already giving up because we need more. If you like VR, you want more innovation in VR. Because I got VR. I don't have a PlayStation VR, but I have the Rift and I have the Quest 3.
Gamers nowadays talk about innovation. They don't support it. That's just the reality.
Well,
Let me read
it costs money.
Yeah, it does. No, it is not good for the WNBA for everyone to be that jealous. I agree.
Dude, what are y'all talking about? They don't have to like that girl.
Well, but dude, I'm telling you, man.
What do you think? She a little tenderoni and she can't take to get a little tenderizing? You know what I mean? Look, they playing the same game Jordan played. And Jordan had rules,
and they changed it.
They changed it.
Yeah. they changed it. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Did they change it for Jordan though?
Yes, they did.
Or did he just win?
Well, it was both, right? He had to overcome it and stuff like that, but the league ain't dumb, dude. They knew where their money was. No, it's not good for the WNBA. Oh yeah, okay, I read that already. Google poll. That's why female tennis is more interesting because compared to men, you see more volleys. Oh, that's a good point, Google.
That's why female tennis is more interesting because compared to men, they see more volleys.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. My boy, man. I think he's about ready to retire. So I'm gonna have to find somebody else, man. I have to go ahead and say that Joker is the GOAT now. My man can't even complete the French. So hey, man, Joker's the GOAT. But I don't like Joker. I don't dislike Joker the way I disliked Pete Sampras.
Why did you dislike Pete Sampras?
No, I was an Andre Agassi fan, right? So.
Oh, I like both of them.
So when Andre Agassi could never beat Pete Sampras, I was mad at Pete.
Yeah,
but you know, Nadal couldn't beat Joker on pretty much any other surface.
Dude, some matchups, for some reason, dude, that's one thing I love about tennis, dude. Some of the matchups are just not, you know what I mean? They just don't.
But women, I don't know. I mean, I liked Kornikova, but she was a scrub. Because when I came into tennis, the first woman that I was rocking with was what's her name? Martina Navratilova.
Yeah, that's what I was. That was my era. Her and Chris Albert never had some battles, but man, Martina was unstoppable. Just like
Martina Navratilova. Like I was a young boy when she had already won a few already, but she's the one who was the person that I got into tennis with. You know, back then they used to have Sports Illustrated for kids.
Yeah.
So Arthur Ashe was in there, and then he ended up getting sick.
Yeah, that was
so like Martina was the girl, and then I used to like what's the big girl from the United States?
Christine.
Lindsay Davenport.
Yeah, Lindsay Davenport.
I
You
used
know
to
who
rock
my
with
boy
Lindsay.
was, dude? Well, yeah, I
Who?
had Yvonne Lendo for a while, and then Yannick Noah, man. That dude was just cool. I liked him.
You said Yannick Noah?
Yeah. Was that his name?
You talking about Noah's daddy? What's that boy's name for the Chicago Bulls?
Yeah. The son played for the Bulls.
Yeah, I didn't even know about his daddy until they started talking about how his daddy was a tennis player.
Yeah, I was on the reverse. I didn't know, like, one day they was like talking about him, and that was his dad. I was like, what? Yeah, I know it's your dad. I was like, dude. I started paying attention
Yeah,
to him more.
because see, like I've been rooting for Nadal since like probably like his second French, and
Oh.
then I used to work with this dude who was a Joker fan. He's like, Joker's better. I'm like, no, he's not, man. Then I started watching him. I was like, fuck. I didn't really like Roger. I didn't hate Roger though. The only person I really didn't like was Pete.
Pete Sampras, really?
Yeah, because he beat my boy all the time.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
like I was a Venus fan, and then like she would never, like, she would just dominate and then play like some of her worst tennis when it was time for her to play her sister.
Well, I think that was personal too. I remember what the dad said. Who was the better? Like they asked him, right? You would think he'd do like a middle of the road thing. Dude, they asked the dad, he's like, oh yeah, Venus is the better player. So if I was a girl, dude, I would be like Serena. I'd be like, what? I think she took that personally, dude. But then she became a superstar, right? She became the bigger of the two sisters, in my opinion. Yeah, Serena was no joke, man. But I used to love back in the day, man. Like if Yvonne Lendo versus like was it McEnroe or Jimmy Connor? Right, that was that whole American French thing back when people were a little bit more nationalistic. Man, I miss all those days, dude. I was into all that stuff, man. It was good times. Hey, but let me read what Zink said. Xbox All In. End the show. I have to go to sleep. Yet the realist must be watched with his reckless understanding of basketball. Dude, we're gonna do a podcast, bro. Zink, man, we gotta connect, dude. We really need to do a podcast, man. Get you, we both be on this. We all be on this podcast. Cause I mean, we're just gonna be talking too, man.
Yeah,
I
man,
said,
but go to bed, man.
yes, it could have been. Yeah, we can wrap it up. Damn, even Gogo. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Cameron Brink, dude. She's like another level too. So I mean, not just in game,
she's a young buck too.
Yeah. That what did they say? It was like almost like a 400% increase in the draft, WNBA draft. Most for Caitlin, but then other people was there too to support their girls. You know what I mean? So the Mystics, I watched the Mystic play the Fever, and it was cool because there's a lot of. I mean, they had to move to a new arena. They sold out, right? But the kind of cool thing about it, dude, there was Mystic fans there as well, and you could tell because coming towards the final because they went down to the wire. And you could hear the team because that's their home court. You could hear the fans cheering for their team, and to me, that's what it's all about, right? You start bringing all the people in, and you get people excited about it. That people will rep their team, man. Look, dude, when Orlando got their expansion, I was living in Florida. Orlando got their expansion, dude. We had like Scott Skiles, Terry Catledge, right? My boy,
and then Penny and Shaq.
Yeah. So, but in the beginning, we had the Catman, we had Reggie Diaz, Scott Skiles, man, we had that dude Reynolds. Catman, all this stuff, dude. So you love the team because that's our team, right? But man, when that draft came around, and I don't know, man, I don't know what Orlando did. And I was actually in the Navy. I was actually stationed in San Francisco at the time. And I was at the comic book store and the draft was on. And then I saw them get the number 2 because they shouldn't have, because the Magic wasn't supposed to get it. They had like a 1 in however chance, 1 in 50 chance to pull it, right? And then when they pulled the thing, you could tell because whoever should have got the first draft pulled 12. Something like that. But anyway, so Orlando, that's how they got Shaq, dude. Man, good times, bro. I missed those things.
And then they, I think they traded Weber for Penny.
Oh, is that what they did?
I'm almost certain.
Dude, I'm
But
gonna get my handy pad and do some research.
Oh, so you were living in Orlando?
Yeah, I actually grew up in Florida, bro. I'm from Hawaii, but we moved to Florida, so I grew up there mostly. That's why I play basketball too.
I was wondering why you said we. Because see, like Legal, man, Legal got 2 basketball teams, and I mess with them all the time. It's like, bro, you live in Dallas, man.
Oh,
You know
so
what I mean?
who's this
Oh,
team?
legal from Memphis somewhere. He root for the Grizzlies and he root for the Warriors.
My team is the Lakers, so that's who I I was in Orlando, so we support the Orlando because it was like cool, bro. Like franchise. So all of that stuff with franchise, and when a team comes in, dude, I experienced all that. It was amazing.
I'm a Spurs fan, man. When I was, my dad is a Marine, so I grew up in North Carolina, and I got to watch all of the North Carolina games, like all the NC State, all the Duke, all the Tar Heels, everything,
Yep.
all the Wake Forest games. So
Joe Wolf.
that's when
Joe Wolf for the win. Joe Wolf, dude, I remember that dude. He's on. He was like the Tar Heels, right? Joe Wolf, James Worthy, wasn't that the
James
team?
Worthy, yeah, James Worthy.
Yeah.
But Joe Wolf, I don't remember. That's before my
Look
time,
at Zing,
bro.
look at Zing, bro. Look at Zing. No,
That's
Chris
before
Webber was
that's
not
before
traded
my
for
time.
Beckham. Huh?
Who was Chris Webber traded for? I know he was traded. I mean, it's one thing to tell me, man. Correct me, bro. I don't need you to tell me I'm wrong. I already thought I was wrong. Correct me, man, so I don't do it again.
when we do the show, you guys gotta tune in. It'll be like Skip, and it'll be like Skip and Shannon.
You know the thing with them is that one person has to take the wrong side of a bad argument. That's what I don't like. And Skip always takes the wrong side of a bad argument, and he just looks stupid.
Oh, what? So what? Of course he's gonna take the wrong side. Look at Shannon, dude. What else he gonna do?
Well, I mean, he don't have to. He don't have to though. You know what I mean? He like him and Stephen A. They don't do that. It's like he has to hate LeBron. He has to say that Tom Brady is the greatest because what's his name? Shannon Sharp is gonna tell him the truth, which is yes, he's the greatest, but he's not the best. It's like if Joe Montana was the greatest until Brady came along, but this whole time I'm like, dude, John Elway is a way better quarterback than Joe Montana. Because if you put Joe Montana on the Broncos, he doesn't fare any better than John Elway did. And John Elway probably wins more with the 49ers.
Oh, well, Montana had that special something. That's what you.
That special something is that special something is a stacked team.
Yeah, I used to love watching it. That's why I miss the old broadcasters because they would say stuff like that, dude. I miss it.
Yeah, that's that special something. Like, come on, bro. Like we can act like Ronnie Lott wasn't there.
Yeah.
We can act like Merton Hanks wasn't there. We can act like he didn't have all those running backs, Ricky Water, Charlotte Gardner. All these guys weren't back there. The greatest, in most people's eyes, the greatest football player ever. Come on, bro.
That was good times, man.
It's like Tom Brady. Like, yeah, you got the greatest coach, and then you always had a top 5 defense when y'all won a championship, even in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
It's like defense still wins championships. A lot of people are trying to say that it doesn't, but the Chiefs didn't win because of the offense. It was the defense making stops against one of the best offenses in the league. It's defense still wins. But anyway, man, you're gonna give me another chance. You said you had to go to bed. Go to bed.
Oh no, that's Zink. Zink got a little bit. John Elway is the second greatest quarterback ever.
to who? There he is again, bro. Don't say that bullshit, man, without telling me who it is.
No, he did. I just slow. Tom Brady is number 1.
I mean, Tom Brady, like I said, he is the greatest. He's the most accomplished, but he's not the best. He's not the most talented. Like, look, you put Tom Brady in Green Bay and Aaron Rodgers in New England. Tell me Tom Brady still wins Super Bowls. Get out of here, man.
Yeah, I don't even think Aaron Rodgers will win Super Bowls.
No, well, Aaron Rodgers didn't win, but the thing is like if he's better, he's supposed to perform better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like that's why I don't like really like with these old GOAT debates, because then you have to start like splitting hairs and nitpicking on guys instead of just saying, hey man, they're great players.
But that's the fun of it, dude. We're gonna do we're gonna do 10-hour podcast just like this. Me, you. We're gonna break the record, man.
That's the fun of it, but like, cause like, all right, a lot of people say Jordan's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. They wear their tennis shoes. They bought They bought Fruit Balloons because of him. They they eat ballpark Franks on their hot dogs because of
Don't
Michael
forget
Jordan.
Gatorade, man. Don't forget Gatorade.
Yeah, drinking that sugar water, because
Oh.
Michael Jordan.
Good times. Good times.
Yeah, but see, Shaq got me on All Sport, and All Sport had a little special something in it. You know what I mean? It was lightly carbonated. You know what I mean?
Sound like a commercial. You know what it is, bro? I just be honest with you, man. It was just the time, Like, lie to me, dude. Sell me something. I love it. I'm all in that, dude. I know. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but it was just good times back then, dude. It's just like me. I started watching wrestling again, right? Because the Rock came back, and it just reminded me.
Oh yeah.
Classic, that classic wrestling dude from back in the day, dude. I don't think we'll ever get the Attitude Era back because of the way society is, but.
I've been watching AEW because of the Burberry boy.
Oh yeah. Dude,
what's his name? I always forget his name, but I follow him on Twitter. MFK or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, bro. Like honestly, bro. I mean, I know the Samoans got the WWE pretty locked, but he can make some serious waves if he was to move up. But he said he wouldn't.
He should.
I mean,
because that's all legacy stuff, dude. I mean, like I was like, so, because that bloodline even comes here to Hawaii. You know what I mean? People know who they are, and so I mean, it's all legacy stuff. So you have to like keep it fresh too. You know what I mean? I mean, I love the Usos and stuff like that. They're way better than I thought they would be, bro. If I'm being honest, the way
I ain't gonna lie, man. Rock got me back into wrestling.
Yeah, dude.
Because like, my bro said, that's fake, right? And I started crying. I said, I was like, that was back when it was shaking the top. I was like, no, it's not.
Oh, dude, you're breaking up. Realize you're breaking up.
He
Is
said,
your phone down? Is your phone
nah.
down? Oh, you're breaking up a little bit.
All right, well, it's gonna be bad, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Try again. I got the Rock part, and then everything was breaking up.
Well, if you can't, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're coming in fine now.
Okay, because now I'm in the country, man. So anyway, I'm surprised it worked this long. But look, so I was like, no, it's not bad. It's not fake. It's not fake. And so my mom, I asked her, I said, Mom, is wrestling fake? You said it's bad?
No, I get you now. I missed that part, so I see what you're saying.
No, okay, because bro, now I'm conscious, and if I'm having the issues, but my mama confirmed it was fake. I stopped watching it, but then I understood that it was more to it than just whether it was real or choreographed. It was about the act and the storylines, and that's when I got back into it.
The characters, man, the storylines, the characters, the moves.
Mm-hmm.
So like I was already reading comic books and stuff like that, so it wasn't a hard sell for me, I was reading books where people was flying, punching through walls. So I was like, all right, wrestling's right up my alley. So the only thing I didn't like, dude, I was in Florida at the time, and at that time, dude, like the Horsemen were big, and of course, you had like your real big players, man. And I wanted to be Barry Windham. I was a huge Barry Windham fan, right? But when I was on the playground, all the guys were like, "No, man, you can't be Barry Windham, dude." And I was like, "Why? Why can't I be Barry Windham?" It's like, "Cause look at you." And they was like, "You have to be Coco Beware." I was like, "What?" He was something else. But anyway, so then of course High Chief Peter Maivia, because like it wasn't as like back then, dude, you have to know this stuff, right? Like people now everything's on the internet. You can watch clips and stuff like that. But they were actually like they had the AWA, the NWA, like, and then it was by whatever part of the country you were in, right? They had their circuits and stuff like that. So it wasn't as like well known and stuff like that. So you have to read about this stuff. So anyway, man, once Ricky the Dragon Steamboat came in, then I was like all happy. I was like, I'll be Ricky the Dragon Steamboat because we fake wrestle. Then my friend was like, I'll be Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. I was like, nah, man, you gotta be Dusty Rhodes, which isn't a bad trade-off. You know what I'm saying? Or like when the SST came, or Islanders, right? Guys like that. So.
I didn't let nobody push me off, man. I was flipping toothpicks. Nobody could never tell me that I wasn't Razor Ramon.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, yeah. Not for me, because it
I
was
was
fun.
flicking toothpicks, bro.
But like for me, I remember going in there. I went along with that kind of stuff because I could kind of out of like because we said like a whole show, like we would play the characters to a T, man. It was good time, man. It was like so. He was doing like like Ric Flair, man. To this day, dude, I watch his old clips, man. Like nobody was better than that dude, man. I mean,
And you said good realist is Biden in the show.
oh yeah, you saw that. Yeah, well, I'll wrap it up. Is it 6? Yeah, I gotta go. I check in with my kids and stuff, but yeah, realist, dude. Yeah, I'm glad. Let's do that, dude. Because I've been looking for people.
It's always fun, man.
Yeah, dude. But I've been looking for people to talk WNBA. I know Zink was, because Zink was commenting, and then I know Zink plays basketball, so I'm pretty sure.
Man,
Like,
Zink,
I'm like that.
Zink showed his hand, man. He a fan.
No, me too, man. I love Caitlin Clark. But Zink, man, it broke my heart, man, because my daughter, she's pretty good at basketball, and then she didn't want to play. And then my nieces came around. I was like, "Oh, uncle, can you show me?" And I was like, I was coaching them. But my daughter, man, she has no inclination for it, and I'm not gonna force her. But like I was like, "Dude, you have some potential, girl. You could play." She's like, "Nah, Dad, I want to read these books." I was like, "What?" Yeah, my daughter's a nerd. She took that side. But like basketball is the only thing that kept me relevant in school, man. Because I was a nerd too. I read comic books, dude. Played chess, ping pong, all that trash. But basketball is the only thing that kept me like social. But yeah, Zink, dude, we'll do that. And realist, we'll do that, man. I gotta get a way to contact Zink. Because I don't think Sega Man watches basketball, so I can't go through him. But yeah, bro, thanks for realist. You still there?
I think them old geezers they on Instagram, man.
Yeah, I'll go look for him on Instagram. But what kind of Zink? I'm on Instagram too, man. Sega Forever over there too. Or just look through me if you can and I'll look through Sega Man. So I can send you the link that way. I just gotta find a way to send you the link, and then we can just roll with it, dude. I'll let you guys go, man. I'll just sit back and listen.
Man, look, man, this boy making excuses for Caitlin Clark, and he making excuses for the college game, man. That's when he showed me he was a Caitlin Clark fan.
Well, I mean, I no lies detected on my end.
Oh man.
I'm waiting for my jersey, man. They don't have my size.
So
All
did you where did you go? WNBA?
Yeah, that's where I'm just joking. I'm kind of big, that's why. So, but I subscribe to the actual service, right? So that I could watch like all the games, man. Dude, I've been enjoying it. Like so there's two parts of me, like just enjoying the game, and there's a part of me that like starts to analyze everything, right? And that's where I come away with some of the stuff that I'm watching. But then I didn't want to say anything much because I don't know the league that well, right? I'm just learning. But man, I've been enjoying the games, dude. Man, like I said, dude, I mean, I'm old school, dude. No blood, no foul. That's how I grew up playing basketball. So when I see old girl hip checker, I don't agree with it. But at the same time, I'll be like, you know.
But the thing with the girls is like they already have a rough time scoring, so you can't let them be too rough. With like even in the NBA, they stopped letting them be rough because it brought the scoring down too low.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's what I think the WNBA is going to run against, bro. If I'm being honest, man, at some point it's going to become some choices are going to have to be made.
I honestly don't think it'll make a difference because like fundamentally they got to become better shooters.
Oh well, better shooters, better set better screens, run better offenses, move their feet, put a body on somebody. Stop forcing passes.
Layup drills. I watch them smoke a lot of layups too.
Yeah, because when they coming in, you can see it, dude. They don't got that body control. Right, that stuff should be like secondary.
Man, I wish I knew that girl's name. She's from Alabama and she's going to some other like prep school. But man, if I could, man, that little girl, man, she looks like. I ain't gonna say I ain't gonna go too far with it. Let me see. She's slippery in the air, bro. I ain't gonna say Tyreek. I was about to say Derrick Rose, not even Tyreek Evans, but she's slippery, man. Like her body control, the way she, like she's gonna evolve going to the rack.
Well, there's I think she's a rookie this year. It might have been last year. She was on UConn, I believe. I don't know. She plays for the Mystics, man. I gotta get better at my name, bro. Like I said, I'm just learning. But she wears this face mask to cover her face. Man, that chick got skills, dude. Like she has good.
See, I like Paige Beckers more than Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, I haven't got like I know of her. I haven't really got to watch her, so I definitely do my research on her.
I'm not saying she's better. I just like her more.
Yeah, I understand. It's like when I saw Aja play, man, I was like, dude, why is this girl not getting like 30, 34, 40 points a night? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I kind of root for South Carolina because of Staley. Like from back in the day, I remember watching her.
I don't know, man. Now she was saying I saw her saying some mess like she would let men in the league, but like men that identify as women. I'm like,
I'm tired of. You see, I don't know if she's like that, but I know I'm tired. I'm tired of Gino. You know what I mean? I'm
Mhm.
tired. I was tired of Nick Saban too. Like everybody wants to go to the same school.
Yeah.
So like, hey, I'm glad to see somebody else. I was rooting for the chick from Stanford too. I mean, she got one. I like Mulkey.
Hmm. Yeah, dude, I think the next as time moves on, dude, it'll get better and better. In my opinion.
Well, it has to, because it's kind of like with the MMA, right? At first, you only had that one girl where anybody who knew fighting knew that she wasn't good, right? Because she was just hitting everybody with an arm bar, Ronda Rousey. But then next thing you know, you got the girl from Russia,
Yeah.
Vic Valentina, and then the one from Brazil. I can't remember her name because I don't like her.
Really? The one that was winning? Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like weight bullies. Period. I don't like weight bullies in men's sports either. But I forgot her name. But you know what I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about.
I know you thought she like won, and then she got beat by that one.
Well, she's the one who beat the hell out of Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, she beat like Cyborg as well, right? That was her, right?
Well, Cyborg was just a freak show. That's all. You know what I mean? She was bigger than everybody else, and the game was still evolving. That's what I'm saying. Like
She rocked it.
huh?
She rocked that girl, bro. I was like, dang, dude. I mean, she has skills for real.
Who?
But I mean, the girl you talking about from Brazil.
Oh yeah, she Nunez. I think Amanda Nunez.
That's her, Amanda Nunes. Yeah, I like her.
Yeah,
I
didn't.
think about it.
Because I like Valentina.
Yeah, the girl that's the Russian chick, right?
But and then but anyway, so when Ronda Rousey came along, it was like new to everybody, and girls didn't even know it was something that they should be interested in. But just like the little girl, I think she was from Hawaii who just killed herself.
That's her sister. That was
her sister is a champ.
Yeah, Angela.
And then and she was on her way because she was beating up those. She was doing good against the adults. She was still a young girl.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Like they don't talk about it.
You don't want to talk about it. I mean, but like that's what I'm saying. Like when you got young girls like that taking up the sport because they see an end game, that's when you start to see the game evolve. Like when Ronda Rousey came along, it was new. They only had one weight class, and it was like, all right, she's coming in, she's dominating because you're fighting against a bunch of other people who just left the dojo. Then when you start bringing in those girls from Brazil who've been training to fight their whole life and can't go back home broke, it's a different ball game.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be the same thing.
Wasn't it Chris Rock that did that joke? Chris Rock did a joke. It was like,
I don't listen to him.
Lower the social class, the better the fighter. He was saying.
Well, but it's true.
It's true. Yeah. It was a joke, but it was true, and he's making a point, but he did it in a joke form. It was hilarious when he said it.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like that's why it's crazy when some of these professional athletes, their children even want to play, and some of them are good. Like Dale Curry, Steph Curry. Look at LeBron James's kids. It's like, look at Mike Tyson when he told his son, "You don't want to be a boxer. You go to private schools. Get the fuck out of here." You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it takes the right atmosphere to build the right animal. Especially in combat sports.
Yeah, sometimes it's the flip side too, because some of them don't want to be that, and the parents want to be. Yeah, that's how my ex was. She was like, "You're not gonna force them to play basketball, are you?" Because she saw the articles I had, and she knew she saw my stuff. And then I was like, no, because I love basketball. So when I see them playing, like like I took my son, and he wanted to learn basketball, and then but I realized that he only played because his friend played. Because then he asked me, he's like, Dad, how do I get better at shooting? I was like, oh, you just gotta keep on shooting the ball. And so I told him, yeah, just go out, like when you have time after school, just go to the park, shoot about a 500 free throws. right? Right. And then for me, when I was younger, right, like some people didn't want to do that. For me, it was no big deal because I just like shooting. I just like playing. I just like being on the court. And not everybody's kids are going to be like that. So I realized that from the jump. So I didn't push them into anything. But like you,
Yeah,
right?
well,
Sometimes, like you said, sometimes they like, oh yeah, but maybe you should do something else. Like, well, it depends on what the kid wants to do. And that's what I'll do. I'll just see what they want to do. That's what I do with my kids. So I didn't force them.
yeah, I wasted a lot of money that way.
But teaching your kids?
No,
Okay.
like letting them try new things. You know what I'm saying? Like they
Yeah.
played multiple instruments, multiple sports. That's the only way they're gonna find out what they really like.
Well, I know for me,
But
like I knew like my daughter was gonna love art because I didn't. You don't have to tell her to do it. She just loved doing it. Same thing with my son. He started playing instrument, like drums, guitar, bongos. He started playing music, and I know there's music in my family. I'm the only one in my family that can't play or sing, right? So when I saw him taking interest in it, but he's another one, right? I don't have to like when he has lessons, I don't have to go hunt him down. You know what I mean? Like he's ready to go. Like he's got his stuff ready. He's
Oh,
like, okay,
is that your boy that's about to go to college?
yeah, he just graduated this year. Yeah, it was cool because he got into jazz. So like he just didn't play like I thought maybe he'd like play a regular band stuff or like that. But I mean he went to a really good school, but then he did orchestra, and then he did band, and then for somehow he got into jazz. And then like one day he came, like one day I had him, he's like, oh Dad, you know who Stevie Wonder is? I'm like, what? He was Stevie Wonder, have you ever heard of him? And I looked at him, I was like, dude, you know who you're talking to? And so like I pulled out my old stuff and I was like, oh here, because he had what song did he have? Well, he was learning my Sharia more, right? And then I was like, dude, listen to this album, right? And then he's listening to the album. Goes, oh, Dad, that's pretty solid. I was like, yeah, dude, this dude's the man. So like you kind of relive that to your kids, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's cool that they discovered themselves. Like I didn't push them into it. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it was good. But anyway, Sega forever. How much longer? I'm about to get ready to get off. It's 12 o'clock here. What time is it there?
Yeah, that's almost 7.
Dang. So it's almost. So the sun is up.
Well, it's setting right now. But yeah, it's still up actually.
Oh, 7 p.m.
Yeah, 7 p.m.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's early there. But it's
Yeah.
12 here.
Yeah, I better let you go, man. But
Yeah, I'm about to shut it. I'm about to shut it down.
yeah, I want you to start dreaming of all them threes, Caitlin Clark.
Look, man. Y'all gonna have to dream about them because they're not gonna happen. Y'all gonna have to keep watching like Iowa highlights so you check in and have a little flashback because it's a different ball game. Unless she goes. Well, I was about to say something and then I realized he was dead. But I was gonna say at least let you go hang with Kobe for the summer. But somebody like Kobe.
Oh wait, I'm just gonna tell you this, man. I already got those highlights in my playlist, so you don't have to worry about that. In fact, I
Yeah,
should watch them again.
Because it ain't happening, man. They're not having it. Y'all better hope that the WNBA creates a new rule book for her.
Well, I think that's. I'll be honest with you, dude. I think that's gonna be a problem because every person in the WNBA will have to change their play. The amount of pushing off and bodying they do in that league, dude. That's why I respect the rest, man. And then when the girls throw up their arms, I'll be like looking at them like, come on now. I expect them to call that when they haven't called you on the last 3 things you did. They're just letting you guys play. But then having her in the lane, she's a disruptor, so that's the problem. So
Well,
anyway,
the game is naturally slower,
yes.
so you don't really want to slow it all the way down by calling ticky tacks.
Yeah. But one day, man, I was watching one game, dude. Even Aja got, dude, she got wrecked, man. And then she's like bleeding. And the ref was just standing there. She's like, you know what I'm saying? And I was watching, I was laughing. I felt bad for her. And I was like, dude, well, you have to call that. But deep down inside, I was like, yeah. Because I was one of those guys when the NBA started changing, I didn't like it. I missed the days, right? When they would. I like the bad boys. I'm just going to be honest.
That's like, I can't remember who that was, bro. he lost his tooth, and he had to go get in the ref's face. Call the foul, man.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, my dad played basketball like that. So I used to watch my dad play basketball. And one of his favorite players, dude, I remember, I didn't know who he really was when I was younger. I knew my dad liked him because he liked to mimic himself after him. My dad's a pretty big dude. But Maurice Lucas, man, my dad loved Maurice Lucas too. My dad was his favorite basketball player, dude. And so
It's crazy who, like, when I hear some people's favorite player, I'm like, wow, because like there's a shortstop named O'Neal, right? I can't remember his last name. He's a Dominican guy. I was like, how do you get a name O'Neal? His daddy's favorite player was Paul O'Neal. So I'm like, wow. I mean, I thought Paul O'Neal was great, but I didn't know he was anybody's favorite player outside of the city.
Dude, that's how it should be, man. That's awesome.
But Mo Cheeks, and not Mo Cheeks, Lucas?
Yeah.
No, you said Lucas.
Oh, was it Maurice?
No, you said Lucas.
Maurice Lucas, right? L-U-C-A. Wait, I'm old, bro. Let me make sure I got the right name. Let me go.
No, I was wrong. You said Lucas. I thought Cheeks, but like, yeah.
Yeah, Maurice Lucas. He was like one of the original Forcers. Yeah, there he is.
Like, I'm sure somebody's favorite guy was Bill Laimbeer back in the day, outside of the city.
I don't know anybody that likes Bill Laimbeer, bro. Anybody.
Bro, I was watching like Larry Bird talk about him. I was like, dang, man, Larry Bird hated that dude.
Oh, the scraps he used to get into, and it was funny, dude. Like, I don't even think like Rick Mahorn. I don't think Rick Mahorn liked him either, dude. Rick Mahorn was, dude. He was.
Rick Mahorn was a dirty dog too.
Yeah, he was, but he was a good dirty dog. Because Bill Laimbeer was a whiner and he was a flopper, then he would like act like he was innocent, and we all knew he was dirty. Rick Mahorn was just punched in the face.
It's kind of like Ray John Rondo, like Laimbeer would break your arm.
Yeah, but the way he does it, dude, he does it in that. Look, man, like I said, you old school, man. Rick Mahorn would just punch Charles Oakley. Those dudes would just punch like.
See, Charles Oakley was just a bully.
Yeah, he was.
But I don't think he was dirty.
No, like, okay, that's the thing though, right? They was just tough, hard-nosed dudes, right? Bill Laimbeer, dude, like he's like that's like if he wasn't in the NBA, somebody probably in a corporation like Poison in the Water. That's what I think of Bill Laimbeer. He's like that kind of evil, dude. I hated him with a passion, dude. I could not stand him.
Yeah.
The funny thing is I didn't have a problem with any of the Pistons, right? Probably because I hated the Celtics the most. But I remember that game, dude, when Bird stole the ball. I was watching that live. Bird steals the ball, and then they end up winning that game, dude. And I remember watching that, knowing I was like, dude, I have a bad feeling. And sure enough, dude.
Bro, Bird was my favorite player back then. Like my daddy wanted
because I like the Lakers, right? So,
oh no, see, we didn't have a team in North Carolina, but my daddy, I could have got the Birds or the Magic Johnsons. I wanted the Birds, but my daddy wouldn't buy me the Birds, so I ended up having Magic Johnsons. They were Converse.
Yeah, Converse. Yeah. Dang, dude, that changed everything, man. Those two coming in. It's nice to hear, like, listening to the WNBA and like listening to all the people talk about it, dude. I mean, at least they know the history because they was going back and talking about how the league almost went bankrupt. I remember all that. And,
I don't think my daddy liked Bird. I'm gonna have to ask him. Why wouldn't you buy me those shoes? I forgot.
Because Bird was a punk. I couldn't stand him, dude.
Bird was not a punk. Bird was a dog. What you mean?
He's a Celtic, dude. They all suck. I hated the Celtics.
Man, Bird was a dog.
Yeah. Well, I love him now. I respect him, especially now more than ever. But
Bird didn't back down. Bird was busting people's ass. Or like KG said, Bird was boning motherfuckers on the court.
Yeah. And he played up too, right? Because he looked like this kind of goofy dude, right?
He did look goofy.
He did. But it didn't matter. He could play. John Sally has the best stories. John Sally has the
when John Sally talks, man, he's got to be always high. Doesn't he sell weed?
Who? John Sally?
John Sally. Because when I've seen him, he's starting to do a lot of interviews, right?
Oh, he's always been a good talker.
But I think he sells weed, bro. Because every interview that I've seen, he's like totally mellowed out.
No, that's his personality. Okay, so I'll tell you this, man. You know I love the Lakers, man, and everybody used to dump on my boy Michael Thompson, right? Now inside, I knew he wasn't like the best, but he's my boy. He's at the Lakers, right?
I'm
And the
laughing
one
at
thing
Zeke
that
still
made me
making excuses for Caitlyn, man.
no, but okay. Oh, yeah. No. This is yeah. The new rule WNBA needs is to create a new coach for the NFL. Zing, bro. I think that's gonna happen, especially after she pulled the entire first string, right? And the thing that got me about that is like, well, I'm not seeing that you can't teach passion or whatever she said. I was like, obviously they can't teach us coaching and plays, right? Because I was like, dude, how do you blame a team when you're on sad as well? You know what I'm saying? So, but let me tell you about John Sally. So I ended up loving John Sally because he was being interviewed and he talked about Michael Thompson, right? And I was used to defend Michael Thompson, but then he was like being interviewed and he said it like this. He goes, Michael Thompson's job in the NBA is to make me look good. Like, and the way he said it, dude, and he had this little laugh and a smile, and then I was like, oh, dude, all right, you down my boy, but you know what? That was funny.
And what did he mean by that, though?
Because he was like Michael Thompson, dude, was like he's kind of a big dude and stuff, but he's just soft. You know what I mean? So all he would do is he try and challenge John Sally, and John, there's a reason he's not called a spider. Right? He just rejecting shots like every single time, and I mean badly. I just he's blocking him like I think one time he blocked him like 3-4 times in a row. Right? Same thing, and I'd be like, oh, dude. And then I forgot who they got after that, right? I forgot who their center was that they got because the Kareem was old already. Can't remember who took Kareem's place.
It's a
Right.
Kareem's place?
Because when Kareem retired, I forgot who did they get. Do you remember?
Nope.
I can't remember. I know they got Lottie.
I ain't never been a Laker. I didn't start liking the Lakers till LeBron went there.
Wow, man, sacrilege, bro.
I'm a Spurs fan, bro. Like we used to go back and forth with the Lakers every year.
Yeah,
You know, I like Shaq when he was in Orlando, man. You know, like he was the little young guy, man, running up and down the court, crossing people over and stuff like that.
big
And
ass
then when he went to and then okay, I don't like Kobe because we drafted him, but he says I only want to play for one team. And
Yeah,
then
but-
then we take Vladdy for Kobe.
Yeah, but you guys ended up getting David Robinson and Tim.
No. The
You said San-
Charlotte Hornets drafted Kobe.
Oh,
Yeah, he was on the
Oh,
cover.
so
He was on the cover of the newspaper with his mouth wide open, hanging on a basketball goal after he just dunked, and then we trade him. I say we. I was never a Hornet fan, but that was our
I
that
see.
was our
I thought you
team.
were talking about. I thought your team was San Antonio. My bad.
Yeah, that's my team, San Antonio. But I was in North Carolina. I grew up in North Carolina. We didn't have a football team. We only had the Hornets and a bunch of college teams.
Right.
So, like I said, I was never a Hornets fan, but I did like Larry Johnson. But North
Yeah.
Carolina,
And my mom.
the Charlotte Hornets drafted Kobe. He was on the front page of the newspaper. Next thing you know, he's getting shipped out.
Well, same thing happened to Orlando.
But Orlando was stupid too because they look the whole salaries back then.
Yeah.
The salaries back then they were getting out of control, and they didn't really know like how to pay people because you remember Big Dog when Big Dog came out
Yeah.
from Purdue. He wanted to be the highest paid player in the league as a rookie. Then you remember KG got 126 million. Then Penny wanted 200 million.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't know how to pay people what worth. And then Shaq. So at the time, what Shaq was asking for seemed like it was ridiculous.
But I mean,
And
that's not only money,
the
but-
Lakers didn't even give him what he asked for.
Yeah, he didn't want to.
The Lakers said we can offer you legacy.
Yeah, and that's why he went. Like, he just wanted out of Orlando, and then he was going to the Lakers. I mean,
He didn't want He didn't want out of Orlando. He wanted Orlando to pay him what he thought he was worth to the franchise.
Yeah, but Orlando wouldn't do
Yeah.
it. And you can't
'Cause if you
keep
look
him,
at-
right? Because
Because you look at Penny. If Penny didn't get hurt, he would have got 200 million from them. He still got 180 from Phoenix.
really, he would have got that much.
Yeah, and then he had started breaking down though. Grant Hill got a
Orlando
lot
was-
of money, and then he started breaking down in Orlando too. T-Mac, same thing.
oh,
Even when he
McGrady?
came down to Houston, like he barely played 60 games, and he was always hurt when the Rockets needed him the most in the playoffs. Kind of like Chris Paul. Like Chris Paul ball out his mind all year, and then come playoff time, something got hurt. His finger, his little toe. You know what I'm saying? Something
Yeah.
always got hurt on Chris Paul. But anyway, man, it's 12 o'clock, bro. We could keep on going
Yeah.
all night, bro.
Look at Zink is telling us to end
Hey.
it. Sorry, Zink. We out. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You finish up. We'll go outro, man, and then we'll go.
Zink been talking junk. What'd you say, man?
No, just do your outro, then we can end it.
Oh man, look, the outro. I don't know about your outro, but man, don't look for me on anything, man. I used to say, you can find me on Twitter, but no, I don't even like Twitter no more. You know what I mean? I do a show with Tech on Thursdays. Tech knows, and Legal whenever he decides, and I'm here whenever I know that you're gonna do a show at random times. If I get on YouTube and see it, I'll join.
All right,
But-
I'll send it to you. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
you
kind of
say that you forget sometimes, but yeah,
I
I'll get on Twitter and check the private message side.
Yeah.
But like, man, whenever I catch you on, it's always luck, man. You know, your time is so much different. So if it's seven there. You're what, 5 hours behind?
Yeah, I got off early today. That's how I was able. Yeah, about 5 hours.
And normally when you go on, it's like 11 here already.
Yeah.
But it'll be the weekend. Nah, it's Wednesday.
Well, I did this podcast to give my thoughts about the showcase. But this is
Oh,
cool,
I
man.
I never gave my rate, man. I gave it a 9.5 because nothing's perfect. But in all honesty, man, I think it was a 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. It was one of the best shows that I've ever seen. You know, because you said you gave it a 10. Bro, it's one of the best shows I've ever seen, especially as an Xbox fan, seeing all that first party, seeing the plan coming together. A lot of the games that they've shown us years ago, we're finally seeing gameplay. Perfect Dark looked like everything I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
Mirror's Edge and Splinter Cell. I can't wait to play that one. But Avowed was always my game for this year. Like, we didn't see Clockwork Revolution. I thought we would see Clockwork Revolution. I thought it would be coming out because
They
you
might
can
have
wish
thought
list
about
it.
it, but they had so many games already.
But they did show some gameplay on that already.
Yeah, they did.
But
That's
I was thinking it was going to come out this year because you're able to wish list it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's why I wish they would do just a couple days, man, and just like let Bethesda do something, let Activision King or Activision side do something, and then Microsoft do their own. But I like the presentation. I like the flow. I like the fact that the way that Phil, Matt, and Sarah addressed everybody. That was cool. I think they should do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I'm still mad about multiplat stuff, but
Yeah.
I know why they're doing that too. Like I said, you can't justify the FTC right now, so they got to share something. I know that he said Marty told him he wanted to go multiplat, but if they were really, about squashing Sony out, they wouldn't put anything over there.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do the virus thing with Sony personally.
That's already in motion, bro. You saw the tweet, man. We talked about it. Like,
Yeah.
Sony already does not like competing, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna say this and then I'll be done. You see, they closed their Japan studio because they'd rather buy timed exclusivity for
Yes.
Final Fantasy.
Yes.
When it comes to shooters, they will kill all their shooters and just depend on Call of Duty because they know they can't compete with it. See, that's the difference between Sony and Microsoft. That's why I always got irritated with Xbox fans complaining about Halo all the time. It's like, dude, they keep bringing out Halo and they're still trying. They bring out Halo within a month of Call of Duty. They've never been afraid of Call of Duty or any other shooter. Sony wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So if Xbox infiltrates by bringing games in and dominating their storefront, then what does that do for Sony? You think Sony's already feeling the effects of having to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for these movie games. So they're already trying to consider how they can get away from making games that cost that much.
Yeah.
So what are they going to do? Where are they going to go? Man, in a minute, they'll be just like Steam. Because remember, Steam used to make games too until they figured out we ain't got to do anything but to just be just exist as a storefront.
Yeah.
Because like I've been wondering, like why no more Orange Box Half-Lives? We got Alex on VR, but like and Portal, but like what sense? And I can see the same thing happening to Sony, just being a storefront. They'll have their occasional games that come out, but they're not going to be trying to compete head up with third parties the way Microsoft's been willing to do over the years with their Hallmark franchises. All right, man.
Yeah, get some rest, bro. We'll hit it up this weekend, man. I'm gonna do a podcast this weekend, and we can talk about sports again.
All right.
We'll get Zink in, and then any of the other fellows that want to jump in and talk about it.
All right.
You know, just in case, I think on Friday what I'll do is we'll just do a sports cast, right? So that doesn't get distracted. Get you guys' thoughts on everything. I'll catch up a little bit more on the WNBA. I still haven't watched the Las Vegas. I'm like 1 week behind. And I wanted to watch the not this latest Aces game, but the game prior.
Oh, you playing that?
Which one?
You said Deus Ex?
No. I want to catch up with the WNBA. So I'm like a week behind. So I wanted.
What
to
did you
watch.
say that sounded like X? I think you said Deus Ex.
Oh, I said Las Vegas Aces. The
Oh,
Aces.
Las Vegas Aces.
Yeah, I like their team. Like I said, I like Aja.
They got our old coach there, man, Becky Hammond.
Oh snap! Yeah, she is right.
She was
Yeah,
she
I
was
like
like
her,
a,
dude.
she was an assistant. I mean, but she learned from Pop.
Like yeah.
So the league is in trouble either way because of her, man. It's like Belichick. Belichick could always find the right people and find places where they would succeed.
Yeah, that's why I hate Belichick. That's why I hated Tom Brady. Because Belichick used to be with the Browns.
I give Belichick the credit because, like, he would always find a good West Coast coordinator for Brady,
Yeah.
but that defense was always consistent. Like, who would have thought putting receivers in secondary was? I mean, quarterbacks in the secondary, receivers in the secondary. Like, who else does that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he had receivers playing in the secondary, still winning Super Bowls.
No, because he was the Browns coach, right?
He was the Browns coach, and the Browns were trash.
Yeah, but then so this is why I hated him because I'm a Steelers fan, right? So he always knew
Man,
how-
boy, had to give me something about talking about football, man.
No, but that's why I never liked him, and I hated Tom Brady, right? Because they would knock us out of the playoffs because he just knew how to play the Steelers.
I don't hate Brady. I just don't like it when people say he's the best.
Well,
He's the greatest, but like people say, oh, he's better. I don't think he's better than Peyton Manning.
well, okay.
It's
So
like-
look, when I say that I hate Brady, it's not for the ridiculous reasons other people do, right? I just didn't like Brady because he beat us. It's
Right.
football,
Who is us? Steelers?
Steelers, yeah.
Yeah, because see, and I'm tired of people trying to put dirt on Mike Tomlin too. He's the only coach that never had a losing season.
Who, Mike Tomlin? I can't stand it.
Oh man.
dude.
All right, hey,
No, I'm
podcast
just
don't have to
sorry.
end, but I'm
a Steelers
out.
fan, dude. I'm a Steelers fan. I see the news, and I'm like, dude, man. I mean, you can disagree with some stuff, but I was like, dude, how are you gonna get rid of a winning coach? At least wait till he has a losing season. But even then, his record.
But
You
see,
know
the
what I'm
problem is if you have a coach that doesn't lose, but he's not winning, you never really have the guy that you need. That's why they get guys like Pickett, who I knew was going to be a scrub. When I was listening to all these Steelers fans hype him up,
Mhm.
Ben Roethlisberger fell to them. You know what I mean? As long as you're in the middle of the road, you'll never have the draft picks you need to make the difference. And they don't do free agents, just like Green Bay Packers. Like they don't go out there and make splashes in free agency. So it's all about the draft.
Yeah, it's good they don't, because when they do it, it's always bad.
I can't remember the last guy they got, but like they traded
John
Minka
Jackson.
Fitzpatrick.
John Jackson, they paid him all this money, dude, and he was a bust. I don't
Who
know
the hell
what
is John Jackson?
He used to play for the Steelers a long time ago, offensive lineman. Dude.
Oh, okay, a long time ago.
Yeah, so
Yeah, 'cause
but that's what I mean. That this is why I never liked when they did that, because it's always something with them. It's like when you buy a lottery ticket, right? They're just never gonna win. So just stick to what they need to do. Like we lost Donahoe, right? So we just don't have the recruiting like we used to. Right? And like even with me, like they're picking some of these people up, and then my friends are like, because I live in Hawaii, right? They were like, "Oh yeah, dude, did you see we picked up the dude, man, the Samoan guy?" And I'm like, "All right, well, how good is he though?" And they were like, well, I don't care. He's from Hawaii, but he's Samoan. I was like, no, I don't care what he is, dude. Can he block? Dude, our division, man, they're gonna run rush out all over our offensive line. Dude, can this dude block? So I did some research on him. Dude, he has upside. You know what I mean? Like people are big on it. He's pretty aggressive. He can move, right? But he's not the number one.
Yeah.
But I'm like, okay, well, maybe they can develop him within the program. But we'll see. I don't know. I've never been like that, dude.
But,
Like,
but
Trent
Samoa still
Polamalu,
puts out.
oh no, but like somebody like Trent
No.
Polamalu, like people say, oh, yeah. Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say Samoa still puts out the most NFL players per capita though.
Who?
Samoa, so however you want to say it.
Samoa, really?
Yeah, they put out the most NFL players per capita.
Well, I know the NFL likes players from Samoa.
No, like
Is it,
just per capita, the amount of the population and the amount of people that they put in the NFL, they are the highest.
Really?
They're starting to look at Africa and Britain.
Yeah, dude. Do you see like I keep up with fitness stuff. I kind of have to, right, because of the way my body is now, right? So I gotta do some training. But I gotta look for like
You sound like Kevin Hart. You know the way my bank account is.
no, I'm serious, man. Because like I had all this back shoulder problems, right? So I gotta look. So I've been watching these fitness dudes, but like there's other countries in the world, man, that their fitness industries are growing up, and Africa is like one of them, dude. These dudes, like not like about a decade ago, man, they were ripped. They had muscularity and like a natural strength and stuff like that. Now these dudes, man, they're like monsters, bro. They're massive, dude, because like bodybuilding and stuff like that has worked its way into the culture. Now these dudes, they're producing like yeah. So I don't blame them, dudes. Like NFL, it doesn't surprise me.
But all right, man, I'm out for real. I'm out for real this time. Sega forever.
Oh yeah, go ahead. No, bounce. Yeah, you can bounce out because and then I'll do my outro. Yeah, go ahead. Bro.
All right,
Man. All right, bye. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. Sorry, the podcast kind of went off on a different direction, but you know how we do it here, man. And like I've been telling you guys on my videos, I've been watching a lot of the WNBA. If you guys are interested, man, check it out. You see some good competition, especially the old school, right? And then of course you get the extra. A feel of the all the drama that goes on in there, with everything Caitlin Clark and everything else that's about it. But I'm going to call it a night, guys. Thank you guys for those of you who joined me. The closing Xbox showcase was absolutely amazing. Nothing but upside for the rest of the year. I've totally refocused on as being an Xboxian, right? And what Microsoft is doing, I'm all in, man. They can do whatever they want to. Because at the end of the day, dude, I'm in the ecosystem. I'm loving the games. They be dropping games left and right. You saw the show. If you saw the showcase, you know what they have coming in the near future, and it's all good, man. I mean, all the stuff that Phil's been working on, him and his team, and the people that he brought in. But some people have left, but the people that have come in, man, he's got people surrounding him that believe in what they're doing. And there's a lot of people. Yeah, thanks, Realist, man. Thanks for being here, brother. Sing, thank you too. Gogo, thank you for being here, dude. I mean, we gotta get a podcast together, man. I have you on Twitter. If you want to do one later this week, let me know. We can talk about anything. Or if you want to join the basketball podcast, let me know, man. You're more than welcome. Cygnus, man, thanks for being here, bro. I always definitely look for a different perspective. Ziggy Cross, man, thanks for stopping by, man. I know you're new to the podcast. Appreciate it. Tool Man, of course, man. Always representing. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you, Hebot, for being here. Fireboss as well, and for even jumping in the podcast. Unlimited, man, I know I sent the link. I saw you in there, but we didn't get a chance to talk. We'll do the podcast this weekend if you want to jump in on that. But yeah, I think I got everybody. But thank you guys all for being here. And again, man, if you guys bleed green and you're Xbox, man, good times ahead. Xbox Online channel, host Sega forever. We out.